Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Miranda. The December air bites at my cheeks as Georgia and I stroll down Main Street, our boots crunching against the light dusting of snow that transforms Sugar Grove into something straight out of a Hallmark movie. Strings of warm white lights drape between the lampposts, casting a golden glow over the brick storefronts. And every window display screams Christmas cheer with enough enthusiasm to power Santa's sleigh. "Look at Mrs. Jane's display," Georgia says, nudging my elbow toward the antique shop where a miniature village complete with an ice skating rink takes up the entire front window. She's got more detail in there than most people put into their actual homes. I pause to admire the tiny figurines, each one perfectly positioned, before my gaze drifts inevitably toward the end of the block where Hart Family Bakery sits like a crown jewel. Even from here, I can see the line of customers snaking out the door, their breath creating little puffs of steam in the cold air as they wait for whatever masterpiece Caleb's whipped up today. "Don't do that," Georgia warns, following my line of sight. "Do what?" "That thing where you stare at his place like you're plotting either world domination or complete destruction. Your jaw gets all tight." I roll my shoulders, forcing myself to relax muscles I didn't realize had tensed. "I'm not plotting anything." "Right, and I'm not wearing my grandmother's lucky apron under this coat." She tugs at her winter jacket. "Come on, let's keep walking before you start doing that competitive breathing thing." We continue past the hardware store, where Mr. Peterson has arranged an impressive display of snow shovels decorated with red bows, and the florist shop, where Mrs. Kim has created elaborate wreaths that probably cost more than my monthly coffee budget. Everything looks picture perfect, like the town council hired a professional Christmas decorator, which they probably did. "So what's the plan for this year's contest?" Georgia asks, her voice careful in that way that means she's been wanting to bring this up but didn't know how. "The annual Sugar Grove Charity Cookie Contest. 3 weeks away and already consuming my thoughts like a particularly persistent earworm. Same as always. Create something amazing. Watch Caleb take home the trophy. Question all my life choices. That's a terrible plan. It's worked for the past 4 years. Georgia stops walking and turns to face me, her dark eyes serious beneath her knitted beanie. "Miranda, you know that's not actually working, right? Like by definition." I sigh, watching my breath create a small cloud that dissipates quickly in the crisp air. She's right, of course. 4 years of coming in second place. 4 years of watching Caleb's perfect smile as he accepts congratulations from the judges. 4 years of hearing about how the Hart family continues their winning tradition. The first year, I'd been naive enough to think my lavender honey macarons with candied violet petals would sweep the competition. They were delicate, sophisticated, a symphony of floral notes that had taken me weeks to perfect. But Caleb had brought classic chocolate chip cookies made with some secret family recipe that had the judges practically swooning. Classic beats innovation every damn time in this town. Year 2. My rosemary olive oil shortbread with crystallized lemon, elegant, unexpected, with a depth of flavor that told a story. Caleb's response? snickerdoodles that somehow managed to taste like childhood, and Christmas morning had a beautiful baby. Second place again. Year 3 got creative with my chai-spiced molasses cookies, featuring a brown butter glaze and toasted cardamom. Complex warming. Absolutely perfect for the season. But Caleb's old-fashioned gingerbread cookies with hand-piped royal icing that looked like tiny works of art. First place naturally. Last year nearly broke me. I'd gone full innovation with my blackberry sage shortbread topped with white chocolate ganache and freeze-dried blackberry dust. The flavor combination was genius. The presentation Instagram-worthy, but Caleb's simple sugar cookies decorated to look like snowflakes, each one unique and impossibly delicate. The judges called them nostalgic perfection. I'm starting to think the fix is in, I mutter, kicking at a small pile of snow that's accumulated against the curb. Or maybe you're approaching this all wrong. I raise an eyebrow. Meaning? Meaning you keep trying to outfancy him when what this town really loves is comfort. Heart. That thing that makes them feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Georgia adjusts her scarf, the red wool bright against her brown skin. Don't get me wrong, your stuff is incredible. But sometimes I think you're so focused on proving you're the better baker that you forget why you started baking in the first place. Her words hit harder than the December wind that's picked up, sending the hanging Christmas decorations swaying. I know she's right, but admitting it feels like giving up, like letting Caleb win before the competition even starts. So what do you suggest? I start making chocolate chip cookies too? I suggest you make something that's completely, unapologetically you. Something that shows off your innovation but still makes people feel something real. She grins, the expression lighting up her whole face. Besides, you've got me helping this year. Secret weapon. We've reached the town square where the massive Christmas tree stands, its lights twinkling against the darkening sky. Families wander around the small winter market that's been set up, kids clutching cups of hot chocolate while their parents browse handmade ornaments and locally produced honey. This is what I'm fighting for, I realize. Not just to beat Caleb, though that would be incredibly satisfying, but to prove that my place in this community means something, that my vision for what baking can be has value beyond just being different for the sake of being different. All right, I say, turning to face Georgia with renewed determination. This year, we're not just competing. We're making a statement. Now you're talking. What kind of statement? I watch a little girl drop her mitten and immediately have it returned by a stranger. Watch elderly couples walking arm in arm past shop windows they've probably passed thousands of times. Watch teenagers trying to look cool while secretly being charmed by the Christmas magic that permeates every corner of this place. That innovation and tradition don't have to be enemies, that you can honor where you come from while still pushing boundaries. The words feel right as soon as I say them, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. I'm going to create something that shows Caleb Hart and this entire town that there's more than one way to bake with heart. Georgia's smile could power the Christmas tree. Now that's a plan I can get behind. We part ways at the corner of Main and Elm, Georgia, heading home to her cozy apartment above the yarn shop while I make my way back to Sweet Inspirations. The walk gives me time to let my imagination run wild, and by the time I'm unlocking my front door, I'm practically floating on a cloud of possibility. Picture it. Miranda Bennett, first place winner of the Sugar Grove Charity Cookie Contest. The headline in the Sugar Grove Gazette would read something like, "Local Baker Breaks Heart Dynasty with Innovative Creation," or maybe "Sweet Victory, Bennett's Bakery Takes Top Prize." I can see it now. My photo right there on the front page, holding that ridiculous oversized trophy they give to the winner each year. Mrs. Jacobson from the town council would probably want to feature my winning recipe in the next community cookbook. The one that actually sells copies instead of gathering dust on kitchen counters. And maybe, just maybe, some of those food bloggers who've been sniffing around the area would finally take notice of what I've been creating here. I flip on the lights in my bakery, breathing in the familiar sense of vanilla, cinnamon, and that indefinable something that makes this place smell like home. The display cases are empty now, cleaned and ready for tomorrow's offerings, but I can envision them filled with orders from customers who finally see me as more than just the other bakery in town. Hell, maybe I'd even get a write-up in one of those fancy food magazines. Hidden gem: how one small-town baker is revolutionizing traditional desserts. The photographer would capture my hands working with dough, flour dusting my dark skin, natural curls perfectly tousled in that effortless way that actually takes 20 minutes to achieve. The fantasy feels so real, I can almost taste the champagne Georgia would insist we drink to celebrate. Almost hear the congratulations from neighbors who've always been polite but never quite enthusiastic about my more adventurous flavor combinations. But first, I need to create something worthy of all that imagined glory. I head to the back kitchen, pulling my hair into a messy bun and securing it with the elastic I keep around my wrist. The space back here tells the real story of my business. Industrial mixers that cost more than my first car. Shelves lined with specialty ingredients I order from suppliers across the country. And a collection of cookbooks that would make any food lover weep with envy. My fingers trail along the spines of my most treasured volumes. Advanced Patisserie Techniques sits next to Heritage Baking of the American South. Modern Flavor Combinations bookends classic French desserts. Each one represents hours of study, failed experiments, and eventually breakthrough moments that changed how I think about baking. I pull down Innovative Cookie Creations and flip it open. Pages falling to recipes I've bookmarked with sticky notes covered in my own handwriting. Modifications, improvements, complete reimaginings of traditional concepts. But nothing feels quite right for this moment, this chance to prove myself once and for all. The problem with Caleb's approach isn't that it's wrong, it's that it's safe, predictable. He takes recipes that have worked for generations and executes them flawlessly, banking on nostalgia and technical perfection to carry him to victory. And it works, damn him. But what if I could bridge that gap? Create something that feels familiar enough to comfort the traditionalists while showcasing the innovation that sets me apart. Something that honors the past while boldly stepping into the future. I grab another cookbook, this one focused on international cookie traditions, and settle onto the stool by my prep counter. The pages are well worn, marked with ingredient stains and margin notes. Here's a recipe for Italian amaretti that I've been meaning to adapt. There's a technique for Japanese matcha cookies that could be interesting with a southern twist. My phone buzzes with a text from Georgia. Already dreaming up your victory speech? I type back. Obviously. Planning to thank the little people who made it all possible. Just remember me when you're famous. The exchange makes me smile, but it also grounds me. This isn't just about beating Caleb anymore, though that would be incredibly satisfying. It's about proving to myself that taking risks in the kitchen translates to success beyond just personal satisfaction. I flip through more pages, past recipes for Pfeffernusse and Springerle, past elaborate descriptions of cookie traditions from cultures around the world. Each page represents someone's heritage, their way of expressing love and community through something as simple as flour, sugar, and butter. That's what's been missing from my approach. I've been so focused on being different, on standing out, that I've forgotten the fundamental truth about baking. It's about connection, about creating something that brings people together, that makes them feel understood and cared for. Rising from my stool, I walk to my ingredient pantry, scanning the shelves filled with everything from Madagascar vanilla beans to black Hawaiian sea salt. The sight of all these possibilities usually energizes me, fills me with the excitement of potential flavor combinations and unexpected pairings. But today, doubt creeps in like smoke under a door. What if George is wrong? What if the town isn't ready for innovation wrapped in tradition? What if I'm just setting myself up for another spectacular second-place finish? I pick up a jar of cardamom pods, rolling the small green spheres between my fingers. The scent is warm, complex, exotic enough to intrigue, but familiar enough not to scare anyone away. Perfect metaphor for what I'm trying to achieve, if I can just figure out how to translate that into actual cookies. The doubt tries to expand, whispering all the reasons why this year won't be different from the last 4. Caleb's family recipes, his perfect technique, the way the judges' faces light up when they taste whatever nostalgic masterpiece he's created. But I shake my head, setting the cardamom down with more force than necessary. I didn't move back to Sugar Grove and pour my savings into this bakery just to play it safe. I didn't spend years perfecting my craft in culinary school and working under temperamental pastry chefs just to surrender to self-doubt now. I'm Miranda Bennett, and I create magic with flour and sugar. My hands can coax flavors from ingredients that most bakers wouldn't dream of combining. I've turned grown adults into children again with a single bite of my lavender shortbread. I've made cynical food critics weep over my brown butter madeleines. This year, I'm going to remind everyone in Sugar Grove, including myself, exactly what I'm capable of.
Chapter 2. Caleb. The familiar weight of the rolling pin in my hands grounds me as I work the cookie dough into perfect submission. 6 a.m. and the bakery already hums with activity as Brandon mans the ovens, while Francine arranges yesterday's leftover pastries in the day-old section. The routine never changes, and that's exactly how I like it. "You're gonna roll that dough into oblivion if you keep going," Brandon calls from across the kitchen, his voice carrying that particular brand of sibling irritation that only comes from working together every damn day. I pause, realizing I've been working the same section of dough for the past 5 minutes. The sugar cookie base is smooth as silk now, probably overworked to hell. Damn. "Language!" Francine sing-songs from behind the register, not even looking up from her inventory sheet. At 25, she still acts like our mothers watching from behind the walls, ready to wash our mouths out with soap. "Sorry, Mom," I mutter, scraping the ruined dough into the compost bin. Starting over means I'm behind schedule, which means the morning rush will hit before I've got fresh cookies in the case. Perfect start to the day. The thing about working in your family's business is that every mistake feels like a personal failure and a betrayal of legacy rolled into one. This building, these recipes, the reputation we've built, none of it came easy. My parents scraped together every penny they had to buy this space 32 years ago, back when Main Street was more ghost town than tourist destination. Dad used to tell stories about those early days while we helped him close up at night. How Mom would stay up until 2 in the morning, perfecting new recipes, how they'd alternate who slept in the back office during those first months when they couldn't afford both rent and mortgage, how they'd counted every customer, celebrated every positive review, like it was a goddamn Nobel Prize. "We built this place on grit and stubbornness," Dad would say, wiping down counters that had seen more flour than most people see in a lifetime. "Never forget that, son. Every success came from refusing to quit when things got hard." The pressure of living up to that legacy sits on my shoulders like a lead blanket some days. Everyone in town expects Hearts to be the gold standard, expects me to carry on the tradition without missing a beat. And for the most part, I have. 4 consecutive wins at the charity contest, steady customer base, reputation that brings people from 3 towns over just to try our cinnamon rolls. But lately, the weight feels heavier. Maybe it's because Mom and Dad are talking about retirement more seriously. Or maybe it's because Miranda's been pushing boundaries that make my tried-and-true methods look boring by comparison. Either way, the comfortable certainty I used to feel about my place in this kitchen has developed some uncomfortable cracks. I start fresh with new dough, measuring ingredients with the precision my mother drilled into me from the time I could reach the counter standing on a milk crate. 2 cups flour, 1 cup butter, ½ cup sugar. Simple ratios that produce reliable results every single time. "Hey, golden boy," Brandon says, sliding a tray of fresh croissants out of the oven. "You planning to actually make cookies today? Or are you going to keep staring at that bowl like it holds the secrets of the universe? The nickname grates against my nerves like sandpaper. I know he means it affectionately, but some days it feels like a cage. Golden boy. The one who can't fail, who always comes through, who makes everything look effortless even when it's anything but. I'm making cookies, I say, probably with more edge than necessary. Mind your own damn business. Touchy this morning. He sets the croissants on cooling racks with practiced efficiency. Contest got you rattled? The Sugar Grove Charity Cookie Contest. 3 weeks away and already consuming more mental real estate than I care to admit. 4 years running, I've taken home the trophy. 4 years of judges praising my classic approach and technical mastery. 4 years of maintaining the Hart family winning streak that started with my parents in the contest's early days. This year feels different, though. Miranda's been making noise about changing things up, about proving something. And if I'm being honest with myself, her stuff has been getting better. More refined. Less experimental for the sake of experimental and more genuinely inspired. Not that I'd ever admit that out loud. Contest's 3 weeks away, I say, folding butter into the dough with mechanical precision. Plenty of time to prepare. Right. That's why you've been testing cookie recipes every night for the past month. Francine looks up from her clipboard, dark eyes, our mother's eyes, studying my face with uncomfortable intensity. He's been doing what now? Nothing, I say quickly, but Brandon's already opened his big mouth. Coming in after hours, trying out new flavor combinations. Found him here at midnight Tuesday working on some kind of spice molasses thing. Caleb Hart, Francine says, using the full name tone that means I'm about to get a lecture. You know, Mom and Dad didn't win all those contests by overthinking everything, right? They won because they made food that tasted like home. Easy for her to say. She handles the front of house, deals with customers and cash registers and small talk about the weather. She doesn't carry the weight of kitchen expectations, doesn't lie awake wondering if this year will be the year the Hart name finally falls short. The bell above the front door chimes, announcing our first customer of the day. Mrs. Reed, punctual as always, here for her daily bear claw and black coffee. Francine greets her with genuine warmth, the kind that comes naturally to her. But I have to work for sometimes. This is what I'm fighting to preserve. The routine, the reliability, the knowledge that people can count on Harts to be exactly what they expect. Mrs. Reed has been ordering the same thing every morning for 8 years. The Johnson family comes in every Saturday for a dozen mixed donuts. The high school kids stop by after school for cookies and gossip. We're part of the fabric of this community, woven in so tight that removing us would leave a hole. That's not something I take lightly, and it's sure as hell not something I'm willing to risk for the sake of innovation. But Miranda's presence in the competition adds a variable I can't control, and that makes my hands shake in ways I don't appreciate. She's unpredictable, creative in ways that sometimes border on reckless. And the judges have been responding to her entries with increasing enthusiasm, even if they haven't been willing to award her first place yet. Last year, her blackberry sage shortbread actually had Judge Morrison close his eyes while he chewed, lost in whatever flavor journey she'd taken him on. For a moment, I thought my winning streak might be over. But in the end, tradition won out. Simple sugar cookies with hand-piped snowflake designs took the trophy home to Harts once again. You know what your problem is? Brandon says, pulling me out of my spiral of competitive anxiety. I wasn't aware I had a problem. You think too much. Always have, even when we were kids. He starts arranging the croissants in the display case, each one positioned for maximum visual appeal. Remember when you spent 3 hours trying to make the perfect paper airplane while me and Franny just threw whatever folded paper we could make? And my plane flew twice as far as yours. Yeah, but you missed half the fun because you were so worried about getting it right. The comparison hits closer to home than I want to acknowledge. Maybe that's exactly what I've been doing with the bakery, with the contest, with everything. So focused on maintaining perfection that I've forgotten why I fell in love with baking in the first place. I remember being 7 years old, standing on that milk crate next to Mom while she taught me to cream butter and sugar. The way her face lit up when I got the texture just right, How proud she was when my first batch of chocolate chip cookies came out golden brown and perfect. Back then, it wasn't about winning anything. It was about creating something that made people happy. The dough under my hands has reached the perfect consistency, smooth, pliable, ready to be shaped into whatever I can imagine. But my imagination feels constrained by the weight of expectation, by the fear that taking risks might mean losing everything my family has built. 3 weeks until the contest. 3 weeks to figure out how to honor the past while still moving forward. 3 weeks to prove that the Hart name belongs on that trophy for reasons beyond just tradition. The morning rush will start soon, and with it, the comfortable rhythm of serving customers who trust us to provide exactly what they need. But underneath that routine, a new kind of pressure builds. The pressure of sharing the spotlight with someone who might just be good enough to take it away entirely.
Chapter 3. Miranda. The wind cuts through my wool coat like it's made of tissue paper, and I pull the scarf tighter around my neck as Georgia and I trudge down Main Street. Snow crunches under our boots, leaving a trail of footprints that'll be covered again within the hour at this rate. Remind me why we couldn't just order this stuff online like normal people? Georgia asks, her breath forming little puffs in the frigid air. She's bundled up so tight in her puffy jacket that she looks like a walking marshmallow, complete with the pink beanie I got her for Christmas last year. Because Mrs. Foster's Spice Shop has things you can't get anywhere else, I say, dodging a particularly icy patch on the sidewalk. And because I need to actually smell the cardamom before I buy it. The last batch I ordered online smelled like sawdust. Georgia makes a sound that's half laugh, half complaint. Your nose is gonna freeze off before we make it 3 more blocks. She's probably right, but I'm not backing down now. This new recipe has been dancing around in my head for weeks. Honey cardamom cookies with a subtle rosewater glaze, something that'll make the judges forget all about Caleb's predictable sugar cookies and his family's precious winning streak. The thought of him makes my jaw clench. 4 years. 4 damn years of watching him accept that trophy with his perfect smile, perfect brown hair and blue eyes, and his perfectly pressed apron. Like he's entitled to win just because his name is Hart. Like innovation and creativity don't matter, as long as you can execute the same tired recipes your grandmother used. You're doing that thing again, Georgia says, bumping my shoulder with hers. What thing? That thing where you think about Caleb and your face gets all scrunched up like you're trying to solve advanced calculus. I shoot her a look that could melt the snow around us. I don't scrunch. Oh, you absolutely scrunch. And you're doing it right now. Mrs. Foster's shop appears through the swirling snow like a mirage, its hand-painted sign barely visible through the accumulation on the awning. The bell above the door gives a cheerful jingle as we step inside, and immediately I'm enveloped by the most incredible mixture of scents: cinnamon, star anise, vanilla, cardamom, and about 50 other spices I can't even identify. Miranda, dear, Mrs. Foster calls from behind the counter, her silver hair pulled back in its usual neat bun. What brings you out in this weather? New recipe, I say, unwinding my scarf and breathing in the warm, spice-laden air. I need some really good cardamom pods, and maybe some rose water if you've got it. Oh, I've got the perfect thing. Just got a shipment from this little farm in Guatemala. The cardamom is absolutely divine. She disappears into the back room, leaving Georgia and me to browse the meticulously organized shelves. The shop is tiny, but packed with treasures. Glass jars filled with whole spices line every available surface, each one labeled in Mrs. Foster's careful handwriting. There are vanilla beans from Madagascar, saffron threads that cost more per ounce than gold, and little packets of specialty salts from places I can only dream of visiting. This place smells like heaven, Georgia says, running her fingers along a row of small bottles filled with various extracts. Right? I could spend hours in here. I'm examining a jar of what looks like tiny black seeds when the bell jingles again, bringing with it a gust of cold air and the last person I want to see today. Caleb Hart steps through the doorway, snowflakes clinging to his dark jacket and that ridiculous knit cap that somehow makes him look like a model for some outdoor gear catalog. He spots me immediately, and I watch his expression shift from neutral to something that might be amusement. "Well, well," he says, pulling off his gloves with deliberate slowness. "Fancy meeting you here." "It's a public establishment," I reply, keeping my voice level, even though my pulse has decided to pick up speed for reasons I refuse to examine. "Last I checked, you don't own every store in town." Georgia clears her throat loudly. "Hi, Caleb. Lovely weather we're having, don't you think? Perfect for a nice walk. Maybe some sledding later." He grins at her obvious attempt at peacekeeping. "Hey, Georgia. And yeah, nothing like a good blizzard to bring out the best in people." The dig isn't subtle, but I refuse to take the bait. Instead, I turn back to the spice display, pretending to be fascinated by a jar of whole nutmeg, but I can feel him moving around the shop, probably looking for ingredients for whatever boring creation he's planning to serve up at the contest. Mrs. Foster emerges from the back room, carrying a small glass jar filled with pale green pods. "Here we are, dear. These cardamom pods are absolutely— Oh, Caleb, I didn't hear you come in." "Afternoon, Mrs. Foster," he says, and I can hear the smile in his voice. Everyone loves Caleb Hart. It's practically a town law. It's a perk of being one of the more gorgeous people around, though I'd never admit that out loud. "I was hoping you might have some of that specialty cinnamon you were telling me about last week." "The salon? Oh, yes, I've got just enough left." She sets my cardamom on the counter and bustles back toward the spice wall. "It's right here somewhere." I watch in growing horror as she reaches for a small container on the top shelf, the same container I've been eyeing since I walked in. The label reads, "Ceylon Cinnamon, Limited Reserve," and suddenly I know exactly what Caleb is planning. Cinnamon cookies. Classic, safe, boring as hell cinnamon cookies that'll probably win him another trophy because the judges are too stuck in the past to appreciate real innovation. "Actually," I say quickly, stepping toward Mrs. Foster, "I think I'd like to try some of that cinnamon too." Caleb's head turns toward me, one eyebrow raised. "Really? Cinnamon's not usually your style, is it? I thought you were more about the—" He waves his hand vaguely. "Experimental stuff." The condescension in his tone makes my teeth grind. "Maybe I'm expanding my horizons." "How progressive of you." Georgia makes a noise that sounds suspiciously like she's trying not to laugh, and I shoot her a warning look. The last thing I need is commentary from the peanut gallery. Mrs. Foster looks between us with the expression of someone who's accidentally stumbled into a minefield. "Well, I'm afraid I only have about 2 ounces left, and Caleb did ask first." "Of course he did," I mutter, loud enough for him to hear. "I'm sorry." He takes a step closer, and suddenly the shop feels about 3 times smaller than it did a minute ago. "Did you have something to say?" "Just that it's very convenient how you always seem to get exactly what you need, isn't it? Must be nice having the whole town wrapped around your finger." His jaw tightens, and for a second I think I might have actually gotten under his skin. But then that infuriating calm settles back over his features like armor. Or maybe I just plan ahead instead of rushing around at the last minute hoping to get lucky. Lucky? The word comes out sharper than I intended, but I'm past caring about maintaining my composure. "You think luck has anything to do with what I do?" "I think you throw a bunch of weird ingredients together and hope something edible comes out the other end." Georgia steps between us before I can respond, her hands raised like she's trying to stop traffic. Okay, let's all just take a deep breath here. Mrs. Foster, maybe we could split the cinnamon? Half and half?" Mrs. Foster looks relieved at the suggestion. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. No. Caleb's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. I need the full amount for what I'm making. Of course you do, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Heaven forbid you have to adjust a recipe or think on your feet for once in your life. Some of us prefer our recipes to actually work instead of using our customers as guinea pigs. The accusation hits like a slap, and I feel heat rising in my chest. My customers happen to appreciate creativity over the same boring crap you've been serving for the past decade. Ladies, gentlemen, please, Georgia says, her voice pitched higher with stress. We're all friends here, right? Just friendly neighborhood bakers, living in harmony, sharing spices like civilized people. But neither of us is listening anymore. Caleb and I are locked in some kind of staring contest that feels less about cinnamon and more about everything that's been building between us for years. The competition, the rivalry, the way he makes me feel like I have to prove myself every single day just to be taken seriously. You know what? I say finally, grabbing my cardamom off the counter. Keep your precious cinnamon. I'll make something 10 times better without it. I'm sure you will, he says, and the politeness in his tone is somehow worse than if he'd just told me to go to hell. I'm halfway to the door before I remember Georgia, who's still standing there looking like she wishes the floor would open up and swallow her whole. Georgia, we're leaving. But what about the rose water? She calls after me. I'll order it online. The bell jingles violently as I push through the door, and the cold hits me like a physical blow. But it's nothing compared to the frustration burning in my chest, the anger at myself for letting him get to me again. Georgia catches up to me halfway down the block, slightly out of breath from running in snow boots. Well, that was fun. Really captured the holiday spirit. Don't, I warn, not slowing my pace. I'm just saying, maybe we could have handled that with a little more. More what? Diplomacy? He's the one who came in there acting like he owns the place. He asked for cinnamon, Miranda. It's not exactly a declaration of war. I stop walking so abruptly that Georgia nearly crashes into me. The snow is coming down harder now. Fat flakes that cling to my eyelashes and make the world look soft and blurred around the edges. It's not about the cinnamon, I say, and my voice sounds smaller than I want it to. It's about everything. The way he looks at me like I'm some kind of amateur playing dress-up in a real baker's kitchen. The way everyone in this town assumes he'll win just because his last name is Hart. George's expression softens, and she reaches out to brush snow off my shoulder. You know that's not true, right? You've got customers lined up around the block most mornings. People love what you do. But they don't respect it. Not the way they respect him. So prove them wrong. Make those honey cardamom cookies so damn good that the judges have no choice but to give you that trophy. I want to believe her. Want to channel this frustration into something productive. But standing here in the snow, watching Caleb's silhouette through Mrs. Foster's window as he completes his purchase like nothing happened, all I can think about is how effortless everything seems for him. How much I hate that it bothers me so much.
Chapter 4. Caleb. The snow keeps coming down like the sky can't make up its damn mind, turning Sugar Grove into some kind of winter wonderland postcard. I trudge through the ankle-deep powder towards Sweet Inspirations, a small white box tucked under my arm, and my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. This is probably a mistake. Hell, it's definitely a mistake. But something about yesterday's encounter at Mrs. Foster's has been eating at me, and I can't shake the image of Miranda's face when she stormed out. The frustration, sure, but there was something else underneath it. Something that looked almost hurt. Which is ridiculous because Miranda Bennett doesn't get hurt. She gets pissed off, she gets competitive, She gets fired up about some new recipe that'll probably taste like flowers mixed with dirt. But hurt? That's not her style. The bell above Sweet Inspiration's door chimes as I push inside, immediately hit by the warm air and the smell of vanilla and butter. The place is cozy in that deliberately artsy way. Exposed brick walls covered with local artwork, mismatched vintage chairs around small tables, and a display case that looks like it was salvaged from some 1950s diner. Georgia's behind the counter arranging what looks like miniature works of art in the pastry case. Her face lights up when she sees me, which is already a better start than I expected. "Caleb, what brings you to our neck of the woods? And in this weather, no less." "Thought I'd brave the elements," I say, stomping snow off my boots. "Brought something for you and Miranda." Georgia's eyes immediately go to the box under my arm, and I can practically see the curiosity radiating off her. "Ooh, mysterious. Miranda's in the back, but I think she's in a decent mood today. Well, decent for her." As if summoned by the mention of her name, Miranda appears from the kitchen area, and I have to work to keep my expression neutral. She's got flour dusted across one cheek and her hair pulled back in a messy bun, with a few curls escaping to frame her face. There's something about seeing her in her element that always catches me off guard, the way she moves with this confident precision, like every gesture is calculated for maximum efficiency. Then her eyes land on me, and that confidence shifts into something harder, more guarded. "Well, well," she says, echoing my words from yesterday. "To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" The sarcasm is thick enough to cut with a knife, but I push forward anyway. "Actually, I wanted to apologize. For yesterday. Things got a little heated, and that wasn't productive." She raises an eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest. The movement draws my attention to the way her apron ties emphasize her waist, and I force myself to focus on her face instead. "Heated? Is that what we're calling it? Look, I brought peace offerings." I set the box on the counter between us and lift the lid, revealing a dozen of my grandmother's recipe chocolate chip cookies. Nothing fancy, nothing revolutionary, just perfectly executed classics with the right balance of crispy edges and chewy centers. Georgia immediately reaches for one, but Miranda doesn't even glance at the box. Instead, she's staring at me like I've just insulted her entire family lineage. "Peace offerings," she repeats, her voice flat. "Miranda," Georgia says around a mouthful of cookie, "these are incredible. Oh my God, is that brown butter?" "It's a family recipe," I say, still watching Miranda's face for any sign that this gesture is landing the way I intended. "I thought maybe we could, I don't know, call a truce or something. We're both professionals here." Miranda finally looks down at the cookies, and something flickers across her expression that I can't quite read. Then she's moving toward the wall where she's apparently been hanging something, and I realize it's a framed newspaper clipping. "How thoughtful," she says without turning around. "A peace offering. Right when the Sugar Grove Gazette runs a feature on innovative local businesses." She steps back from the wall, and I can see the article now. A full spread with a photo of Miranda holding one of her elaborate pastries, the headline reading, "Sweet Inspirations, where tradition meets innovation." Georgia beams like a proud parent. "Isn't it amazing? They called Miranda a rising star in the culinary world and said her pastries are pushing the boundaries of what small-town baking can achieve." "That's great," I say, and I mean it, even though there's a part of me that bristles at the implication that traditional baking is somehow lesser. "You deserve the recognition." Miranda finally turns to face me fully, and there's a challenge in her dark eyes that makes my pulse quicken for reasons I don't want to examine too closely. "Do I? Because yesterday you seemed to think I was just throwing random ingredients together and hoping for the best." The accusation hangs in the air between us like a loaded weapon. Georgia suddenly finds the pastry case fascinating, busying herself with rearranging things that don't need rearranging. "That's not what I meant," I say, but even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're nonsense. It's exactly what I meant, and we both know it. Isn't it? Because that's sure as hell what it sounded like. She moves closer, and I catch a hint of her perfume, something light and floral that shouldn't be distracting, but absolutely is. You waltz into Mrs. Foster's shop acting like you own the place, make it clear that my methods aren't real baking, and then show up here with cookies like that somehow makes it better? They're good cookies, I say, immediately regretting how defensive I sound. I'm sure they are. Your grandmother's recipe, right? Passed down through generations, just like everything else in your life. Must be nice having all that history handed to you on a silver platter. The jab hits closer to home than I want to admit. There's truth in it. My family's bakery, the recipes, the reputation. It was all there waiting for me. But it's not like I haven't worked for it. Haven't spent years perfecting techniques and building relationships with customers. You know what this is really about, I say, my voice getting harder despite my efforts to stay calm. It's about the contest. You're pissed because you think I'm going to win again, and you can't stand the thought of losing to someone who actually respects the fundamentals of baking. Her eyes flash with something dangerous. Respects the fundamentals? You mean follows the same tired formulas your great-grandmother used 100 years ago? Those formulas work, Miranda. They've been working for generations because they're based on actual technique, not whatever trendy ingredient you read about in some food blog. Oh, for Christ's sake, she snaps, and Georgia makes a small noise of surprise at the profanity. This is a charity cookie baking event, not the goddamn World Series. Then why are you treating it like your life depends on winning? The question stops her short, and for a moment she just stares at me. The anger is still there, but underneath it I catch a glimpse of something more vulnerable, something that makes my chest tighten in a way I don't like. Because it matters, she says finally, her voice quieter but no less intense. This isn't just about cookies, Caleb. It's about proving that innovation and creativity have value, that baking can be art instead of just assembly line production. Assembly line production? Now I'm the one getting heated, because that's exactly the kind of dismissive nonsense that makes my blood boil. You think what I do is assembly line production? If the apron fits, Georgia clears her throat loudly. Maybe we should all just... No, I say, cutting her off. My patience has officially run out, and if Miranda wants to make this personal, then we'll make it personal. You want to talk about this contest like it actually matters? Fine. Let's talk about it. Miranda straightens, and I can see her shifting into competition mode, her whole body language changing from defensive to predatory. I'm listening. I've been going easy on you for years, playing it safe, using recipes I could make in my sleep, because I figured a charity event should be about fun, not proving points. How magnanimous of you. But if you want to turn this into some kind of statement about the future of baking, then let's do it right. No holds barred. I'll bring my A game and we'll see whose approach really holds up under pressure. The challenge sits between us like a gauntlet thrown down, and I can see Miranda weighing her options. Part of me expects her to back down, to realize that she's biting off more than she can chew. But this is Miranda Bennett we're talking about, and backing down isn't in her vocabulary. You're on, she says, and the smile that spreads across her face is equal parts beautiful and terrifying. But don't come crying to me when your precious traditional methods get handed to them by some real creativity. Wouldn't dream of it. We're standing close enough now that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, can count the freckles scattered across her nose. Close enough that the tension between us feels like a live wire, crackling with electricity that has nothing to do with baking and everything to do with the way she's looking at me like she wants to either kiss me or murder me. Maybe both.
Chapter 5. Miranda. The Sugar Grove Community Center smells like coffee and old wood polish, with that particular mustiness that comes from decades of town meetings and potluck dinners. I settle into one of the metal folding chairs next to Georgia, trying to ignore the way my stomach keeps doing little flips every time I catch a glimpse of sandy brown hair across the room. Caleb stationed himself near the front with his siblings, Brandon and Francine, all three of them looking like they stepped out of some wholesome family bakery catalog. Brandon's got the same broad shoulders as his brother, but softer features, while Francine maintains that Hart family confidence in a petite package with perfectly styled blonde hair. They're deep in conversation, probably strategizing about how to maintain their stranglehold on every baking competition in a 50-mile radius. "Stop staring," Georgia murmurs beside me, not even looking up from her phone where she's scrolling through what appears to be Pinterest boards of cookie designs. "I'm not staring. I'm observing the competition." "Right, and the way you're gripping that pen is just casual note-taking preparation." I glance down at my hand and realize I've nearly snapped my ballpoint pen in half like it personally offended me. Forcing my fingers to relax, I flip open my notebook to a fresh page and try to focus on why I'm actually here. The charity cookie contest has been a Sugar Grove tradition for 15 years, raising money for the local food bank every December. Normally, it's straightforward. Bakers submit their best cookie recipe. The community votes. Winner gets bragging rights and a trophy. Simple, predictable, exactly the kind of event where Caleb's by-the-book approach usually dominates. But this year feels different. There's an energy in the room, a buzz of anticipation that has nothing to do with the usual friendly competition. Maybe it's because of the newspaper article, or maybe it's because word has gotten out about my little showdown with Caleb yesterday. Either way, I can feel eyes on me from around the room, and not all of them are friendly. Mrs. Patterson from the town council taps her microphone, sending a screech of feedback through the community center that makes everyone wince. "Sorry about that," she says with a laugh. "Technology and I have never been the best of friends. Welcome, everyone, to our annual Sugar Grove Charity Cookie Contest planning meeting." Polite applause ripples through the room. I count maybe 30 people total, a mix of serious bakers like myself and Caleb, along with enthusiastic amateurs who participate more for the fun than any real competitive drive. Sarah Kim from the flower store is here with her teenage daughter, both of them giggling over something on Sarah's phone. The Hendersons, who run the antique shop, are comparing notes in a worn recipe book that looks older than me. "Now, as you all know," Mrs. Patterson continues, "this year we're hoping to raise more money than ever before for the Sugar Grove Food Bank. With the recent economic challenges our community has faced, the need has never been greater." I shift in my seat, thinking about the families I've seen coming into Sweet Inspirations lately, counting coins for a single muffin, or asking if we have any day-old pastries. The reminder of why we're doing this helps center me, pushes aside the petty rivalry nonsense that's been consuming my thoughts. To that end, Mrs. Patterson says, her voice taking on that particular tone that means she's about to drop some kind of bombshell. The town council has decided to implement a special theme for this year's contest. A murmur runs through the crowd. In 15 years, there's never been a theme beyond best cookie. My pen hovers over my notebook as I try to read Mrs. Patterson's expression. But she's got her politician face on, all bright smiles and calculated enthusiasm. "This year's theme is," she pauses for dramatic effect, and I swear the entire room holds its breath. "International Holiday Traditions." The silence that follows is deafening. I can practically hear the collective mental scrambling as 30 bakers try to process what the hell that means for their carefully planned cookie strategies. "What exactly does that entail?" asks Mr. Chen, who owns the pottery shop and makes these incredible almond cookies that have placed third for the past 3 years. "Great question," Mrs. Patterson beams, like she's been waiting for this moment all her life. "Each baker will need to create a cookie inspired by a holiday tradition from a culture different from their own. We want to celebrate the diversity of our world and learn about how different cultures mark their special occasions." My brain immediately starts spinning. International holiday traditions. That's actually not terrible. Challenging, sure, but the kind of challenge that plays to my strengths, I've always been drawn to global flavor profiles, and I've got a whole collection of cookbooks from different cultures that I've been dying to explore more deeply. Across the room, I catch sight of Caleb's face, and he looks like someone just told him his grandmother's secret recipes have been outlawed. His jaw is tight, and he's having what appears to be an intense whispered conversation with Brandon and Francine. Good. Let Mr. Traditional Family Recipes figure out how to adapt when he can't just pull something out of the Hart family vault. Will there be any restrictions on ingredients? Asks Janet Morrison, a retired teacher who bakes more out of nostalgia than ambition. None whatsoever, Mrs. Patterson replies. We encourage creativity and authenticity. Research your chosen tradition, understand its significance, and translate that into a cookie that tells a story. A cookie that tells a story. Now we're talking my language. This is exactly the kind of brief that separates the artists from the assembly line workers. I'm already mentally cataloging possibilities, maybe something inspired by Mexican Dia de los Muertos with rich chocolate and spices, or a delicate French sable with lavender for Fête de la Musique. The meeting dissolves into smaller discussions as people start forming groups to bounce ideas off each other. Georgia turns to me with excitement practically radiating from her pores. This is perfect for you. You're always experimenting with different flavor combinations and techniques. This plays right into your wheelhouse. I know, I say, but I'm distracted by the way Caleb keeps glancing in my direction. Not the heated stare from our confrontation yesterday, but something more. Calculating, like he's trying to read my reaction. Figure out my strategy before I've even settled on one myself. Stop looking at him, Georgia hisses. He's looking at me, so stop looking back. But I can't seem to help myself. There's something magnetic about the way he's studying me, like I'm a particularly challenging recipe he's trying to decode. The intensity of his focus makes my skin prickle with awareness, and I hate that my body is responding to his attention even when my brain knows better. He says something to his siblings, and then starts moving through the crowd in my direction. My stomach does that annoying flutter thing again, and I force myself to turn away, focusing instead on my notebook, where I've started scribbling potential ideas. Miranda. His voice comes from directly behind me, low and warm enough to send an unwelcome shiver down my spine. I turn around with what I hope is casual indifference, though judging by George's barely suppressed smirk, I'm probably failing miserably. Caleb, shouldn't you be huddled with your siblings, planning how to adapt your great-great-grandmother's molasses cookies for international appeal? Actually, I was wondering if you'd thought about which tradition you want to explore. The question catches me off guard. Not because it's unexpected, but because there's something almost collaborative about the way he asks it. Like he's genuinely curious, rather than trying to steal intelligence for competitive advantage. Still deciding, I say carefully. There are so many rich traditions to choose from. The challenge will be narrowing it down to something that really speaks to me. Right. Wouldn't want to pick something just because it seems easy or obvious. And there it is. The subtle dig, wrapped in reasonable-sounding concern. Because of course Caleb Hart would never do anything easy or obvious. He'd research the hell out of some obscure Scandinavian winter solstice tradition and execute it with technical perfection that completely misses the soul of what makes the tradition meaningful. Don't worry about me, I say, my voice getting that edge it always develops when he pushes my buttons. I'm sure I'll figure out something appropriately challenging. You just focus on making sure your entry actually has some international flair instead of just being your usual cookies with a different name. His blue eyes flash with something that might be irritation or might be amusement. With Caleb, it's often hard to tell the difference. Looking forward to seeing what you come up with. The way he says it makes it sound like a threat wrapped in politeness, and I feel my competitive instincts sharpening to a fine point. This contest just became about more than charity fundraising. or community spirit. It became about proving that innovation and creativity can hold their own against tradition and technical precision. Likewise, I say sweetly, he holds my gaze for a beat longer than necessary, and I swear there's something crackling in the air between us that has nothing to do with baking competition and everything to do with the way his presence seems to make the rest of the room fade into background noise. Then Brandon calls his name from across the room, breaking whatever spell we were under, and Caleb steps back with that infuriating half-smile of his. See you around, Miranda. I watch him walk away, noting against my will the confident way he moves through the crowd, stopping to chat with other bakers like he's already won, and is graciously accepting early congratulations. Jesus, Georgia mutters beside me. The sexual tension between you two could power the entire community center. There's no sexual tension, I say automatically, still staring at Caleb's retreating figure. There's just competitive tension. It's completely different. Sure it is. That's why you've been staring at his buttocks for the past 30 seconds. I snap my attention back to my notebook, heat crawling up my neck. I was not staring at his buttocks. Right, and I was born yesterday. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Caleb. The espresso tastes like burnt disappointment, but I keep sipping it anyway because the alternative is admitting that I'm completely stumped. My kitchen counter is covered with cookbooks, printouts from the internet, and hastily scribbled notes that look like the work of someone slowly losing their damn mind. International holiday traditions. What the hell was Mrs. Patterson thinking? I've been at this for 3 hours, and every idea I come up with feels either too obvious or completely outside my wheelhouse. Japanese New Year mochi cookies. I've never worked with rice flour in my life. German Lebkuchen. Everyone and their grandmother will be doing some variation of spiced cookies. Indian Diwali sweets. The flavor profiles are so far from anything I've ever attempted that I might as well be trying to bake on Mars. The Hart family bakery has built its reputation on perfection through tradition. We take classic recipes, execute them flawlessly, and deliver consistent results that people can count on. That's our brand. That's what customers expect from us. But this contest is asking for something completely different. Innovation, cultural exploration, storytelling through food. All things that come naturally to Miranda Bennett. I shove that thought away and flip open another cookbook, this one focused on Scandinavian holiday traditions. Maybe something with cardamom and lingonberries. But as I read through the descriptions of traditional Swedish pepparkakor and Norwegian krumkake, I can already picture the judges comparing my technically proficient but culturally surface-level interpretation to whatever artistic masterpiece Miranda will inevitably create. She's probably already settled on something brilliant. Some obscure tradition from a culture she's been secretly studying for years, with flavor combinations that shouldn't work but absolutely will, because she has this gift for seeing connections that the rest of us miss. While I'm sitting here drowning in research, she's probably already sketching out her design and planning her ingredient list. The kitchen door swings open and Brandon walks in, still wearing his flour-dusted apron from the afternoon shift. He takes one look at the chaos I've created and raises an eyebrow. Jesus, Caleb. Did a cookbook store explode in here? I'm researching, I mutter, not looking up from a description of Mexican rosquedareas that I'm trying to figure out how to translate into cookie form. How's that going for you? Fantastic. Never been better. Francine appears behind Brandon, her blonde hair escaping from its usual neat ponytail, and her expression carrying that particular brand of exhaustion that comes from dealing with customers all day. She surveys my disaster zone with the same look she used to give my room when we were kids, and Mom made her help me clean it. What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? She asks, picking up a printout about Chinese Moon Festival traditions. I'm trying to find an international holiday tradition that I can actually execute without making a complete fuss of myself. Language, she says automatically, then sits down across from me at the kitchen island. Talk me through what you've got so far. I gesture helplessly at the paper hurricane surrounding us. I've got nothing. Every tradition I research is either too complicated for my skill set or so obvious that half the other contestants will probably choose the same thing. I need something that's authentic enough to respect the cultural significance, but simple enough that I won't crash and burn trying to execute it. Brandon opens my laptop and starts scrolling through the tabs I have open. Damn, you really have been researching. Polish mazurek, Filipino polvoron, Lebanese mamoul. You've covered half the globe. And I'm still nowhere closer to a decision. What about this one? Francine holds up a page about Italian Befana traditions. The Epiphany celebration with the witch who brings gifts? Too similar to Christmas cookies. Everyone's going to expect Italian entries to be variations on anise or almond biscotti. Okay, what about... Brandon keeps scrolling. Korean Chuseok traditions? Or maybe something from Brazilian Festa Junina? I drop my head into my hands and resist the urge to sweep everything off the counter in frustration. I don't know anything about Korean flavors. And Brazilian? I wouldn't even know where to start with the ingredient sourcing. The kitchen falls quiet except for the hum of the industrial refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic on Main Street. When I finally look up, both my siblings are staring at me with identical expressions that I recognize from childhood, the look that usually preceded them ganging up on me about something. What? You know, Francine says carefully, there might be another approach to this whole situation. Such as? Well, Brandon jumps in, you're not the only baker in this contest who's dealing with the same challenge. Maybe instead of trying to figure this out alone, you could... Could what? They exchange one of those silent sibling communication looks that have always annoyed the hell out of me. You could collaborate, Francine finishes. Pool resources. Share knowledge. I stare at them like they've both lost their goddamn minds. Collaborate? In a competition? Are you insane? Not collaborate on the actual entry, Brandon clarifies quickly. Just on the research phase. Compare notes, bounce ideas off each other, help each other understand the cultural significance behind different traditions so you can both create more authentic entries. With who exactly? Janet Morrison? Mr. Chen? Sarah Kim? Another one of those looks passes between them. With Miranda, Francine says quietly. The suggestion hits me like a physical blow. I actually lean back in my chair, staring at my sister like she's just suggested I set fire to the bakery. Absolutely not. Caleb. No, hell no. Are you out of your minds? Think about it logically, Brandon says, holding up his hands in a gesture that's supposed to be calming, but just makes me want to throw something at him. She's struggling with the same challenge you are, and she's got a completely different background and skill set. Maybe between the two of you. Between the two of us, one of us would end up committing murder, and my money's on it being me. You're being dramatic, Francine says. I'm being realistic. Miranda Bennett and I can barely be in the same room together without starting an argument. You want me to voluntarily spend time researching with her? Planning with her? The woman who thinks everything we do here is soulless corporate nonsense? Maybe that's exactly why it would work, Brandon says. You see the technical side. She sees the artistic side. You understand execution. She understands innovation. Combined, you might both come up with stronger individual entries than either of you would alone. I can feel my jaw clenching so hard it's starting to ache. I don't need her help. I'll figure this out on my own. Really? Francine's voice carries that particular edge she gets when she thinks I'm being stubborn for no good reason. Because, from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been figuring it out on your own for 3 hours and you're no closer to a solution than when you started. I just need more time. Caleb. Brandon leans forward, his expression serious. This isn't like the other contests. This isn't about executing a perfect version of something you already know how to make. This is about understanding cultural context and translating that into something meaningful. That requires a different kind of thinking. The kind of thinking Miranda's good at, Francine adds. I'm not collaborating with Miranda Bennett. Why not? Because the thought of spending hours alone with her, bent over cookbooks and research materials, watching her get that focused expression she gets when she's working through a creative problem, is dangerous as hell. Because I'm already having trouble keeping my reactions to her strictly professional, and adding voluntary proximity to the mix seems like a recipe for disaster. Because despite everything I tell myself about our rivalry being purely competitive, there's something about the way she looked at me in the community center tonight that made my chest tight and my thoughts scatter in directions they have no business going. Because we're competitors, I say instead. Because she's made it clear that she thinks I'm everything wrong with modern baking. Because working together would be complicated as hell and probably end with both of us making worse entries than we would have individually. Or, Francine says quietly, it might end with both of you creating something amazing. I stand up abruptly, needing to move, needing to do something with the restless energy that's been building in my chest since the meeting. I appreciate the suggestion, but I'm handling this alone. I always have, and I always will. That's not necessarily a good thing, Brandon mutters. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Forget it. But I can see it in both their faces. That look of concern mixed with frustration that means they think I'm making a mistake. But they're not going to push it any further tonight. At least not directly. I start gathering up the scattered papers and printouts, trying to create some semblance of order from the chaos. I'll figure something out. I always do. Of course you will, Francine says, but her tone suggests she's not entirely convinced.
Chapter 7. Miranda. The snow falls in fat, lazy flakes that catch on my eyelashes as Georgia and I make our way through the Sugar Grove Winter Festival. The whole downtown area has been transformed into something straight out of a holiday movie, with twinkling lights strung between the lampposts and wooden stalls, selling everything from hand-knitted scarves to maple syrup candies. I still can't believe you haven't decided on your cookie yet, Georgia says, adjusting her bright purple scarf as we approach a booth selling hot cocoa. You've been thinking about this for days. I've been overthinking about this for days, I correct, pulling my wallet out of my coat pocket. There's a difference. 2 hot cocos, please. The teenage vendor hands us steaming paper cups topped with mini marshmallows, and I wrap my gloved fingers around the warmth gratefully. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees since this morning, and my nose is already starting to feel numb despite my carefully wrapped scarf. Walk me through what you've got so far, Georgia says as we weave between families and couples browsing the various stalls. That's the problem. I've got too much. I take a careful sip of cocoa, savoring the rich chocolate and hint of cinnamon. I keep researching different holiday traditions and getting completely overwhelmed by all the possibilities. Every culture has beautiful celebrations, meaningful foods, incredible stories behind their traditions. Such as? Well, there's Dia de los Muertos sugar skulls from Mexico, but translating that into cookies feels like it might be appropriative if I don't do it perfectly. Then there's Chinese New Year almond cookies, but they're already pretty well known. I looked into Diwali celebrations and the sweets they make in India, but the flavor profiles are so complex, and I'd want to make sure I'm being respectful of the cultural significance. Georgia nods thoughtfully as we pause to watch a group of carolers performing near the gazebo. Their voices blend beautifully in the crisp air, creating harmony that seems to float above the general festival chatter. "What about something from your own background?" she suggests. "African American holiday traditions?" I thought about that too. Kwanzaa celebrations, traditional Christmas cookies that have been passed down through families in the South. But I keep feeling like I'm playing it safe, you know? Like I'm choosing something because it's expected rather than because it truly speaks to me. We continue walking, passing a booth selling handmade ornaments and another featuring local artisans demonstrating pottery techniques. The festival has this magical quality where everything feels possible, where creativity seems to sparkle in the air along with the snowflakes. "Maybe that's your problem," Georgia says, stopping to examine a display of wood-carved figurines. "You're thinking too much about what's expected and not enough about what inspires you." Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to present in front of judges and compete against... I trail off, not wanting to finish that sentence. "Against Caleb?" "Against everyone," I say quickly, but Georgia's knowing look tells me she's not buying it. "You know, it's okay to admit that he gets under your skin." "He doesn't get under my skin. He just represents everything about baking that I find frustrating. The focus on technical perfection over creativity, the emphasis on tradition over innovation, the whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality that keeps our industry from evolving." "Uh-huh." George's tone is maddeningly neutral. And the fact that he's ridiculously attractive has nothing to do with how flustered you get around him. "I don't get flustered around him. I get annoyed around him. There's a difference." "If you say so." We approach a cluster of food stalls, and the mingled aromas of funnel cake, roasted nuts, and grilled sausages make my stomach rumble. One booth in particular catches my attention. An elderly woman with kind eyes and weathered hands is demonstrating the art of making traditional Polish pierogi. My grandmother taught me this recipe when I was just a little girl in Krakow. She's telling a small crowd of observers. Every Christmas Eve, our whole family would gather in the kitchen. The women would roll the dough, the children would help with the filling, and the men would pretend they were too important to help, but always somehow ended up stealing pieces when they thought no one was looking. Her hands move with practiced ease as she demonstrates the folding technique, creating perfect little pouches that she places carefully on a floured board. But the real magic wasn't in the recipe itself. It was in the stories we shared while we worked. My grandmother would tell us about the old country, about traditions that connected us to generations of family we'd never meet, but whose love we carried forward in every fold of dough. Something clicks in my chest as I watch her work. Not just the technical skill, though that's impressive, but the way she talks about the connection between food and memory, between cooking and storytelling. This is what's been missing from my approach to the contest. "The pierogi were just food," she continues, now filling each pocket with a mixture of potato and cheese. "But the tradition of making them together, of passing down the stories and the techniques from one generation to the next, that was what kept our family connected to our heritage, even when we were thousands of miles from home." "Georgia," I whisper, grabbing her arm. "That's it." "What's it?" "The connection between food and family stories, between recipes and cultural memory. My mind is already racing. Pieces of an idea, forming faster than I can organize them. I've been thinking about this all wrong. I've been trying to choose someone else's tradition and interpret it. But what I should be doing is thinking about the role that food plays in preserving and sharing cultural identity. I'm not following Polish Wigilia traditions, the Christmas Eve dinner that brings families together, but not just the food, the whole concept of how sharing meals creates community and passes down cultural knowledge. I'm talking faster now, excitement building as the idea takes shape. I could create cookies that tell the story of immigration, of how families maintain their cultural identity through food traditions, even when they're building new lives in a new country. Georgia's eyes light up as she catches on to my enthusiasm. That's brilliant. And it's personal without being appropriative, because you're focusing on the universal experience of using food to maintain cultural connections. Exactly. I could incorporate traditional Polish spices, maybe cardamom and anise, but present them in a way that reflects the American immigrant experience. Something that honors the tradition while acknowledging how it evolves when families plant new roots. The elderly woman finishes her demonstration and begins serving samples of the finished pierogi to her audience. When she offers us each a small plate, I accept gratefully and take a careful bite. The flavors are comforting and complex, familiar somehow, even though I've never tasted anything quite like it. This is perfect, I tell her. Thank you for sharing your story. She smiles warmly. Food is meant to be shared, dear. Recipes are just ingredients until they bring people together. As Georgia and I move away from the booth, I'm practically vibrating with creative energy. I need to get home and start researching proper spice combinations. And I want to read more about traditional Polish Christmas celebrations. Make sure I understand the cultural context properly. Slow down there, speed racer. Let's finish enjoying the festival first. But my mind is already consumed with possibilities. Traditional shortbread as the base maybe, but infused with the warm spices of Polish holiday baking, shaped into something that represents both tradition and adaptation. Maybe star shapes to represent the journey, or braided forms that echo the complexity of cultural identity. We're passing by the hot cider booth when I spot a familiar figure in the crowd ahead. Caleb is standing near a stall selling handmade woodwork, his sandy hair dusted with snowflakes and his nose red from the cold. He's wearing a dark green coat that makes his eyes look even bluer than usual, and despite the winter chill, he's managed to maintain that effortless attractiveness that never fails to catch me off guard. He's not alone. Francine is examining a carved nativity set while Caleb stands beside her looking distinctly uncomfortable. Even from this distance, I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way he keeps checking his phone like he's looking for an excuse to leave. Is that? Georgia starts. We need to go, I say quickly, grabbing her arm and steering her toward a different path through the festival. Why? What's wrong with saying hello? Nothing's wrong. I just don't want to deal with any awkward small talk right now. I'm in a good creative headspace and I don't want anything to disrupt that. It's a perfectly reasonable explanation that happens to be complete nonsense. The truth is that seeing Caleb looking adorably windswept and frustrated makes something flutter in my chest that I absolutely do not have time to analyze right now, especially not when I've finally found my inspiration for the contest and need to focus on that instead of whatever complicated feelings keep surfacing whenever he's around. Miranda, come on, let's check out the craft booths on the other side. I want to see if anyone's selling vintage cookie cutters. I pull Georgia in the opposite direction, weaving between families and couples until we're safely out of Caleb's line of sight. My heart is beating faster than it should be from such a simple encounter that wasn't even really an encounter at all.
Chapter 8. Caleb. The bakery feels different at night. Without the usual bustle of customers and staff, the silence amplifies every sound. The hum of the industrial refrigerators, the tick of the vintage clock on the wall, the frustrated sigh that escapes my lips as I stare down at another batch of failed cookies. I scrape the burnt edges of what was supposed to be my interpretation of traditional German Lebkuchen off the parchment paper. The spices acrid and bitter instead of warm and inviting. That's attempt number 4 tonight, and each one has been worse than the last. What the hell is wrong with me? I mutter, dumping the cookies into the trash bin with more force than necessary. Why can't I get this right? The sound echoes through the empty kitchen, mocking. 3 weeks ago, I could make a perfect batch of sugar cookies blindfolded. Now I can't even manage to balance cinnamon and ginger without turning everything into charcoal or producing something that tastes like cardboard. I lean against the stainless steel counter, running my hands through my hair. The familiar weight of the bakery around me, the shelves lined with supplies, the ovens that have been my domain for years, the recipe cards written in my grandmother's careful script. None of it feels comforting tonight. Instead, it all feels like evidence of my failure. The International Cultural Traditions theme should be straightforward. Pick a culture, research their holiday baking traditions, create something respectful and delicious. Simple. Except every time I try to execute, something goes wrong. The Mexican polveronis turned out dry as sawdust. The Italian ricciarelli were so sweet they made my teeth ache. And don't even get me started on my attempted Scottish shortbread that somehow managed to be both greasy and flavorless. I pull out my phone and scroll through the research I've compiled. Pages of notes about traditional spices, historical context, proper techniques. All the information is there, laid out logically, but translating it into actual baking feels impossible. Like trying to paint a masterpiece when you've suddenly forgotten how to hold a brush. The worst part is knowing that Miranda is probably killing it. She has this natural intuition for flavors, this ability to take traditional concepts and make them her own without losing the essence of what makes them special. I've seen her work enough times to know that creativity flows through her, like it's as natural as breathing. Meanwhile, I'm standing in my own kitchen like an amateur who can't figure out why his cookies keep turning into hockey pucks. I measure out ingredients for another attempt, this time going back to basics with a simple butter cookie base that I'll flavor with cardamom and rosewater, inspired by Middle Eastern mamul. My hands move through the familiar motions of creaming butter and sugar, but even this feels off. The texture isn't quite right, the butter too cold despite sitting at room temperature for an hour. "Come on," I growl at the mixture. "Work with me here." But the dough fights me at every step, too dry, then too wet when I add more egg. The cardamom overwhelms everything, making the whole batch taste like I dumped perfume into cookie dough. By the time I pull them from the oven, they look like sad, flat discs that crumble when I try to lift them from the pan. I take one bite and immediately spit it out. It's awful. Not just mediocre or slightly off, but actually inedible. The kind of baking failure that would make my grandmother roll over in her grave. That's it. I'm done. "Damn it," I whisper. I grab the entire sheet pan and dump the whole mess into the trash, not caring that the hot pan clatters against the metal bin. The sound of $30 worth of ingredients hitting the garbage should bother me more than it does, but right now I'm too pissed to care about waste. This isn't me. I don't fail at baking. I don't struggle with basic techniques or produce cookies that belong in a dumpster behind a gas station. I'm Caleb Hart, third-generation baker, winner of more local competitions than I can count. I should be able to nail this contest in my sleep. But here I am, alone in my kitchen at 10 o'clock at night, staring at evidence of my complete incompetence scattered across every available surface. I slump against the counter and close my eyes, forcing myself to acknowledge what I've been avoiding all week. I'm in over my head. This contest requires something I don't have. The ability to step outside my comfort zone and create something genuinely innovative while still honoring cultural traditions I don't fully understand. Francine's voice echoes in my head from our conversation yesterday. Maybe you should ask Miranda for help. At the time, I dismissed it as ridiculous. Ask my biggest competition for assistance? Admit that I'm struggling with something that should be second nature? The idea felt like professional suicide. But now, surrounded by the evidence of my failures, it's starting to sound less like suicide and more like the only rational option left. Miranda knows this kind of baking. She understands how to balance respect for tradition with creative interpretation. She has the cultural sensitivity and technical skill that I'm clearly lacking. And despite our rivalry, despite the tension that crackles between us every time we're in the same room, I know she's not the type to sabotage a competitor just for the satisfaction of winning. The question is whether she'd be willing to help me after years of barely civil interactions and professional competition, whether she'd see my request as genuine or as some kind of manipulation, whether she'd laugh in my face for needing assistance with something I should be able to handle myself. The thought of her laughing makes my stomach twist, but not for the reasons I expect. It's not just wounded pride or professional embarrassment. There's something else there, something that has to do with the way her eyes light up when she talks about baking, the way her whole body seems to come alive when she's working on a new creation. The idea of disappointing her, of confirming whatever low opinion she might have of my abilities, bothers me more than it should. I pull out my phone and scroll to her contact information. Just her name and number, no photo, nothing personal. We've exchanged information for professional reasons over the years, coordinating festival booths, sharing supplier contacts, the basic networking that happens in a small town where everyone in the same industry knows each other. But this would be different. Personal, almost. Admitting vulnerability to someone who has every reason to want to see me fail. My thumb hovers over her number. One call, one text, and I could set up a meeting for tomorrow morning. Ask for her help, swallow my pride, and maybe actually learn something that could save this contest for me. The alternative is continuing to struggle alone and probably producing something mediocre at best. I think about Miranda's hands as she works, confident, graceful, completely in control of whatever medium she's shaping. I think about the way she tastes her creations, that little furrow between her eyebrows as she considers flavor balance and texture. I think about working beside her, watching her process, maybe understanding how she makes the magic happen. Working closely with an attractive, talented woman like Miranda. The thought sends heat through my chest that has nothing to do with the warm kitchen around me. She's beautiful, obviously, the kind of striking presence that makes people stop and stare when she walks into a room. Her natural hair frames her face in ways that make my fingers itch to touch, and her smile, on the rare occasions when it's genuine and unguarded, could stop traffic. But it's more than just physical attraction. There's something about her passion for her craft, her willingness to push boundaries and challenge conventions, that draws me in despite myself. She bakes like she's creating art, not just food. Like every cookie, every pastry, every experimental flavor combination is a chance to tell a story or evoke an emotion. That's what I've been missing. The story. The emotional connection that transforms good baking into something memorable. I know the techniques, I understand the science, but I've been approaching this contest like it's a technical challenge instead of a creative opportunity. Miranda could teach me that. Not just the specific skills I need for this contest, but the mindset that makes her work so compelling. The willingness to take risks, to fail spectacularly in service of creating something truly special. Of course, spending time with her also means dealing with the attraction I've been steadfastly ignoring for years. The way my pulse quickens when she's close enough that I can smell her perfume. Something warm and spicy that makes me think of exotic destinations and midnight conversations. The way her laugh, when it's genuine instead of sarcastic, makes me want to find excuses to hear it again. Working with her would be playing with fire in more ways than one. But at this point, the alternative is accepting defeat before the contest even begins. I set the phone down without making the call. Tomorrow morning, I decide. I'll go to her shop first thing before I lose my nerve. I'll ask for her help and hope she doesn't laugh in my face for needing it. The cleanup takes another hour, washing mixing bowls and sheet pans, wiping down surfaces, disposing of all the evidence of tonight's disasters. By the time I lock up and head home, my confidence feels as battered as the failed cookies I threw away. But underneath the frustration and wounded pride, there's something else. Anticipation, maybe. The possibility that tomorrow morning might change everything.
Chapter 9. Miranda. The morning light struggles through the frost-covered windows of sweet inspirations, casting everything in a pale, ethereal glow. I've been here since 5:30, kneading dough for today's croissants while fat snowflakes drift past the glass like lazy dancers. Georgia texted me at dawn. Her car won't start in this weather, and honestly, I'm not sure anyone's going to venture out in this mess anyway. The snow started around midnight and hasn't stopped. What began as gentle flurries has transformed into something more serious. The kind of heavy, wet snowfall that makes tree branches bow and power lines sag. I keep glancing at the door, wondering if I should just flip the closed sign and call it a day. My hands work the croissant dough with practiced efficiency, folding and turning, creating the delicate layers that will puff into buttery perfection. This kind of meditative work usually calms me, but today my mind keeps wandering to the contest. My Polish cookie idea still needs tweaking, still needs perfecting to make sure the theme is clear and the cultural significance is maintained. But I think this is a winner. For my own sanity, I hope it is. The familiar chime of my front door makes me look up from the dough. Through the flour-dusted air, I watch Caleb Hart shake snow from his coat, stamping his boots on the mat. He's carrying another one of those containers, the same type he brought last week when he tried to extend an olive branch to me. "We're closed," I call out, not bothering to hide my irritation. In case you hadn't noticed, there's a blizzard happening. He looks up, and I catch something in his expression that I wasn't expecting. Uncertainty, maybe. Vulnerability. It sits strangely on his usually confident features. "I know you're closed. I saw the sign." He holds up the container. "But I need to talk to you." If this is about the contest, it is. He moves closer to the counter, his blue eyes serious. "Miranda, I need your help." The words hang in the air between us like something fragile and unexpected. Caleb Hart, golden boy of Sugar Grove Baking, asking me for help. I pause in my folding, studying his face for any sign that this is some kind of joke or manipulation. "Excuse me?" He sets the container on my counter, with more force than necessary. "I'm messing this up. The whole cultural traditions thing, I can't get it right. Every batch I make turns out like garbage." I can't hide my surprise. Caleb admitting failure isn't something I ever expected to witness. "So make sugar cookies shaped like little flags. Problem solved." That's not... He runs his hand through his hair, leaving tracks in the sandy brown strands. "That's exactly the kind I'd normally do. And it's not enough. Not for this contest. I need to create something that actually honors the culture I'm representing, not just some surface-level nonsense." There's genuine frustration in his voice, the kind of professional desperation I recognize because I felt it myself. But that doesn't mean I'm ready to help my biggest competition. "And you think I'm going to teach you?" I resume folding the dough, keeping my hands busy. "Why would I help you beat me?" "Because you're the best baker in this town, and we both know it." The compliment catches me off guard. I look up to find him watching me with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter traitorously. Don't think flattery is going to work on me, Caleb. It's not flattery. It's the truth. He leans against my counter, and I catch a whiff of his cologne, something clean and woodsy that makes me want to step closer. You have this instinct for flavors, for taking traditional concepts and making them your own without losing what makes them special. I've watched you work, Miranda. I've tasted what you create. You understand the soul of baking in a way that I'm just now realizing I don't. His honesty disarms me more than any charm offensive could. I want to stay irritated, to maintain the professional distance that's served us both well over the years, but there's something in his expression that makes me hesitate. "What's in the container?" "My latest disaster. Cardamom and rosé water cookies that taste like perfume mixed with sawdust." He pushes it toward me. "Go ahead, try one. See exactly how badly I'm screwing this up." Against my better judgment, I lift the lid. The cookies inside look decent enough, golden brown, properly shaped. But when I take a bite, I understand immediately what he means. The cardamom is overpowering, the rosewater cloying instead of delicate. It's not inedible exactly, but it's not good either. Jesus, Caleb, What did you do? Dump the entire spice jar in there? Probably. He looks genuinely miserable. I keep trying to force the flavors instead of letting them develop naturally. Everything comes out either bland as hell or so intense it's like getting punched in the face. I study his face, looking for any sign that this is an elaborate manipulation, but all I see is frustration and genuine professional crisis, the kind of creative block that can destroy a baker's confidence if it goes on too long. Why me? I ask finally. There are other bakers in town. Hell, you could hire a consultant. Because none of them understand this the way you do. And because he trails off, something shifting in his expression. Because I respect what you do, even if I've never said it before. The admission hangs between us, loaded with years of unspoken rivalry and professional tension. I want to say no. Every rational part of my brain is screaming that helping him is professional suicide. But there's something about his vulnerability that gets under my skin. I don't know, Caleb. This feels like... My phone buzzes against the counter, interrupting my thoughts. The emergency alert makes both of us freeze. Blizzard warning. Shelter in place immediately. Heavy snow and dangerous wind conditions expected through 8 p.m. Do not travel. Caleb pulls out his own phone, frowning at the screen. Damn, I need to get back to... He moves toward the door but stops short. Through the glass, we can both see that the snow has piled up against the entrance, creating a white wall that reaches halfway up the doorframe. What started as manageable snowfall has transformed into something serious. Well, damn. He tries the door anyway, putting his shoulder against it, but it doesn't budge. The snow is too deep, too heavy. I check the back exit, but it's the same story. We're effectively trapped, the building surrounded by snowdrifts that would take hours to dig through, even if we had proper equipment. Looks like you're stuck here, I say, trying to keep my voice light despite the sudden spike in my pulse. Hope you're not claustrophobic. Caleb turns from the door, his expression unreadable. Miranda, Don't. I hold up my hand, needing to process this development. Alone in my bakery with Caleb Hart for potentially the next 10 hours, the same man who just asked for my help, who looked at me with those blue eyes and admitted professional vulnerability. The same man whose presence makes my skin feel too tight and my thoughts scatter like flour in the wind. We'll figure it out, I say finally. The snow can't last forever. But even as I say it, I know this changes everything. Whatever decision I was about to make about helping him, whatever professional boundaries I've maintained over the years, they're all about to be tested by proximity and time and the strange intimacy of being snowbound together. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling the windows and sending more snow swirling past the glass. Inside, the silence stretches between us, charged with possibility and the sudden realization that we're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Chapter 10. Caleb. The reality of our situation settles over the bakery like the snow settling outside. Miranda stands behind her counter, hands still dusted with flour, looking like she's calculating escape routes that don't exist. The emergency alert keeps buzzing on both our phones. More warnings, more reasons why we're not going anywhere until this storm passes. I watch her jaw tighten as she processes what this means. Years of carefully maintained professional distance, about to be tested by hours of forced proximity. Part of me wonders if she's thinking the same thing I am, that maybe this is exactly what we both need, even if neither of us wants to admit it. Well, since we're stuck here anyway, I say, shrugging out of my coat and hanging it on the back of a chair. Might as well make good use of the time. What's that supposed to mean? You were about to turn me down, weren't you? About helping me with the contest. I roll up my sleeves, noting how her eyes track the movement. But now we've got nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do. Perfect opportunity for you to show me exactly how badly I'm messing up these cultural recipes. Miranda crosses her arms and I recognize the defensive posture. She's building walls faster than the snow is building outside. Just because we're trapped together doesn't mean I'm going to help you beat me, Caleb. Then don't think of it as helping me. I move closer to the counter, close enough to smell the vanilla and cinnamon that seems to cling to her skin. Think of it as showing off. Prove to me exactly how much better you are at this cultural baking thing. Her eyebrow arches and I catch a flicker of interest before she covers it with skepticism. You think reverse psychology is going to work on me? I think you can't resist the chance to demonstrate your superior skills. I gesture toward the kitchen area behind her. Come on, Miranda. What were you working on before I showed up? Let me watch a master at work. She hesitates, glancing toward her workstation where half-finished croissants wait for attention. The professional side of her wars with whatever personal reservations she has about letting me into her creative space. I was making croissants, she says finally. Nothing fancy, just regular butter croissants for the display case. Show me your technique. I bet it's different from mine. Why would you want to learn my techniques? Aren't you worried I'll contaminate your precious Hart family methods? The bite in her voice tells me I've hit a nerve, probably one I've been pressing for years without realizing it. The assumption that my family's reputation automatically makes my approach superior, when the truth is I've been watching her work for years and learning from it whether I admitted it or not. Maybe I'm tired of the Hart family methods, I say quietly. Maybe I want to learn something new. She studies my face like she's looking for the catch, the hidden agenda. Fair enough, we've been competitors for so long that cooperation probably feels like a foreign concept to both of us. Fine, she says finally. But you follow my lead. Touch nothing without permission. This is my kitchen, my rules. Yes, ma'am. The hint of a smile tugs at her lips before she suppresses it. She moves to the sink, washing her hands with the kind of methodical precision I've noticed in all her work. Everything deliberate, purposeful. First rule, she says, drying her hands on a clean towel. Laminated dough is about temperature control and patience. You can't rush it, you can't force it. The butter has to be exactly the right consistency, or the whole thing falls apart. I watch her return to her workstation where a block of dough waits next to a perfectly rectangular slab of butter. The butter looks different from what I usually use. Softer, more pliable. European-style butter, she explains, catching my stare. Higher fat content, better flavor, worth the extra cost. I use regular butter. I know. I can taste the difference in your croissants. She positions the butter on the dough with mathematical precision. They're good, but they could be better. The criticism should sting, but instead, I find myself leaning forward, genuinely interested in her process. She begins folding the dough over the butter, her movements fluid and confident. Can I gesture toward the workspace. She glances up, suspicion flickering across her features. Can you what? Help. Even if it's just watching up close. I want to see how you create those layers. For a moment, I think she's going to refuse. Her hands pause in their work, and I can practically see her weighing the pros and cons of letting me into her professional space. Then she steps slightly to the side, making room at the counter. Don't touch anything, she warns. Just observe. I move to stand beside her, close enough to see the precise way she seals the edges of the dough, close enough to catch that vanilla scent again. The proximity makes my pulse kick up, but I force myself to focus on her technique. The key is keeping everything cold, she explains, her voice taking on the tone of someone who genuinely loves teaching. If the butter gets too warm, it'll blend with the dough instead of staying in distinct layers. No layers, no flaky texture. She demonstrates the first fold, turning the dough like she's closing a letter. Her hands move with the kind of confidence that comes from years of practice, thousands of croissants perfected. How many times do you fold it? 3 times, with chilling periods between each fold. Creates exactly the right number of layers. She wraps the dough in plastic, heading for the refrigerator. Most people try to rush this part. They want instant gratification. And you think I'm one of those people? She pauses at the refrigerator door, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Aren't you? The Hart family bakery has always been about efficiency, about turning out large quantities quickly. When's the last time you spent an entire day on a single batch of pastries? The question hits closer to home than I want to admit. She's right. I do focus on efficiency, on meeting demand rather than perfecting craft. It's what the business requires, what my family expects. Maybe I want to change that, I say quietly. Something shifts in her expression, surprise replacing skepticism. She studies my face like she's seeing me clearly for the first time. While that chills, I can show you my Polish cookie technique, she says finally. If you really want to learn. I do. She moves to a different workstation, one that's clearly been set up for cookie production. Bowls of various spices line the counter, along with what looks like several different types of flour. These are pierogi rugalak, she explains, gathering ingredients. Adapted for cookies. They're filled with a sweet cheese mixture and shaped like tiny pierogi. I watch her measure spices with the same precision she applied to the croissant dough. Everything weighed, nothing approximated. Can I help with something small? I ask. Maybe measure ingredients? She hesitates, her protective instincts clearly warring with something else. You can crack eggs, she says finally. Into that bowl. 2 eggs. It's a simple task, one that any decent baker should be able to handle without supervision. But the fact that she's letting me participate at all feels like a small victory. I crack the eggs cleanly, no shells, and slide the bowl toward her. Good, she says, and the simple approval makes something warm unfurl in my chest. Now watch how I incorporate them. She begins building the dough, explaining each step as she works. Her passion for the craft comes through in every word, every gesture. This isn't just baking for her. It's storytelling, cultural preservation, article. The filling is what makes these special, she continues, mixing cream cheese with sugar and vanilla. My grandmother used to make cookies like this. She'd say the shape brought good luck, like carrying prosperity in your pocket. Is that why you chose this recipe for the contest? Partly. She glances up from her mixing bowl, but also because it represents something authentic. Not just flavors thrown together to win a prize, but actual cultural significance. The implied criticism stings because it's accurate. My approach to the contest has been exactly that, throwing flavors together, hoping something would stick. Show me how to shape them, I say. This time, her hesitation is brief. She demonstrates on a small piece of dough, creating perfect little half-moons that do indeed look like miniature pierogi. Like this. Seal the edges firmly or the filling will leak during baking. I try to copy her movement, my attempt decidedly less graceful than hers. The shape is wrong, the sealing incomplete. Here. She reaches over, her fingers covering mine as she guides the dough. Feel how much pressure you need. Not too much or you'll tear it. Not too little or it won't hold. Her touch is warm, sure, and entirely too distracting. I find myself focusing more on the way her hand feels over mine than on the dough technique she's demonstrating. When she realizes our proximity, she pulls back quickly, color rising in her cheeks. Try again, she says, her voice slightly breathless. I attempt another cookie, this one marginally better than the first. She nods approvingly, and I feel ridiculously pleased by her validation. You're learning, she admits. It just takes practice. We work in companionable silence for a while, shaping cookies side by side. The storm continues outside, but inside the bakery feels warm and safe, filled with the sense of butter and spices and possibility. Why did you really come here today? Miranda asks suddenly, not looking up from her work. The question catches me off guard with its directness. I could give her the surface answer, that I needed help with the contest, that I was desperate enough to swallow my pride. But something about this moment, about the vulnerability of learning from her, makes me want to be honest. Because I've been watching you bake for years, I say quietly, and I've been jealous as hell of your instincts, your creativity. Everything I do feels mechanical compared to what you create. She does look up then, surprise clear in her dark eyes. You've been jealous? Of me? Hell yes. You make it look like art. I make it look like assembly line work. For a moment, her expression softens, the defensive walls lowering just slightly. Your work isn't mechanical, Caleb. It's just different, more focused on consistency, on meeting demand. That's a polite way of saying boring. I didn't say boring. She hesitates, then adds, though maybe playing it safe. The assessment is fair, even if it stings my pride. I have been playing it safe, relying on family recipes and proven techniques instead of pushing boundaries the way she does. So teach me, I say. Show me how to stop playing it safe. She studies my face again, looking for sincerity or hidden motives. Whatever she sees there makes her nod slowly. Okay, she says, but we're doing this my way. No shortcuts, no rushing. If you want to learn, you learn properly. Deal. The timer for her croissants chimes, and she moves to retrieve them from the refrigerator. As she begins the second fold, I watch her hands work the dough with practiced ease, already mentally cataloging the differences between her technique and mine. Outside, the snow continues to fall, trapping us together in this warm bubble of flour and butter and growing understanding. Miranda's walls are still firmly in place, but they're not impenetrable. For the first time in years, I'm seeing glimpses of the woman behind the professional facade, the artist behind the competition. And I want to see more.
Chapter 11. Miranda. The timer chimes for the final batch of pierogi rugelach, and I pull them from the oven, their golden surfaces gleaming under the bakery's warm lights. The sweet aroma of cheese and pastry fills the air, mixing with the lingering scents of butter and vanilla from our earlier work. These look incredible, Caleb says, peering over my shoulder as I set the tray on the cooling rack. His proximity sends an unwelcome shiver down my spine, one I quickly suppress. They need to cool for a few minutes. I glance toward the front windows, where snow continues to streak past in thick diagonal lines. Looks like we're not going anywhere soon. We've been here for over 3 hours now, and the storm shows no signs of letting up. My phone buzzes with another weather alert. Travel remains inadvisable, roads still impassable. The reality of being trapped here with Caleb is starting to feel less like a temporary inconvenience and more like some cosmic joke at my expense. Want some coffee? I ask, moving toward the espresso machine. Anything to put some distance between us, to break whatever spell his presence is weaving around my better judgment. That sounds perfect. I busy myself with the familiar ritual of grinding beans and steaming milk, hyper aware of Caleb settling into one of the small cafe tables I keep for customers. He looks too large for the delicate bistro chair, his broad frame making the entire setup seem miniature. So, he says as I work, how long have you been perfecting that rugelach recipe? For a few days now. It's so hard to get the dough consistency right. I concentrate on creating the perfect microfoam, letting the mechanical process calm my nerves. The original pierogi dough is much heartier, designed for savory fillings. Converting it to work with sweet fillings while maintaining the traditional shape was challenging. Worth it, though. They look like tiny pieces of art. The genuine admiration in his voice catches me off guard. This version of Caleb, curious, appreciative, willing to learn, is so different from the competitive rival I've faced across contest tables for years. It's disconcerting how much I like this version. I finish the coffee and bring 2 cups to the table, along with a small plate of the cooled cookies. Caleb immediately reaches for one, biting into it with the focused attention of someone genuinely evaluating the flavors. His eyes close as he chews, and I find myself holding my breath, waiting for his verdict. Damn, he says softly, opening his eyes to meet mine. Miranda, this is incredible. The pastry is flaky but tender, and that filling, it's like eating a cloud of vanilla heaven. Heat spreads through my chest at his praise, and I have to look away to hide how much his approval affects me. It's just a cookie. Nonsense. This is artistry. No wonder people rave like crazy about this place. I take a sip of my coffee, using the bitter warmth to ground myself. Well, the past contest judges didn't. They always preferred your stuff to mine. Yeah, but you deserve to win too. He leans back in his chair, studying me with those piercing blue eyes. I've been coasting on family reputation, improving techniques. You've been innovating. The admission surprises me. Caleb Hart, acknowledging that I might be the better baker. 6 months ago, I would have savored this moment, would have used it as ammunition in our ongoing professional war. Now it just makes me uncomfortable. Let's not turn this into a therapy session, I say, reaching for my own cookie. We're stuck here together, but that doesn't mean we need to bare our souls. Fair enough. He grins, and the expression transforms his face from handsome to devastating. How about a game instead? Something to pass the time. I raise an eyebrow. What kind of game? 20 questions, but not the guessing kind, the getting to know you kind. We ask each other questions, take turns. Has to be something we don't already know about each other. Every instinct I have screams that this is a terrible idea. Getting to know Caleb better is the last thing I should be doing, especially when we're alone in this intimate setting, sharing pastries and coffee like we're on some kind of date. But the alternative is sitting in awkward silence for however many more hours this storm lasts, and that seems worse. Fine, I say, but nothing too personal, and I go first. Deal. I consider my options, looking for something safe, professional. What's the worst baking disaster you've ever had? He laughs, the sound rich and warm in the quiet bakery. Easy. Last Christmas, I tried to make a croquembouche for my sister's engagement party. Confident as hell, figured how hard could it be? The caramel seized, the cream puffs deflated, and the whole thing collapsed into what looked like a crime scene. Had to order a cake from the grocery store at the last minute. A croquembouche. That's ambitious for someone who usually sticks to family recipes. Hence the disaster. He takes another bite of cookie, then looks at me expectantly. My turn. What made you want to be a baker? The question hits deeper than I expected, stirring memories I usually keep locked away. My grandmother. She lived with us when I was little, before she passed. She let me help her make these elaborate Sunday dinners, all these traditional recipes passed down through generations. I loved how food could bring people together, could carry stories and memories. That's beautiful, Caleb says softly, and something in his tone makes me look up. His expression is gentle, understanding, and it makes my chest tighten with unfamiliar emotion. Your turn, he says quickly, perhaps sensing my discomfort. What's something you've always wanted to try but were too afraid to attempt? He's quiet for a moment, considering. Macarons. I know it sounds stupid considering what I do for a living, but those things terrify me. All that precision, all those ways to mess up. I've never even attempted them. They're not that hard once you understand the technique, says the woman who probably makes perfect macarons in her sleep. I could teach you, I offer before I can stop myself. I mean, if this storm... I'd like that, he says, and his voice carries a warmth that makes my pulse quicken. My turn. What do you do when you're not baking? Read. Paint sometimes. I have a little studio space upstairs. I gesture toward the ceiling. Nothing fancy, just watercolors mostly. What about you? Woodworking. I have a shop in my garage. It's where I go when I need to think, when my hands need something to do besides knead dough. I try to picture Caleb with wood tools, his large hands crafting something delicate and beautiful, and the image sends an unwelcome flutter through my stomach. What do you make? Furniture mostly. Bowls, cutting boards. I made all the display stands in my bakery. He pauses, then adds, I'd like to make you something sometime, if you'd let me. The offer hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to examine. The air in the bakery feels charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. We should probably check the weather, I say, reaching for my phone, but Caleb's hand covers mine before I can grab it. His fingers warm and slightly rough from years of kitchen work. Miranda. I look up, and the intensity in his blue eyes steals my breath. He's leaning forward in his chair, close enough that I can see the small flecks of brown around his pupils, close enough to catch the scent of his cologne mixed with flour and coffee. I need to tell you something, he says quietly. This thing between us, this competition, this rivalry, I think it's been masking something else for a long time. My heart pounds against my ribs like a caged bird. Caleb, don't. Don't what? Don't tell you that I've been watching you for years, not just as competition, but as a woman. Don't admit that every contest we've competed in, part of me has been more focused on you than on winning. He's moving closer, or maybe I am, because suddenly the space between us has shrunk to nothing. His free hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin with devastating gentleness. Don't tell you that I've wanted to do this for longer than I care to admit. His lips are inches from mine when reality crashes back into my consciousness like cold water. I jerk away, my chair scraping against the floor as I put distance between us. We can't, I say breathlessly, my hand flying to my cheek where his touch still burns. We're rivals, Caleb. Competitors. This is exactly the kind of complication that ruins everything. He sits back, disappointment, and something that might be hurt flickering across his features. Right, of course. Competition first. The bitter edge to his voice makes my chest ache, but I force myself to stay where I am, to maintain the safe distance between us. It's not about that, I start, but he's already standing, moving to the front window. Snow's letting up, he says, his tone carefully neutral. I think I can make it home if I leave now. I follow his gaze and see that he's right. The heavy curtain of snow has thinned to scattered flakes, and the wind seems to have died down. The storm that trapped us together is finally releasing its hold. Caleb moves to the door, testing the handle. It resists at first, snow piled against it from outside, but he puts his shoulder to it and forces it open. Cold air rushes in, carrying the clean scent of fresh snow and the promise of escape. Caleb, wait! But he's already reaching for his coat, his movements efficient and final. He shrugs into it without looking at me, his jaw set in a hard line that erases all traces of the gentle man who was about to kiss me moments ago. Thanks for the lesson, he says formally, like we're strangers again. And the coffee. Have a good rest of your day, Miranda. He steps through the doorway into the white blanketed world beyond, and I'm left standing in my warm bakery, surrounded by the lingering sense of our shared afternoon and the sudden, devastating silence of his absence. I stare at the open door, snow blowing in around the frame, and realize that something fundamental has shifted between us, something I'm not sure either of us knows how to navigate. The easy antagonism of our rivalry has been complicated by this afternoon, by the glimpse of who we could be to each other if we weren't so determined to remain opponents. I move to close the door, shutting out the cold and the sight of Caleb's retreating figure, but I can't shut out the memory of his touch, or the way my name sounded on his lips, or the devastating knowledge that I wanted that kiss as much as he did.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Caleb. The grandfather clock in my foyer chimes 8 times as I pour myself a scotch, the amber liquid catching the warm light from the stone fireplace. 2 weeks until Christmas. 2 weeks until the charity contest that's been consuming my thoughts since that afternoon at Miranda's bakery. 4 days since she pulled away from what could have been the best damn kiss of my life. I settle into the leather armchair that's been my father's, then his father's before him, and stare into the flames dancing behind the glass doors. The mansion feels too big tonight, all these rooms echoing with the weight of family legacy and expectations. 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a kitchen that could service a restaurant, and a dining room that seats 12, all for one man who can't stop thinking about a woman who sees him as nothing more than competition. The international cultures theme has been rolling around in my head for days now, but everything I come up with feels forced, inauthentic. How do you honor a culture that isn't your own without appropriating it? How do you create something meaningful when you've spent your entire career playing it safe with proven recipes? Miranda's pierogi rugelach keeps haunting me. The way she seamlessly blended a Polish tradition into a savory cookie, creating something entirely new while respecting its origin. That's the kind of innovation I need, but every idea I sketch out in my notebook feels hollow compared to her artistry. I take a sip of scotch, letting the burn ground me. Maybe I should stick to what I know. Classic American cookies with international flair. Chocolate chip cookies with matcha. Snickerdoodles with cardamom. Safe choices that won't offend anyone or reveal how little I actually know about the world beyond Sugar Grove's borders. The fire crackles and I lean back, closing my eyes. I can still feel the phantom warmth of Miranda's skin under my fingertips, can still see the way her pupils dilated when I leaned closer. For a moment, she wanted that kiss as much as I did. I'm sure of it. But then her walls slammed back up, and she retreated behind that professional distance she wears like armor. Competition first. Always competition. Maybe she's right. Maybe this thing between us is just a distraction, a complication that'll mess up both our careers. The Hart family has never backed down from a challenge, and I've got a reputation to maintain. 3 generations of master bakers didn't build this legacy by getting distracted by pretty women. Except Miranda isn't just any woman. She's brilliant and passionate and creative in ways that make my traditional techniques look prehistoric. Watching her work is like watching an artist paint, every movement deliberate, every choice meaningful. The doorbell rings, cutting through my brooding like a knife. I glance at the antique clock again. 8:15 on a Tuesday night, snow still falling outside. Who the hell would be visiting at this hour? I set down my scotch and pad to the front door in my stocking feet, peering through the peephole. My heart stutters. Miranda stands on my front porch, bundled in a bright red coat that makes her dark skin glow, snow dusting her natural curls where they escape from her knit hat. She's bouncing slightly on her feet, either from cold or nervous energy, and she's holding what looks like a manila folder against her chest. I unlock the door and pull it open, cold air rushing in around her petite frame. "Miranda, what are you doing here?" I know it's late, and I know things were weird between us last time, but I had an idea. Her words tumble out in a rush, breath-forming white clouds between us. "For the contest. For you. For your entry." She's shivering, and despite my confusion, I step aside. "Christ, get in here before you freeze to death." She hurries past me into the warmth of the foyer, and I close the door behind her. She turns in a slow circle, taking in the soaring ceilings, the crystal chandelier, the sweeping staircase that curves up to the second floor. "Wow, this place is..." She trails off, brown eyes wide as she processes the full scope of Hart family wealth. "Excessive," I finish. "It's been in my family for 3 generations. Want some coffee? Something stronger?" "Coffee would be great." She's still clutching that folder, and her excitement is palpable, vibrating through the air between us like electricity. I lead her to the living room, gesturing for her to take the couch while I build up the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across her face as she settles into the deep cushions, finally setting the folder on the coffee table. "I'll get that coffee started," I say, but she waves me off. "Actually, can we just talk first? Before I lose my nerve?" I settle into the armchair across from her, curious despite myself. "What's this about, Miranda?" She opens the folder with trembling fingers, pulling out what looks like hand-drawn sketches and typed notes. Her whole face lights up with enthusiasm, and she's beautiful. Not just pretty, but beautiful in that way that makes your chest ache and your brain go stupid. "So I was thinking about the international cultures theme, and about what you said regarding authenticity. How do you honor a tradition without appropriating it?" She's talking faster now, her hands gesturing as she spreads papers across the table. "And then I remembered the story my grandmother told me about her best friend, who came here from the Philippines at a very young age." I lean forward, drawn in despite myself. When Miranda gets passionate about something, it's like watching a wildfire, impossible to look away from. She brought this recipe for bibingka. It's a traditional Filipino rice cake, usually made during Christmas. But she couldn't find the right ingredients here, so she adapted it, used what was available. She created something new while keeping the heart of the original. Miranda pulls out a detailed sketch of what looks like a cookie shaped like a small cake, with notes scribbled in the margins about ingredients and techniques. "What if you did something similar? Take a traditional holiday cookie from another culture and adapt it using American ingredients and techniques, but in a way that honors the original story." She's absolutely glowing with excitement, her eyes bright and her hands moving as she explains her research. She's found stories of immigrant families adapting their traditional recipes, creating fusion foods that honor their heritage while embracing their new home. "You could make your own version of bibingka cookies," she continues, "or maybe polish makowiak, poppy seed roll, reimagined as individual cookies, or Chinese almond cookies made with American-grown almonds and local honey. The ideas flow from her like water, each one more inspired than the last. She's done research, talked to families in town about their immigration stories, found ways to connect food with history and emotion. And she's giving all of this to me, her competitor, her rival. "Miranda," I say quietly, but she doesn't hear me, too caught up in her vision. "The key is to tell the story, not just make the food. Each cookie becomes a bridge between cultures, a celebration of how food evolves and adapts while keeping its soul intact." She looks up at me then, her face glowing with passion and creativity, and something inside my chest cracks wide open. This brilliant, generous woman who sees magic in flour and butter, who creates art with her hands and tells stories with her food. She's sitting in my living room in front of my fire, giving me the most perfect contest idea I've ever heard. Without thinking, without planning, I lean forward and cup her face in my hands. "You're incredible," I murmur, And then I'm kissing her. Her lips are soft and warm and taste like the peppermint tea she must have been drinking before she came here. For a heartbeat, she freezes, and I think she's going to pull away again, going to retreat behind those walls. But then she melts into me, her hands fisting in my shirt as she kisses me back with a hunger that matches my own.
Chapter 13. Miranda. His lips capture mine before I can process what's happening, and my brain short-circuits completely. Caleb Hart is kissing me in his massive living room in front of his fireplace after I just handed him the perfect contest strategy on a silver platter. I should pull away. I should remind him we're competitors, that this complicates everything, that I came here with pure intentions and a folder full of research, not to end up in his arms. Instead, I kiss him back. His mouth moves against mine with a confidence that makes my knees weak, and I find myself gripping his shirt like it's the only thing keeping me anchored to reality. The taste of scotch lingers on his tongue, warm and smoky, and when he deepens the kiss, I hear myself make a sound that's half gasp, half moan. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. The sight of him losing control like that, his head thrown back and muscles taut with pleasure, sends another small wave of heat through my oversensitive body. There's something intensely intimate about watching him finish, about being the one who brought him to this point. We're both breathing hard, the only sounds in the room, our ragged gasps and the crackling of the fire. I can feel his release cooling on my skin, can smell the musky scent of sex in the air, and the reality of what just happened starts to sink in. I made love with Caleb Hart on his couch, while snow falls outside and competition materials sit scattered on his coffee table, like silent witnesses to what we just did. My mind tries to process it all, but I feel stunned, like I've just been hit by lightning and I'm still seeing stars. The logical part of my brain wants to panic, wants to list all the reasons this was a terrible idea and all the ways it could complicate things between us. But the rest of me, the part that's still humming with satisfaction, still feeling the phantom weight of his body over mine, doesn't regret a single second of it. Caleb reaches for something behind the couch and comes back with what looks like his discarded shirt. He uses it to gently clean my stomach, his touch careful and considerate even in this vulnerable moment. "You okay?" he asks quietly, his blue eyes searching my face for any sign of distress. I nod slowly, not trusting my voice yet. The tenderness in his gesture, the way he's taking care of me even now, makes my throat tight. This is so different from what I expected, so far from the arrogant competitor I thought I knew. He tosses the shirt aside and lies back down beside me, pulling me against his chest. The leather couch is definitely not designed for two people to lounge comfortably, but somehow we make it work. My head pillowed on his shoulder, and his arm wrapped securely around me. The fire pops and hisses in the background, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the snow continues to fall, creating a cocoon of warmth and intimacy that feels separate from the rest of the world. "Miranda," he says softly, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my bare shoulder. "Yeah?" "Thank you." I lift my head to look at him, confused. For what? For trusting me, For letting me. He pauses, seeming to struggle for words. For this. The sincerity in his voice makes my heart skip. This vulnerable side of Caleb is something I never expected to see, let alone be the recipient of. It's disarming in the best possible way. Thank you for being gentle, I whisper back, and I see something shift in his expression. Always, he says firmly. With you, always. The promise in those words sends warmth flooding through my chest. I rest my head back on his shoulder, letting myself sink into the comfort of his embrace. My body feels heavy and sated, every muscle relaxed in a way that's completely foreign to me. I should probably be worried about what this means, should be thinking about the competition and how this changes everything between us. But right now, wrapped in Caleb's arms with the taste of him still on my lips, I can't bring myself to care about any of that. The snow continues to fall outside, and the fire continues to burn, and for the first time in longer than I can remember, I feel completely at peace.
Chapter 14. Caleb. The morning light streaming through Hart Family Bakery's front windows feels different today. Brighter, maybe. Or maybe it's just me. I've been here since 5 a.m., the same as always, but I can't shake this ridiculous grin that keeps creeping across my face every time I think about last night. Miranda. Just her name in my head makes my chest do something stupid and warm. Jesus, Caleb, did you win the lottery or something? Francine's voice cuts through my thoughts as she emerges from the back office, her hair pulled into a messy bun and a steaming cup of coffee in her hands. I look up from the batch of sourdough I'm kneading, realizing I've been humming, like some lovesick teenager. What are you talking about? You're practically glowing, big brother. She leans against the stainless steel counter, studying me with those sharp eyes that miss absolutely nothing. And you've been whistling Christmas carols for the past hour. I don't whistle. You absolutely do. Silver bells twice and White Christmas at least 3 times. Brandon's voice joins the conversation as he backs through the swinging doors carrying a tray of fresh croissants. Francine's right. You look like someone who just got laid. The kneading motion of my hand stutters for just a second, and I can feel heat crawling up my neck. Shut up, Brandon. Oh my God. Francine's eyes widen, and she nearly drops her coffee mug. You did. You totally did. I'm not discussing my sex life with you two idiots. I focus on the dough with unnecessary intensity, trying to will away the satisfaction that's probably written all over my face. The memory of Miranda's skin under my hands, the way she said my name when she came apart beneath me, makes my pulse quicken all over again. This is amazing, Francine continues, completely ignoring my protest. Who is she? Do we know her? Please tell me it's not that blonde from the coffee shop who keeps leaving her number on napkins. There's no one. The lie tastes wrong on my tongue. But what am I supposed to say? That I spent last night buried deep inside our biggest competitor? That Miranda Bennett has somehow turned my entire world upside down with a folder full of research and the sweetest mouth I've ever tasted? Brandon sets down his tray and crosses his arms, grinning like the smug little jerk he is. Come on, Caleb. You can't hide this from us. You're practically radiating a different kind of bliss. Jesus Christ. I punched the dough harder than necessary. Don't you two have actual work to do? The morning rush doesn't start for another hour, Francine points out. Plenty of time to interrogate you about your mysterious lady friend. I shake my head, but I can't quite suppress the smile that threatens to break free. Miranda's face flashes in my mind again, the way she looked on my couch, her head thrown back and those gorgeous curls cascading around her shoulders, the little sound she made when I found that perfect spot inside her. There it is again. Brandon points at my face like he's just discovered buried treasure. That dopey smile. Man, whoever she is, she must be something special. Special doesn't even begin to cover it. Miranda is brilliant and passionate and stubborn as hell, and the way she kissed me back last night like she was drowning and I was air makes my chest feel too tight every time I think about it. Drop it, I mutter, but there's no real heat behind the words. Francine exchanges a look with Brandon, and I know they're not going to let this go anytime soon. My siblings are like bloodhounds when they smell gossip, especially when it involves me actually being happy for once instead of stressed about profits and maintaining our family's reputation. Fine, keep your secrets, Francine says, but she's still smirking. Just don't think we won't figure it out eventually. Good luck with that. I transfer the kneaded dough to a proofing bowl and cover it with a damp towel. The familiar routine helps ground me, even though my mind keeps drifting back to the feel of Miranda's hands in my hair, the way she trusted me enough to let me see her completely vulnerable. So what are you working on today? Brandon asks, and I'm grateful for the subject change. Contest prep. Still trying to nail down my charity cookie concept. I move to the prep station where I've laid out various ingredients, some traditional, some decidedly not. The inspiration hit me somewhere around 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep, my body still humming from Miranda's touch, and my mind spinning with everything she'd told me about respecting cultural traditions while creating something new. Thought you were struggling with the theme, Francine observes, wandering over to examine my setup. Yesterday you were talking about how unity through diversity was too vague to work with. Was that only yesterday? It feels like a lifetime ago, before Miranda showed up at my door with her research and her shy smile and turned my understanding of everything completely upside down. Had some inspiration, I say carefully. Thinking about doing something that blends American comfort food traditions with flavors from another culture. Want to be respectful about it, though. Not just throw some exotic spice into a chocolate chip cookie and call it fusion. That's actually really thoughtful, Brandon says, sounding surprised. What culture were you thinking? I pull out a bag of cardamom pods and a container of orange blossom water. Lebanese. These flavors show up in a lot of their traditional sweets. Mamul, namura. But I want to incorporate them into something recognizably American. Maybe a shortbread base with cardamom and orange blossom, finished with a honey glaze and crushed pistachios. Francine's eyebrows shoot up. Since when do you know anything about Lebanese desserts? Did some research, I say, which isn't technically a lie. This is brilliant, Brandon says, examining the cardamom pods. It's definitely American in structure but respectful of the Lebanese flavors. Where'd this idea come from? From a woman who makes me want to be better, who challenges me to think beyond winning and consider what baking actually means to people. From Miranda explaining why food is about connection and community, not just competition. Just came to me. Francine suddenly appears at my elbow with a red Santa hat, which she promptly plops on my head before I can protest. There. Now you look properly festive while you work on your brilliant cookie concept. Francine, what the hell? It's the middle of December and you're working on a charity contest. You need the hat. She steps back, hands on her hips, looking pleased with herself. Besides, it matches your mysteriously good mood. I reach up to pull the hat off, but something stops me. Maybe it's the way the morning light catches the red fabric, or maybe it's thinking about Miranda's laugh when she sees me in something this ridiculous. Instead of removing it, I adjust it so it sits properly and turn back to my ingredients. Fine, but if any customers see me like this, I'm blaming both of you. Deal, Francine grins. Now tell us more about this cookie concept. What made you think of cardamom specifically? I start measuring out flour, my hand steady even though my pulse kicks up thinking about Miranda's explanation of the spice's significance. It's warm but not overwhelming. Pairs well with citrus and honey. And it's not something you see much in American baking, so it'll stand out without being gimmicky. The judges are going to love this, Brandon says. It's exactly what they're looking for, something that honors tradition while creating something new. If only he knew how much Miranda's perspective influenced this entire concept. How her passion for respecting cultural heritage while finding new ways to share it shaped every decision I'm making. How the taste of her on my lips made me want to create something worthy of the trust she placed in me. Think you can have it ready for testing by this weekend? Francine asks. Should be able to. I crack an egg into my mixing bowl, the motion automatic after years of practice. Want to make sure the flavors are balanced properly. Don't want the cardamom to overpower everything else. I have a bad habit of letting that happen. Look at you, being all thoughtful about spice ratios, she teases. I'm impressed. Yesterday you couldn't even decide on a basic direction, and now you have a fully formed concept with cultural considerations. Yesterday I was an arrogant jerk who thought winning was everything. Today I'm a man who spent the night learning that some things are infinitely more important than competition. Some people are worth changing for. Sometimes inspiration strikes when you least expect it, I say, whisking my wet ingredients together. Inspiration, Brandon repeats, grinning. Is that what we're calling her now? I flip him off without looking up from my bowl, which only makes him laugh harder. Let them think whatever they want. They can speculate and tease all they want about my good mood and sudden creative breakthrough. They'll never guess that their biggest rival is the reason behind both. The morning sun climbs higher, casting longer shadows across the bakery floor. I add cardamom to my dry ingredients, the warm, aromatic scent filling the air around me. It smells like possibility, like the memory of Miranda's voice explaining the importance of honoring where flavors come from while making them your own. Seriously, though, Francine says, her voice softer now. I'm glad you figured out your contest entry. You were really stressed about it, and this concept is perfect. Whoever inspired it must be pretty special. She has no idea how special. How Miranda trusted me with her body and her passion, and somehow made me a better baker in the process. But I just nod and keep mixing, the Santa hat sliding slightly forward over my eyes as I work. Outside, Sugar Grove is starting to wake up, early commuters stopping for coffee and pastries before heading to work. The familiar rhythm of the bakery morning routine grounds me, even as my thoughts keep drifting to Miranda.
Chapter 15. Miranda. The morning air in my bakery warms me up inside with its familiarity. I've been here since dawn, my hands already dusted with flour, as I work through my third batch of pierogi rugelach test cookies. The dough needs to be perfect, tender enough to showcase the cream cheese base, but sturdy enough to hold the savory sweet filling I've been perfecting. Hand me that jar of poppy seeds, I call to Georgia, who's arranging yesterday's leftover pastries in the display case, with her usual meticulous attention to detail. Which jar? You've got like 6 different ones over there. She gestures toward my workspace, which probably looks like a hurricane hit it. Containers of various fillings scatter across the stainless steel surface, traditional poppy seed, caramelized onion with farmer's cheese, and my experimental sweet potato and brown butter combination that I'm still not entirely sold on. The one with the Hungarian label? I want to compare the flavor profile with the Polish version. I roll out another portion of dough, the cream cheese making it silky under my hands. This cookie concept has been consuming my thoughts for days. The perfect marriage of 2 beloved traditions that somehow creates something entirely new. Georgia delivers the requested jar and leans against the counter, studying my organized chaos. You know, I've never seen you this focused on a single recipe before. Usually you're bouncing between 3 different experiments at once. This one's important. I brush egg wash over a row of perfectly crimped cookies, each one shaped like a tiny crescent moon. The contest theme is begging for us to show unity through diversity, and these represent exactly that. Polish pierogi techniques with Jewish rugelach traditions, all wrapped up in an American-style cookie. Georgia's tone carries that knowing edge that makes my shoulders tense. And I'm sure it has absolutely nothing to do with wanting to beat Caleb Hart. The mention of his name sends an unexpected flutter through my chest, and I nearly drop my pastry brush. Caleb, whose hands explored every inch of my body, whose mouth made me forget my own name, whose eyes looked at me like I was something precious when he whispered my name in the dark. It's not about beating him, I say, though my voice comes out slightly strangled. It's about creating something meaningful. Right. Georgia's eyebrow arches in that skeptical way that means she sees right through my nonsense. Miranda, honey, you've been obsessing over this contest ever since they announced the theme. And we both know it's because you want to prove something to Sugar Grove's golden boy. I slide my latest batch into the oven, using the motion to hide the heat creeping up my neck. How do I explain that everything has changed? That the rivalry I've built my professional identity around suddenly feels complicated and messy and wrapped up in feelings I didn't see coming? Actually, I start, then stop, my words tangling in my throat like Christmas ribbon. Georgia must hear something in my hesitation because she goes completely still. Miranda, what happened? Nothing happened. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, especially when my body still carries the memory of Caleb's touch, the way he held me afterward, stroking my hair while we caught our breath, the soft smile on his face that morning when he kissed me goodbye like it was the most natural thing in the world. Nonsense. Georgia crosses her arms, fixing me with that no-nonsense stare she inherited from her grandmother. You're doing that thing where you can't look me in the eye, and you've been humming all morning. You only hum when you're either really happy or really anxious. And since you're not stress-eating cookies, I'm guessing it's the first one. I focus on checking my timer, even though I just said it 3 minutes ago. I don't hum. You absolutely do. All I want for Christmas is you on repeat for the past hour. She steps closer, lowering her voice. Did something happen with Caleb? The way she says his name, gentle and knowing, breaks down my defenses. Georgia has been my closest friend since I moved back to Sugar Grove, the only person who really understands how complicated my feelings about this town, and everyone in it, really are. I trail off, then force the words out in a rush. We slept together. Georgia's coffee mug slips from her fingers, clattering against the counter with enough force to make me jump. You what? You heard me. I can't meet her eyes, suddenly fascinated by the pattern of flour dusting my apron. It just happened. Just happened? Her voice climbs several octaves. Miranda, you don't just happen to sleep with your biggest competitor. Oh my God. It's not that big a deal. Even as I say it, I know it's a lie. Everything about that night felt like a big deal. The way Caleb looked at me when I showed up at his door. The careful way he touched me, like he'd been thinking about it for longer than either of us wants to admit. The conversation afterward that shifted something fundamental between us. Not a big deal, Georgia laughs, a sharp sound that echoes off the kitchen walls. Honey, you've been circling each other like angry cats for months. The sexual tension was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. We were not, I start to protest, but the words die when I remember the way Caleb's eyes followed me at every community event. The heated arguments that always felt like they were about more than just baking. Okay, maybe there was some tension. Some tension. She shakes her head, grinning like she's just won the lottery. I knew this would happen eventually. You two have been building up to this for a while. Don't make it sound inevitable. I yank open my oven door to check on my cookies, using the blast of heat as an excuse for the warmth spreading across my face. It was just one night. We're still competitors. Right. Competitors who've now seen each other naked. Georgia! I spin around, scandalized, but she's laughing so hard she has to grip the counter for support. I'm sorry. But seriously, Miranda, how are you going to handle this? You can't just pretend it didn't happen. That's the question I've been avoiding all morning. How do I face Caleb at the next community meeting? How do I concentrate on winning this contest when part of me keeps replaying the way he whispered my name against my throat? How do I reconcile the fact that I still want to beat him while also wanting to kiss him senseless again? I don't know. The admission feels like failure, but it's the truth. It's complicated. Complicated how? Georgia's voice gentles, and I can hear the genuine concern underneath her teasing. Do you regret it? I consider the question, really consider it. Do I regret the way Caleb's hands felt on my skin? The conversation that revealed depths to him I never suspected? The way he looked at me like I was something extraordinary instead of just his professional rival? No. The word comes out stronger than I expected. I don't regret it, but I don't know what it means either. Maybe it doesn't have to mean anything right now. Georgia moves to stand beside me, her shoulder bumping mine in a gesture of support. Maybe you can just let it be what it was and see what happens next. What about the contest? I gesture toward my array of test cookies, each one representing hours of careful work and cultural research. I still want to win, Georgia. I need to win. This bakery, my reputation here, everything depends on proving I belong in Sugar Grove's culinary scene. And sleeping with Caleb changes that how. Because now I struggle to find the right words. Now there's feelings involved, or at least the potential for feelings, and I can't afford to be distracted. Georgia picks up one of my cooled cookies, examining the delicate crimped edges. What if it's not a distraction? What if it's motivation? How do you figure that? Think about it. She takes a careful bite, chewing thoughtfully. You want to prove you belong here, right? That you're not just some outsider trying to muscle in on established territory? Well, maybe showing that you can compete with Caleb while also connecting with him proves exactly that. Connect with him. I test the phrase, and it sends another flutter through my chest. We definitely connected. I bet you did. Georgia's grin turns wicked. Was he good? Georgia Marie Thompson, I am not discussing my sex life with you in the middle of my professional kitchen. But I can't keep the smile off my face, and she notices immediately. That smile tells me everything I need to know. She takes another bite of my cookie, her expression shifting to serious appreciation. Damn, Miranda, this is incredible. Really? I grab one for myself, tasting the familiar flavors with fresh perspective. The cream cheese dough melts on my tongue, giving way to the rich complexity of the poppy seed filling. It's comfort food with sophistication, traditional flavors presented in an entirely new way. Really, this is going to win that contest, hands down. Georgia finishes her cookie and reaches for another. Even if Caleb Hart himself was judging, he'd have to admit this is brilliant. The mention of Caleb as a judge makes my stomach flip. What happens when I have to present this cookie to a room full of people, knowing he'll be watching? Will I be able to concentrate on my presentation, or will I get distracted remembering the way his mouth felt against my neck? I just want to create something meaningful, I say, echoing my earlier words. Something that honors both traditions without appropriating either one. And you have. Georgia's voice carries conviction. This cookie tells a story about how different cultures can come together to create something beautiful. It's exactly what the contest is looking for. I pull my latest batch from the oven. The cookie's golden and perfect. The kitchen fills with the warm scent of butter and spice, and for a moment I can almost forget about the complications swirling around Caleb and focus on what I do best. You know what I think? Georgia continues, arranging the fresh cookies on a cooling rack. I think Caleb Hart is in for a surprise. You're going to win this thing, and when you do, he'll realize he's not just dealing with competition anymore. What do you mean? I mean he's dealing with someone who challenges him in every possible way. Professionally, creatively. She gives me a meaningful look. Personally. The timer for my next batch chimes, and I busy myself with removing more cookies from the oven. But Georgia's words echo in my mind, mixing with memories of last night and the uncertain promise of whatever comes next. Because despite everything, the contest, the rivalry, the complications, I can't shake the feeling that what happened between Caleb and me was just the beginning of something much bigger than either of us expected.
Chapter 16. Caleb. The snow's coming down hard enough to make me second-guess this whole idea, but I'm already standing outside Miranda's bakery with my hands shoved deep in my coat pockets. Through the frosted window, I can see her moving around inside, probably working on those pierogi rugelach cookies she mentioned. The warm glow from her kitchen makes the whole place look like something out of a Christmas card. Damn it, I'm doing this. The bell chimes when I push through the door, and the blast of warm air hits me along with the scent of butter and cinnamon. Miranda looks up from behind the counter, flour streaking her apron and one of those escaped curls framing her face. The surprise in her eyes shifts to something softer when she sees me. Caleb. My name on her lips still does things to me that I'm not ready to analyze. What brings you out in this weather? You hungry? The question comes out more abrupt than I intended, but I've never been good at dancing around what I want. Thought you might want to grab dinner at Murphy's. She glances toward the window where snow's painting everything white. It's almost a blizzard out there. No, it's not. You afraid of a little snow? I lean against her counter, close enough to catch that vanilla scent she always carries. Besides, Murphy's is only 3 blocks away. We won't freeze to death. Smooth. But she's smiling, and that's all the encouragement I need. Let me just finish cleaning up. I watch her move around the kitchen, efficient and graceful even when she's just wiping down surfaces. Everything about Miranda is deliberate, purposeful. It's one of the things that drives me crazy about her, and one of the things that draws me in. How's the cookie recipe coming? I ask, because I'm genuinely curious, and because watching her hands work is doing things to my concentration. Good. Really good, actually. She hangs up her apron, revealing a deep blue sweater that brings out her skin tone. I think I've finally got the balance right between the pierogi filling and the rugelach dough. What about your mamul cookies? They're coming along. Traditional Lebanese date and nut fillings, but I'm structuring them like American drop cookies instead of the molded shapes. Easier for people to eat at a charity event. That's actually brilliant. The admiration in her voice surprises me. You're keeping the authentic flavors, but making them accessible. Don't sound so shocked that I can think strategically. I grab my coat from where I draped it over a chair. You ready to brave the elements? Murphy's Diner sits in the heart of Sugar Grove like it's been there since the town was founded, which it probably has. The red neon sign flickers against the falling snow, and through the steamed-up windows I can see the familiar booths and counter stools that haven't changed since I was a kid. The walkover gives me time to think about how surreal this feels. A week ago, Miranda and I could barely be in the same room without sparking an argument. Now I'm taking her to dinner like it's the most natural thing in the world. Maybe it is. Jesus, it's cold. Miranda hunches deeper into her coat as we push through the diner's door. Hey there, Caleb. Dolores, the waitress who's been working here since before I could walk, waves us toward a booth in the back. Miranda, honey, good to see you. Y'all picked a hell of a night to go wandering around. Seemed like a good night to stay warm somewhere with good coffee, I say, sliding into the booth across from Miranda. The red vinyl squeaks under my weight, and the table wobbles just like I remember from high school. Coffee and whatever pie you've got today, Miranda adds, unwinding her scarf. I'm freezing. Apple cinnamon, fresh this morning. Be right back with that coffee. The diner's warm and loud, filled with the kind of comfortable noise that comes from people who've known each other for years. A few regulars nod in our direction, and I catch Mrs. Maple from the church committee giving us a meaningful look from her corner booth. Think we're going to be the subject of gossip tomorrow? Miranda asks, following my gaze. Probably. I lean back against the booth, studying her face in the warm light. You mind? She considers the question, her fingers tracing patterns on the table. I don't know. It's strange, isn't it? Going from rivals to whatever this is. Whatever this is, I like that she doesn't try to define it, doesn't push for labels or promises. Think it's working so far. The jury's still out. But she's smiling when she says it, and when Dolores brings our coffee, Miranda wraps her hands around the mug like she's savoring the warmth. So tell me about these pierogi cookies, I say, because I want to hear her talk about something she's passionate about. What made you think of combining those flavors? Her whole face lights up. It started with thinking about immigration stories, you know? And at the farmer's market, I saw a sweet old woman from Poland talk about how food would bring her people together in the best ways. And then I kept thinking about how food evolves when cultures meet. And pierogi and rugelach represent that? Exactly. Both are traditional comfort foods, both involve filling wrapped in dough, but they come from different traditions. When you combine them, you get something that honors both while creating something entirely new. The passion in her voice is infectious. I've always known Miranda was talented, but listening to her explain the thought process behind her recipe makes me realize how much depth she brings to her work. I pause, looking for the right words. That's brilliant, actually. Don't sound so surprised. She throws my earlier words back at me, grinning. Your mamul cookies are pretty smart, too, making Lebanese tradition accessible to a Sugar Grove crowd without losing the essence of what makes them special. Thanks. Her approval shouldn't matter as much as it does, but I can't deny the warmth that spreads through my chest. Think we're both bringing our A-game to this contest. Speaking of which... Miranda leans forward, lowering her voice. Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room? Which elephant would that be? Though I have a pretty good idea what she means. The fact that we're sleeping together and competing against each other in less than a week. Direct, as always. It's one of the things I respect about her, even when it makes me uncomfortable. What about it? What about it? She stares at me like I've lost my mind. Caleb, one of us is going to win, and one of us is going to lose. How does that work when we're... whatever we are? I take a sip of coffee, buying myself time to think. The truth is, I've been avoiding this exact question all week. The idea of competing against Miranda felt different before I knew what she sounded like when she came, before I held her afterward while she traced patterns on my chest. Same way it worked before, I say finally. We both do our best. May the best baker win. That simple? Why shouldn't it be? I leaned forward, matching her posture. Look, Miranda, I'm going to try my best to win that contest. I expect you to do the same. Whatever's happening between us doesn't change the fact that we're both professionals who want to succeed. She studies my face, and I can see her working through the implications. And if I win, then you win. I'll congratulate you and mean it. I pause. Will you? Will I what? Congratulate me if I win, and mean it. The question hangs between us while Dolores approaches with our pie. 2 generous slices of apple cinnamon that smell like everything good about winter evenings. I don't know, Miranda says after Dolores moves away. Ask me next week. Fair enough. I take a bite of pie. The flavor is warm and familiar. But either way, I'm glad we're doing this. Eating pie? This. I gesture between us, taking a chance on whatever the hell this is. She's quiet for a moment, snow still melting in her hair. Outside, the storm's picking up, but in here it's warm and comfortable and surprisingly easy. Me too, she says finally. Even if it's terrifying. Terrifying how? Because I like you. The admission comes out soft, almost lost in the diner's ambient noise. I mean, I always knew you were attractive, but I didn't expect to actually like you. The real you, not just the golden boy version everyone sees. Something shifts in my chest, a warmth that has nothing to do with the coffee or the heated diner. The real me's kind of a jerk sometimes. I know. I can handle jerks. She grins. I'm pretty good at being one myself. Yeah, you are. I reach across the table, covering her hand with mine. Her fingers are warm now, soft against my palm. But you're a lot of other things too. The contact sends electricity up my arm, and I can see the same awareness in her eyes. We're sitting in the middle of Murphy's diner, surrounded by half the town, but all I can think about is how her skin felt under my hands, how she looked at me in the morning light. Caleb. My name comes out breathless, and I know she's thinking the same thing. Yeah? We should probably finish our pie. Probably. But I don't move my hand, and she doesn't pull away. Outside, the snow keeps falling, blanketing Sugar Grove in pristine white. In here, we eat our pie and talk about everything except the contest, the complications, the fact that we're both falling into something neither of us saw coming. For tonight, it's enough to sit across from each other in a booth that's probably older than we are, sharing dessert and learning that sometimes the best things happen when you stop fighting them.
Chapter 17. Miranda. The walk home feels both eternal and too short. Caleb's hand finds mine somewhere between Murphy's and my front porch, his fingers intertwining with mine like it's the most natural thing in the world. The snow crunches under our boots, and our breath creates little clouds in the frigid air. But all I can focus on is the warmth of his palm against mine. This is me. I gesture toward my modest one-story house, the porch light casting a yellow glow over the snow-covered steps. It's nothing fancy, just a small craftsman-style home with a front porch that I've filled with plants during the warmer months. Right now, everything's buried under snow, making the whole place look like a winter postcard. Nice. Caleb's voice carries that rough edge that's been doing things to me all evening. Very you. What's that supposed to mean? Cozy, real. He turns to face me on the porch, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. Not trying to impress anyone. The compliment catches me off guard. I'm used to Caleb's competitive side, his need to one-up everything, but this version of him, thoughtful, observant, makes my heart skip in ways I'm not prepared for. Thanks. The word comes out softer than I intended, and suddenly the space between us feels charged with something I can't name. Caleb's hand comes up to cup my face, his thumb brushing across my cheek. Miranda. The way he says my name, low and rough with want, makes heat pool in my belly. I lean into his touch, my eyes fluttering closed as he steps closer, eliminating the last inch of space between us. When his lips touch mine, it's nothing like the careful kisses we've shared before. This one's hungry, desperate, like he's been holding back all evening and finally can't anymore. His mouth moves against mine with a passion that makes my knees weak, and I find myself gripping the front of his coat to keep from melting into the porch. My lips part on a soft gasp, and he takes the invitation, his tongue sliding against mine in a way that sends sparks straight through my core. I can taste coffee and cinnamon on his lips, can feel the slight roughness of stubble against my skin, and it's intoxicating. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. This is dangerous territory. I realize as I stroke my fingers through his hair. The way he held me afterward, the gentle kisses he's pressing to my shoulder now. It's intimate in a way that goes far beyond physical pleasure. I'm falling for him. Hard and fast and completely against my better judgment, but falling nonetheless.
Chapter 18. Caleb. The morning sun streams through the windows of Hart Family Bakery, casting golden rectangles across the flour-dusted counters. I've been here since 4 a.m., perfecting the last batch of mamoul for what feels like the 100th time this week. The smell of rose water and orange blossom mingles with the familiar scent of fresh bread, creating something that's both nostalgic and entirely new. I roll another ball of semolina dough between my palms, the texture exactly right, not too crumbly, not too dense. The wooden molds Grandma Sophia gave me years ago sit ready on the counter, their intricate patterns worn smooth from decades of use. These cookies are more than just a contest entry. They're a piece of my heritage wrapped in American innovation, and they're perfect. Jesus, Caleb, you're like a man possessed! Francine's voice cuts through my concentration as she pushes through the swinging doors from the front of the shop. I've been calling your name for 5 minutes. Sorry. I don't look up from pressing the dough into the mold, watching the delicate rose pattern emerge on the surface. Just making sure these are right. They've been right for the past 3 days. She leans against the counter, studying me with those knowing eyes that have gotten me in trouble since we were kids. What's really going on with you? You've been different lately. Different is one way to put it. Ever since that night at Miranda's place a week ago, I felt like I'm walking around with a live wire under my skin. Every stolen moment we've managed between our schedules has only made it worse. The way she tastes when I kiss her in the supply closet of the community center. The sound she makes when I slide my hands under her shirt. The way she looks at me like I'm something worth having. I'm focused on the contest. It's not a lie exactly. The mamoul are my secret weapon. My way of proving that Hart Family Bakery can honor tradition while still pushing boundaries. 2 days, Francie. 2 days and we show this whole town what we're capable of. We? She raises an eyebrow. Since when do you include the family in your grand plans? Since Miranda challenged me to think beyond just winning for the sake of winning. Since she made me realize that competition doesn't have to mean isolation. But I can't tell Francine that without explaining why Miranda's opinion matters so damn much to me now. Since always. I carefully remove the cookie from the mold, the pattern crisp and perfect. This bakery isn't just mine. Francine studies the mamoul with genuine appreciation. They really are beautiful, Caleb. The way you've incorporated the pistachios and dates with that hint of maple. It's brilliant. Very you. Very me. Miranda said something similar about my house, about how it reflected who I am without trying to impress anyone. The memory sends warmth through my chest that has nothing to do with the ovens. Thanks. I start on another cookie, falling into the rhythm that's become second nature. I think people are going to respond to them. I think you're right. Francine picks up one of the finished cookies, examining the intricate rose pattern. Which is why I have an idea. I'm listening. Pre-sale. She sets the cookie down carefully, turning to face me fully. We sell these beauties starting today, 2 days before the contest. Create some buzz, show the town what we're bringing to the table. Let people taste what victory looks like. I pause, dough halfway to the mold. It's a smart move, classic Francine strategy. Get people talking, build anticipation, make our competitors sweat a little before the main event. You think that's playing fair? I think that's playing smart. She crosses her arms and I can see the businesswoman she's become, the one who's helped keep this place profitable even when I've been too stubborn to listen. Nothing in the contest rules says we can't sell our entry beforehand. And honestly, these cookies deserve to be celebrated before they win that blue ribbon. The confidence in her voice makes something settle in my chest. My family believes in what I'm doing here, believes in the direction I'm taking us. It's more validation than I realized I needed. Plus, Francine continues, Miranda Bennett's been running those pop-up dessert stands all week. Girls practically campaigning with those Polish cookies of hers. The mention of Miranda's name makes my pulse quicken. That's different. I clear my throat, focusing on the dough in my hands. She's not selling her contest entry. Isn't she? Francine tilts her head. Those cookies looked pretty contest-ready to me. She's right. Miranda's been testing the waters with her community, gathering feedback, building her own anticipation. The realization that we've both been playing the same game, just in different ways, makes me smile despite myself. Fine. I press the dough into the mold with more force than necessary. Pre-sale it is. But we do this right. Limited quantities, premium pricing. Make people understand they're getting something special. Now you're talking. Francine grins, and for a moment she looks exactly like she did when we were teenagers, plotting ways to get out of dishwashing duty. I'll handle the marketing. You just keep making these little works of art. She moves toward the front of the shop, already pulling out her phone to start whatever social media campaign she's cooking up. Francine's always been better at the business side than me, more willing to embrace the promotional aspects that make me uncomfortable. But these mamoul, they're worth promoting. I finish the current batch and slide them into the oven, setting the timer for exactly 12 minutes. The kitchen falls quiet except for the hum of machinery and the distant sound of early morning traffic on Main Street. In a few hours, this place will be buzzing with customers, the smell of fresh bread and coffee drawing people in like it has for 3 generations. But right now, it's just me and the familiar comfort of baking. The precision required, the way ingredients transform under heat and time, the satisfaction of creating something from nothing. This is where I'm most myself, where the pressure to be the golden boy of Sugar Grove fades into background noise. My phone buzzes against the counter, and Miranda's name lights up the screen. My chest tightens with anticipation as I read her message. Testing new batch today. Want to be my taste tester later? The innocent words carry weight that has nothing to do with baking. We've been finding excuses to see each other all week, stolen moments between official business that leave me craving more. The way she challenges me, pushes me to be better while making me feel like I'm enough exactly as I am. It's addictive. Depends. Are we talking professional consultation or personal preference? Her response comes quickly, and I can practically hear the smile in her voice. Both. My place, 8 p.m., bring your appetite. The double meaning isn't lost on me, and neither is the way my body responds to it. I've spent the last week learning exactly what Miranda Bennett likes, how to make her gasp my name, where to touch her to make her come apart in my arms. And somehow, instead of satisfying the attraction between us, each encounter only makes me want her more. The timer chimes, pulling me back to the present. I slide the mamoul out of the oven, their golden brown surfaces perfect, the rose patterns crisp and defined. They're beautiful, and more importantly, they're mine. A fusion of Lebanese heritage, American innovation, family tradition, personal ambition. A perfect cookie for the charity contest. Damn, Caleb. Francine's voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see her staring at the cooling cookies with genuine awe. These are going to destroy the competition. That's the plan. I pick up one of the finished mamoul, still warm from the oven. The semolina gives way to reveal the date and pistachio filling, enhanced with just a hint of maple that shouldn't work, but absolutely does. You want to try one? She takes the cookie and bites into it, her eyes closing as she chews. Jesus. Caleb, this is restaurant quality. This is going to put us on the map. The pride in her voice settles something deep in my chest. My family gets it. They understand what I'm trying to build here, how these mamoul represent everything I want Hart Family Bakery to be. Traditional but innovative. Rooted but growing. So we're really doing this pre-sale? We're absolutely doing this pre-sale. Francine finishes the cookie and reaches for another. I'm thinking we start with a limited run. Maybe 50 cookies, see how fast they move. Build that exclusivity factor. 50's not enough. I'm already calculating production time, ingredient costs, profit margins. If we're going to make a statement, we need volume, but not so much that it feels common. 100? 100 works. I nod, warming to the idea. Premium packaging, maybe those small bakery boxes with the Hart family logo. Make it feel like an event. Francine's already typing notes into her phone, her business mind fully engaged. I can have the first social media posts up in an hour. Tease the community, build anticipation. Maybe a behind-the-scenes video of you making them. The idea of being on camera makes my skin crawl, but I understand the marketing value. People want to see the process, want to feel connected to what they're buying, and if it helps establish our reputation before the contest. Fine, but keep it simple. No fancy editing or music, just the baking. Perfect. She looks up from her phone, grinning. This is going to be huge, Caleb. I can feel it. I hope she's right. These mamoul represent weeks of work, countless failed batches, late nights perfecting the balance of flavors. They're more than just cookies. They're my statement to Sugar Grove that Hart Family Bakery is ready to lead, not just follow. And in 2 days, I'll find out if the town agrees.
Chapter 19. Miranda. The afternoon light filters through the windows of my bakery, casting warm shadows across the marble countertops, where Georgia and I work side by side. I'm rolling out another batch of pierogi rugeluk dough, the buttery mixture perfectly pliable under my hands. The familiar rhythm of baking centers me, especially with the charity contest just 2 days away. You're humming. Georgia looks up from where she's carefully piping filling into crescent shapes. Like actual humming? With a melody and everything? I pause, realizing she's right. So you never hum. You're more of a muttering curse words at stubborn dough kind of baker. She grins, flour dusting her dark skin. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain tall, blue-eyed competitor, would it? Heat spreads through my chest at the thought of Caleb. This past week has been a whirlwind of stolen moments and heated kisses, of discovering that the man I thought I knew barely scratched the surface of who he really is. The way he touches me like I'm something precious. The way he listens when I talk about my dreams for this place. The way he makes me feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Maybe. I roll the dough with more force than necessary, trying to ignore George's knowing look. We're figuring things out. Figuring things out. She repeats the words like they taste funny. Girl, you've been glowing like a damn neon sign all week. Whatever you two are figuring out, keep doing it. The warmth in my chest spreads lower. Memories of last night flooding back, Caleb's hands in my hair, his mouth on my neck, the way he whispered my name like a prayer against my skin. The way we talked afterward, sharing stories about our families, our hopes for the future, the dreams that keep us awake at night. It's complicated. I start cutting the dough into precise squares, each one the same size as the last. We're still competitors. The contest is in 2 days. And after the contest? That's the question I've been avoiding all week. What happens when the charity event is over and we go back to being rivals? When the heat between us cools and reality sets in? When Sugar Grove goes back to expecting us to be at each other's throats? I don't know. The honesty tastes bitter. We haven't talked about it. Georgia's phone buzzes on the counter, and she glances at it while continuing to pipe filling. Miranda, look at this. She turns the screen toward me, and I see Hart Family Bakery's social media page. There's a professional-looking photo of golden brown cookies with intricate patterns, accompanied by text that makes my stomach flip. Introducing our charity contest entry, Lebanese mamoul cookies with a Hart Family twist, limited pre-sale starting now. Get yours before they're gone. Those look incredible. Georgia scrolls through the comments, which are already piling up with praise and orders. And look at this engagement. People are going crazy for them. Pride swells in my chest, mixed with something deeper and more complicated. Those cookies represent hours of conversation between Caleb and me. The moment when our rivalry shifted into something resembling partnership. The night when I first saw past his arrogant exterior to the man underneath who just wanted to push his own boundaries while still honoring the family who got him into his role. We should go. The words tumble out before I can stop them. To support him, as professional courtesy. Georgia raises an eyebrow. Professional courtesy? Is that what we're calling it now? He's worked really hard on those cookies. I start cleaning my hands, already reaching for my apron ties. And they're beautiful. The least we can do is show our support. Georgia's grin widens. And this has nothing to do with wanting to see your man in his element, showing off his skills to the whole town? My man. The phrase sends a thrill through me that I try to ignore. We haven't defined what we are yet, haven't put labels on the thing growing between us. But hearing Georgia say it out loud makes something settle in my chest, like a missing piece finally clicking into place. Just shut up and help me close the shop. 20 minutes later, we're walking down Main Street toward Hart Family Bakery. Even from a block away, I can see the crowd spilling out onto the sidewalk. People are lined up like it's opening day of a new restaurant, chattering excitedly and posting photos on their phones. Damn, Georgia whistles low. Boy knows how to create buzz. The closer we get, the more my stomach churns with a mixture of pride and nervousness. This is what success looks like in Sugar Grove. People talking, sharing, getting excited about something local and special. It's exactly what Caleb deserves. We squeeze through the crowd toward the front door, and I catch snippets of conversation around us. Never tasted anything like them. Hart family really outdid themselves. Gonna win that contest for sure. Inside Hart Family Bakery, the atmosphere is electric. Customers pack every available space, and I can see Francine behind the counter working overtime to keep up with orders. The display case that usually holds their standard offerings has been cleared out, replaced with rows of the beautiful ma'amul cookies I recognize from the social media photos. My chest tightens with pride. They're even more gorgeous in person, with the intricate rose patterns pressed into each golden surface. The perfect size and shape that speaks to hours of careful practice. These are the cookies we talked about. The ones that represent everything Caleb wants his bakery to become. Miranda! A familiar voice calls out, and I turn to see Tom Rodriguez from the auto repair shop waving at me from near the counter. You here to scope out the competition? Just supporting a fellow baker. I smile, though my throat feels tight. Those cookies look amazing. They taste even better. Tom holds up a half-eaten ma'amul. Caleb really knocked it out of the park with these, said they're inspired by Lebanese culture, but with his own American twist. It's a brilliant concept. Miranda, there you are. Francine appears beside us, slightly breathless from the rush. Can you believe this turnout? We've sold almost half our inventory in 2 hours. It's incredible, and it is. Seeing Caleb's work appreciated like this, watching the town embrace something that represents the best of what he can do, it makes my heart swell, even as something uncomfortable twists in my stomach. Where is he? Georgia asks, looking around the packed space. The man of the hour should be here to accept his praise. Kitchen. Francine nods toward the back. He's been back there all afternoon, making more cookies to keep up with demand. But he should be out soon. Channel 7 is here for an interview. Channel 7. Local news coverage of a pre-sale event. This isn't just a successful marketing stunt. It's becoming a media moment. The kind of publicity that can transform a neighborhood bakery into a destination. As if summoned by Francine's words, Caleb emerges from the kitchen, looking slightly overwhelmed, but undeniably pleased. His hair is mussed from working, flour dusting his forearms where he's rolled up his sleeves. Before he can even notice us, a woman with a microphone intercepts him. The Channel 7 reporter, her cameraman already rolling. Caleb Hart, congratulations on this incredible response to your Mamo cookies. Can you tell us what inspired this particular creation? The crowd quiets, everyone eager to hear from the man behind the moment. I find myself holding my breath, anticipating his answer, waiting to hear how he'll talk about our collaboration, the way we work together to develop the concept. Well, Sarah, these cookies represent everything Hart Family Bakery stands for. Caleb's voice carries easily through the space, confident and smooth. We don't want to be stuck in the past. We want to push boundaries wherever we can. This year's theme brought out the best in me and made me research a culture completely different from my own. This traditional mamoul recipe is elevated with local ingredients and American innovation. My siblings and I have been working together to honor this heritage while creating something uniquely ours. No mention of the night he came to me frustrated and stuck. No acknowledgement of the hours we spent brainstorming how to blend traditional and modern. No recognition that the very concept of Lebanese American fusion came from our conversations. The inspiration really came from wanting to showcase what makes Sugar Grove special. Caleb continues, warming to his theme. Family tradition, community support, and the kind of innovation that happens when you're not afraid to take risks. The crowd murmurs appreciatively, and I feel Georgia's hand touch my arm. She's picked up on the tension radiating from my body, the way my jaw has clenched as I listen to Caleb take complete credit for what was supposed to be our shared breakthrough. And how confident are you about the charity contest this weekend? The reporter asks. Caleb's smile turns cocky, the expression I remember from our rivalry days. Let's just say I like our chances. We've been perfecting these for weeks, and based on today's response, I think the judges are going to be impressed. Hart Family Bakery has always been about excellence, and these mamoul are going to remind everyone why we're the gold standard in Sugar Grove. The gold standard. Our chances. We've been perfecting these. Every word is a knife twist, erasing my contribution to his success, reducing our collaboration to nothing more than his individual achievement. The man standing in front of that camera isn't the vulnerable, thoughtful person who opened up to me about his fears and dreams. This is the arrogant golden boy I thought I'd gotten past, the one who believes his own hype and can't imagine sharing credit. I need to get out of here. The words come out strangled, and I'm already pushing toward the door before Georgia can respond. Miranda, wait. But I can't wait. Can't stand there and watch him continue to erase me from the story of his success. Can't pretend that the man I've been falling for isn't exactly who I always thought he was, someone who sees other people as stepping stones to his own glory. I push through the crowd, past the congratulations and excited chatter, past the cameras, and the celebration of Caleb Hart's brilliant innovation. The cool afternoon air hits my face as I stumble onto the sidewalk, my chest tight with hurt and disappointment, and the bitter taste of my own stupidity. I thought he was different. I thought what we were building together mattered. I thought wrong. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Caleb. The words keep flowing out of my mouth, each one digging me deeper into something that feels increasingly wrong. Hart Family Bakery has always been about excellence, and these Mamul are going to remind everyone why we're the gold standard in Sugar Grove. Sarah nods enthusiastically, eating up every bit of my confident nonsense. The camera keeps rolling, capturing my smug expression for posterity. Around us, the crowd murmurs approval, and I can feel my family's pride radiating from behind the counter. But something catches my eye in my peripheral vision. A flash of movement near the door, someone pushing through the crowd with urgent energy. My gaze shifts, and my stomach drops to the floor. Miranda. She's here. She was here, listening to every goddamn word I just said. Her face is a mask of hurt and fury, brown eyes blazing with betrayal as she shoves past customers toward the exit. Georgia trails behind her, shooting me a look that could melt steel. Damn it. And what would you say to your competitors heading into this weekend? Sarah continues, oblivious to the crisis unfolding behind her camera. I can barely hear the question over the roaring in my ears. Miranda disappears through the door, and the weight of what I just did crashes over me like a freight train. Every word I spoke was a lie by omission. Every claim of innovation and risk-taking erased hours of conversation with the woman who actually inspired the breakthrough, the woman who trusted me enough to share her ideas, the woman who opened up about her dreams and fears while helping me find my way past creative block. The woman I've been falling for harder each day, who I just publicly humiliated without even realizing she was watching. I'm sorry, I have to. I step away from the microphone, panic clawing at my chest. Family emergency. But we're not finished. Francine can handle any other questions. I'm already moving, pushing through the crowd with the same urgency Miranda showed moments before. Thanks for coming out. The cold air hits me like a slap as I burst through the door onto Main Street. I scan the sidewalk frantically, spotting Miranda's bright purple jacket halfway down the block. She's walking fast, her whole body radiating anger. Miranda! I call out, jogging to catch up. Miranda, wait! She doesn't slow down. If anything, she picks up her pace, those long legs eating up the sidewalk with determined strides. I have to run to close the distance between us. Hey! I reach for her arm, and she spins around so fast I nearly crash into her. Don't! Her voice is ice-cold fury. Don't you dare touch me right now! We're standing in front of the old hardware store, the afternoon light casting harsh shadows across her face. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears, but her jaw is set in a way that tells me she'd rather die than let them fall. I didn't know you were there. The words sound pathetic even to my own ears. If I'd seen you... You would have what? Acknowledged that half those ideas came from me? She crosses her arms over her chest, creating a barrier between us. That the Lebanese-American fusion concept was something we developed together. That you came to my shop frustrated and blocked, and I helped you figure it out. Each word hits like a physical blow. She's right, and we both know it. Every innovation I claimed credit for, every risk I bragged about taking, it all started with conversations in her kitchen, with her patient guidance and creative input. You're right. I messed up. I run a hand through my hair, trying to find words that don't sound like complete nonsense. I was caught up in the moment, the cameras, the crowd. I wasn't thinking... No, you were thinking perfectly clearly. Her laugh is bitter, cutting. You were thinking like the same arrogant golden boy you've always been. The one who believes his own hype and can't imagine sharing credit with anyone, especially not the woman who's supposed to be your rival. That's not fair, isn't it? She steps closer, and I can see the hurt bleeding through her anger. You stood in there talking about family tradition and innovation like you came up with everything yourself. Like I don't exist. Like the hours we spent together meant nothing. My chest tightens because she's absolutely right. In that moment, with the camera rolling and the town watching, I reverted to old patterns. Took credit, claimed glory, protected the Hart family reputation without a thought for anyone else. It meant everything to me. The words come out rough, desperate. This whole time, working with you, getting to know the real you, it's been nonsense. She shakes her head, those escaped curls catching the light. If it meant anything, you would have mentioned me. You would have acknowledged that your biggest breakthrough came from collaboration, not some solo stroke of genius. A group of teenagers walks past us, slowing down to gawk at the town's two most famous bakers having a public argument. I want to grab Miranda's hand, pull her somewhere private where we can work this out, but the look on her face tells me she'd probably deck me if I tried. I can fix this. My voice sounds pleading, pathetic. I'll call the reporter back, do another interview. I'll make sure everyone knows. Knows what? That you threw me a bone after getting caught? She laughs again, sharp and humorless. That you only give credit when there are consequences for not doing it? No thanks. The wind picks up, sending leaves skittering across the sidewalk between us. Miranda pulls her jacket tighter, but her stance doesn't soften. If anything, she looks more resolved, more ready for battle. You want to know what's really pathetic about all this? Her voice drops to a deadly quiet that's somehow worse than shouting. I actually started to believe you were different. That underneath all that arrogance was someone genuine. Someone who could see past competition to actual partnership. Each word is a knife to the chest. I can see the exact moment she closes herself off, walls slamming back into place with an almost audible click. But you're exactly who I always thought you were. A fraud who spent so long believing his own press that he can't tell the difference between his talent and his ego. Miranda, save it. She holds up a hand, cutting me off. You want to play the golden boy? Fine. Enjoy your moment of glory. But don't expect me to stand by and watch you take credit for work that isn't entirely yours. She turns to leave, but I can't let her go like this. Can't let everything we built crumble because of one stupid moment of ego. What does that mean? She looks back over her shoulder, and the smile on her face is sharp enough to cut glass. It means I'm going to destroy you at that charity contest. It means I'm going to remind everyone in Sugar Grove exactly why you needed my help in the first place. And when I win, when your precious Mamul cookies fall flat because you don't actually understand what makes them special, everyone will know that the Hart family golden boy is nothing more than hype and borrowed ideas. The venom in her voice makes me step back. This isn't just anger anymore. It's war. She's drawing battle lines, and I'm on the wrong side of every single one. Miranda, please. Oh, and Caleb? She pauses, her eyes meeting mine one last time. Next time you want to collaborate with someone, try remembering their name when the cameras start rolling. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving me standing alone on the sidewalk as the late afternoon cold seeps through my shirt. I watch her disappear around the corner, her purple jacket the last flash of color before she's gone completely. My hands are shaking, and it's not from the weather. The sick feeling in my stomach has nothing to do with hunger and everything to do with the look of betrayal on her face. The way she said my name like it tasted bitter. The realization that I just destroyed the best thing that's happened to me in years because I couldn't resist playing up to an audience. I messed up. I messed up so completely that I'm not sure there's a way back from this. The woman I'm falling for, the woman who challenged me to be better, who inspired my best work, now sees me as the enemy again. Worse than that, she sees me as a fraud. And the hell of it is, she's not wrong.
Chapter 21. Miranda. The front door of my house slams behind me with enough force to rattle the windows. My hands shake as I turn the deadbolt, as if locking out the world could somehow lock out the humiliation burning through my chest. The tears I've been holding back since Main Street finally break free, hot and angry against my cheeks. I press my back against the door and slide down until I'm sitting on the hardwood floor of my entryway, knees pulled up to my chest. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The words come out in a broken whisper. I actually believed him. I believed every word of his nonsense about wanting to work together, about respecting what I brought to the table. All those hours in my kitchen, sharing ideas and techniques, talking about our families and dreams like we were building something real, like we were partners. The memory of his voice on that microphone cuts through me like broken glass. So confident, so sure of himself, as he claimed credit for innovations that came from our collaboration. The Lebanese-American fusion angle? That was my suggestion when he was stuck on traditional mamoul. The texture modifications that made them work for American palates? We figured that out together over 3 different attempts in the kitchen. But according to Caleb Hart, Golden Boy extraordinaire, it was all his brilliant solo work. I dragged myself up from the floor and stumbled toward the kitchen, wiping my face with the back of my hand. The familiar space usually brings comfort, but tonight it feels tainted. Every surface reminds me of him being here, of us working side by side like we actually trusted each other. The mixing bowls we used for the mamoul test batches are still in my dish rack. I grab them and shove them into the back of a cabinet where I won't have to look at them. Can't stand the reminder of how naive I was. My phone buzzes against the kitchen counter. A text from Georgia. Saw what happened? Coming over with wine and murder plans. I type back quickly. Need to be alone tonight. Rain check on the murder plans. Another buzz, this time from an unknown number. My stomach lurches when I realize it's probably Caleb, trying to explain away his betrayal with more smooth words. I delete it without reading and block the number. The silence in my kitchen feels oppressive, filled with echoes of conversations that now feel like lies. I need to move, need to do something productive before the anger and hurt consume me completely. 2 days. I have 2 days to perfect my rugelach recipe and show everyone in Sugar Grove exactly what real innovation looks like. 2 days to prove that Miranda Bennett doesn't need anyone's help to create something extraordinary. I pull out my recipe binder, the worn pages falling open to the rugelach section. But tonight, I'm going to push further. I'm going to create something that will make Caleb's borrowed mamoul look like amateur hour. The base dough needs to be perfect, tender but sturdy enough to hold innovative fillings. I scan my notes about the cream cheese ratio, the balance of butter and flour that creates that distinctive rugelach texture. Everything has to be precise, measured, controlled. Unlike my emotions, which are still a chaotic mess. I start pulling ingredients from my pantry with mechanical efficiency. Cream cheese, butter, flour, salt. The familiar ritual of measuring and mixing usually calms my mind, but tonight my thoughts keep circling back to Caleb's betrayal. The way he looked so comfortable in front of those cameras, like he was born to be the center of attention. The easy confidence in his voice as he talked about his innovations. Did he even remember that I was the one who suggested the rose water adjustment? That the pistachio-to-date ratio was something we worked out together through multiple failed attempts? My hands worked the cream cheese and butter together with more force than necessary, the wooden spoon scraping against the bowl. The dough is coming together beautifully, but I can barely appreciate it through the red haze of fury clouding my vision. I thought he was different. I thought underneath all that Hart family legacy nonsense was someone who actually understood what collaboration meant, someone who could see me as an equal, not just another competitor to outmaneuver. But he's exactly what I always suspected, a privileged golden boy who takes credit for other people's work and never questions whether he deserves the praise. The dough reaches the perfect consistency, smooth and pliable. I wrap it in plastic and slide it into the refrigerator to chill, then turn my attention to the filling options. This is where I can really differentiate myself, where I can show Sugar Grove something they've never seen before. Traditional rugelach uses apricot jam, cinnamon, and nuts. Basic, predictable, safe. I'm done playing it safe. My notebook is filled with experimental flavor combinations I've been developing for months. Dark chocolate and cardamom, fig and balsamic reduction, lavender honey with toasted almonds. Each one represents hours of testing, tasting, adjusting ratios until they sing in perfect harmony. But tonight, I want something new, something that will make judges forget about every cookie they've ever tasted. I pace around my kitchen, letting possibilities swirl through my mind. What flavors represent who I am as a baker? What tells my story in a way that can't be borrowed or stolen? Brown butter and sea salt? Add some maple crystals for sweetness that tastes like home, and maybe, yes, a hint of bourbon for depth and complexity. My hands are already moving, pulling out the cast iron skillet I use for browning butter. The familiar sizzle as the butter hits the hot pan grounds me in the present moment, away from the hurt and anger and into the pure joy of creation. This is mine. This recipe, this innovation, this moment of bringing something new into the world, it belongs entirely to me. No one can take credit for it. No one can claim they inspired it or helped develop it. The butter transforms from golden to deep amber, filling my kitchen with the most incredible nutty aroma. I swirl the pan, watching for the exact moment when it reaches perfection. Too early and it lacks depth. Too late and it turns bitter. Just like trust, apparently. I strain the brown butter through cheesecloth, capturing every drop of liquid gold while leaving behind the brown solids. The maple crystals dissolve into the warm butter with a gentle stir, creating a filling base that already smells like heaven. A splash of bourbon adds the final note of complexity. Not enough to overwhelm, just enough to make people pause and wonder what makes this taste so extraordinary. This is what real innovation looks like. Not borrowed ideas dressed up with fancy marketing, but genuine creativity born from understanding tradition and pushing it forward. I taste the filling mixture, adjusting the salt level until it perfectly balances the sweetness. It's rich and complex, familiar yet surprising. Everything a winning cookie should be. The dough has chilled enough to work with. I roll it out on my floured counter, the surface becoming smooth and even under my rolling pin. Each movement is deliberate, practiced, perfect. Caleb can keep his stolen ideas and borrowed glory. I'll win this contest with pure skill and genuine innovation. And when I do, everyone will know exactly who the real baker is in this town.
Chapter 22. Caleb. The last customer leaves with their box of maamul, and the congratulatory voices fade into the distance. I stand behind the counter, staring at the empty display case where dozens of cookies sat just hours ago. Sold out. Complete success by any measure. So why does it feel like the biggest failure of my life? The kitchen calls to me like a refuge. I push through the swinging doors and collapse onto one of the metal stools we use during prep work. The familiar smells of flour and vanilla that usually comfort me now feel suffocating. Miranda's face keeps flashing through my mind, the devastation in her eyes. She looked at me like I'd physically struck her, because I had in every way that mattered. My hands shake as I run them through my hair. What was I thinking? Standing up there, basking in the praise for work that wasn't entirely mine, acting like the ideas we developed together in her kitchen just spontaneously appeared in my head. The worst part is how easy it was, how naturally the lies rolled off my tongue when the cameras started rolling, like I'd been preparing my whole life to take credit for someone else's brilliance. Maybe I had been. Maybe growing up as the heart golden boy taught me to claim victories whether I earned them or not. The kitchen door swings open, and Francine walks in with that particular expression she gets when she's about to call me on my nonsense. My sister has never been one to let me wallow in self-pity, even when I deserve it. All right, what's wrong? She settles onto the stool across from me, crossing her arms. You just had the most successful product launch in bakery history, and you look like someone died. Nothing's wrong. The words sound hollow even to me. Caleb Hart, I've known you for 30 years. You don't mope in corners after victories unless something major happened. Spill it. I stare at the stainless steel prep table, trying to find words for the mess I've created. Where do I even start? How do I explain that I've been secretly working with my supposed rival for weeks? That I've fallen for the woman I've been publicly competing against? I messed up, Fran. Really spectacularly messed up. She leans forward, her expression shifting from curious to concerned. How bad are we talking? Did you mess up the recipe? Because those cookies were perfect and everyone loved them. The recipe's fine. I take a shaky breath. It's Miranda. Francine's eyebrows shoot up. Miranda Bennett? What about her? We've been working together for weeks, developing the mamoul recipe, testing flavor combinations, figuring out how to make them work for American palates. The confession tumbles out faster now, like a dam breaking. She's been coming to my place. I've been going to hers. Hell, I don't even know what we've been doing. Working together, or working together? Francine's tone suggests she already knows the answer. Heat crawls up my neck. Both. Maybe. It's complicated. And today you what? Threw her under the bus? The blunt assessment hits me like a physical blow. I didn't mention her contributions at all. Made it sound like I came up with everything myself. I meet her eyes, seeing my own disgust reflected back at me. She was standing right there, Fran, watching me take credit for her ideas. Francine whistles low. Jesus, Caleb, that's messed up. I know. I drop my head into my hands. You should have seen her face. Like I'd betrayed everything we'd built together, which I guess I did. Why? Her voice is gentler now, but still demanding honesty. Why would you do that when you clearly care about her? That's the question that's been eating at me since Miranda stormed away. Why did I revert to the worst version of myself the moment the spotlight hit? Because it was easier. Because that's what everyone expected from me, from the heart name. Because I'm a coward who couldn't handle sharing credit for something that might define my career. The words taste bitter in my mouth, but they're true. I'd spent so many years being the golden boy, the one who always came out on top, that the idea of admitting I needed help terrified me. And because she matters too much, I add quietly. Working with her, getting to know the real Miranda beyond all our rivalry. She's incredible, Fran. Smart and creative and passionate about baking in a way that makes me remember why I fell in love with this work in the first place. Francine studies me with those sharp eyes that see through every defense I've ever built. You're in love with her. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Yeah, I think I am. And I just destroyed any chance of her ever trusting me again. Have you tried apologizing? I texted her. She blocked my number. Smart woman. Francine's blunt assessment stings, but I deserve it. Caleb, I've never seen you like this over anyone. You've dated plenty of women, but none of them ever made you question yourself or your choices. None of them ever mattered enough to shake you up this badly. She's right. Every relationship I've had before felt surface level, comfortable but not challenging. Miranda challenges everything about how I see myself and my work. So what do? She won't talk to me, won't see me. I can't blame her for that. Francine reaches across the table and grabs my hand. If she's really that special to you, if you're really in love with her, then you fight for her. Not with grand gestures or empty words, but with actions that prove you've learned from this mistake. Like what? Like finding a way to publicly acknowledge what she contributed to those cookies. Like showing her and everyone else that you're not the same selfish bastard who took credit for her work. The idea both terrifies and energizes me. Admitting publicly that I didn't develop the mamoul recipe alone would mean swallowing my pride in front of the entire town. It would mean risking the heart reputation and my own carefully constructed image. But maybe that image isn't worth protecting if it cost me Miranda. The contest is in 2 days, I say slowly. If I'm going to make this right, I need to do it before then. I need to find a way to show her I'm not the man she saw on that stage today. Francine squeezes my hand. Then you better get started. Because from what I know about Miranda Bennett, she's not the forgiving type. You're going to have to work harder than you've ever worked for anything in your life.
Chapter 23. Miranda. Christmas morning arrives with the kind of crisp clarity that makes everything look like a movie scene. I wake before my alarm, nerves already humming under my skin like live wires. The charity cookie contest. Today's the day I prove that Miranda Bennett doesn't need anyone's help to create something extraordinary. I pad to the kitchen, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood. The coffee maker gurgles to life while I stare out the window at the fresh snow dusting everything in sight. It should be peaceful this quiet Christmas morning, but my stomach churns with anticipation, and something darker I refuse to name. Don't think about him. Don't think about the way he stood in that damn bakery, soaking up praise for ideas we developed together in kitchens that smelled like cinnamon and possibility. The coffee's bitter bite helps ground me as I retrieve the boxes from my refrigerator. My arugula cookies sit in perfect rows, their golden crescents gleaming like tiny works of art. I spent hours perfecting these yesterday, rolling the cream cheese dough until it was silk smooth, spreading the filling with precision that would make a surgeon jealous. Polish rugulak with 3 different fillings, traditional poppy seed and honey, chocolate walnut with a hint of orange zest, and my own creation, spiced apple with cardamom and brown butter. Each cookie represents hours of testing, adjusting, perfecting. Each one is entirely mine. I lift one of the poppy seed rugulak, admiring the way the filling peeks through the delicate spiral. The dough had been temperamental, requiring exactly the right balance of cream cheese and butter to achieve that tender, flaky texture. Too much cream cheese and they'd be dense. Too little and they'd lack that characteristic tang that makes rugulak special. Perfect, I murmur, setting it back in place. Absolutely perfect. The melody of Silent Night slips from my lips as I carefully transfer the cookies to the presentation boxes I bought specifically for today. Each box is lined with parchment paper, the cookies nestled in neat rows like precious gems. My hands move with practiced efficiency, muscle memory from years of packaging delicate pastries. Silent night, holy night. All is calm, all is bright. The irony isn't lost on me. Nothing about this feels calm. My heart hammers against my ribs every time I think about walking into that community center, knowing he'll be there, knowing I'll have to smile and pretend his betrayal didn't gut me like a fish. But I can do this. I've been baking since I could reach the counter standing on a step stool. I've won ribbons at county fairs, satisfied the pickiest customers, turned simple ingredients into magic countless times. Today won't be different just because Caleb Hart decided to show his true colors. My phone buzzes against the counter, Georgia's name lighting up the screen. "Girl, please tell me you're awake." Her voice practically vibrates with excitement. "I've been up since 5, thinking about those cookies of yours. Are they as gorgeous as they were yesterday?" Even better. I cradle the phone between my shoulder and ear while I secure the ribbon on the final box. The flavors had all night to meld together. They're going to blow everyone away. That's what I'm talking about. Mrs. Patterson and the council won't know what hit them. Georgia's enthusiasm is infectious, and despite everything, I find myself smiling. "I'll meet you at the community center in an hour. I want to get there early to scope out the competition." My smile falters slightly. The competition, right. Sounds good. See you there. I end the call and lean against the counter, gripping the edge until my knuckles ache. The truth is, I don't want to scope out the competition. I don't want to see Caleb and his siblings walk into the community center, expecting to be handed the first place trophy as always. My reflection stares back at me from the microwave door, and I force my expression into something resembling holiday cheer. Today isn't about Caleb Hart, or his lies, or the way my chest aches every time I remember how his laugh sounded when we were covered in flour and cinnamon. Today is about proving that Miranda Bennett doesn't need anyone else to shine. I arrange the boxes in my canvas tote bag, surrounding them with kitchen towels to prevent shifting during transport. Each movement is deliberate, methodical. This is my ritual, my way of channeling nervous energy into something productive. The poppy seed rugelach represent tradition, a recipe passed down through generations of Polish grandmothers, adapted for modern palates but respectful of its roots. The chocolate walnut with orange zest showcases technical skill, the delicate balance of flavors that could easily become muddy in less capable hands. And the spiced apple with cardamom, that's pure creativity, my signature on a classic form. Mrs. Patterson and the 5 council members judging today will taste innovation wrapped in tradition, technique married to imagination. They'll taste what happens when someone pours their whole heart into their work instead of stealing someone else's. The Christmas tree lights twinkle in my peripheral vision, casting rainbow patterns on the kitchen walls. Last night, sitting alone in this same spot, I'd allowed myself exactly 10 minutes to cry over what Caleb had done. 10 minutes to mourn the partnership I thought we were building, the connection I'd started to trust. Now, in the clear light of Christmas morning, anger burns brighter than hurt. He made his choice when he did what he did. He chose his reputation over honesty, his image over integrity. He chose to throw away whatever we'd been building for the sake of appearing successful all on his own. Fine. If that's how he wants to play it, I'll show him exactly what he walked away from. My phone buzzes again. Georgia. Probably checking to make sure I haven't chickened out. But when I glance at the screen, my heart stops. Message from unknown number. He's trying to reach me again. Even after I blocked his original number, he's found another way to contact me. The preview shows just the beginning. Miranda, please let me explain. I delete it without reading the rest and block this number too. There's nothing to explain. His actions spoke louder than any words ever could. The boxes sit ready in my tote bag, 3 dozen perfect rugelach cookies that represent everything I am as a baker. Traditional yet innovative, technically precise yet infused with soul. They're my armor and my weapon, my declaration of independence from anyone who thinks they can use my talents for their own gain. George's excitement when we talked reminds me that I'm not alone in this. I have friends who believe in me, who've seen my work and know its worth. I have a community that supported me long before Caleb Hart decided I was worth collaborating with. I don't need his validation or his partnership or his lies wrapped up in boyish charm. What I need is to win this contest on my own merits, with cookies that tell my story instead of someone else's. The morning sun streams through my kitchen window, painting everything in golden light. It feels like a sign, a promise that today will be about more than just competition. Today will be about reclaiming my place in this town's culinary landscape, proving that Miranda Bennett stands just fine on her own 2 feet.
Chapter 24. Caleb. The community center buzzes with the kind of energy that only happens when Sugar Grove's finest bakers gather in one place. I park my car outside, staring at the building through the windshield while Brandon and Francine argue about something in the back seat. "Told you we should have brought the backup batch," Francine says, her voice sharp with nerves. "The ones we made are perfect," Brandon counters. "Stop second-guessing everything." Perfect. Right. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. I grip the steering wheel tighter, watching other contestants stream through the front doors with their carefully packaged entries. Mrs. Patterson's voice carries across the parking lot as she directs volunteers setting up tables inside. The whole scene should fill me with anticipation, the familiar thrill of competition that's driven me since childhood. Instead, my stomach churns like I swallowed broken glass. The Mayamul cookies sit in pristine boxes beside me, their surfaces dusted with powdered sugar, each one shaped by hand. 3 varieties: date-filled, walnut with rose water, and my own fusion creation, pistachio with a hint of cardamom and orange blossom. They represent weeks of testing, of balancing flavors that honor both Lebanese heritage and American innovation. They're some of the best cookies I've ever made, and they make me sick to look at. Because every technique I used, every flavor combination I perfected, came from hours spent in kitchens with Miranda. Her voice echoes in my memory, suggesting the cardamom, encouraging me to trust my instincts with the orange blossom. Her hands guiding mine as we shaped dough together, her laugh when flour ended up in my hair. Damn. I run a hand through that same hair now, shorter since my last haircut, but still unruly. Still capable of holding flour like a magnet. You gonna sit out here all day, or are we doing this? Brandon leans forward between the front seats, his expression serious despite the casual words. Because if you've changed your mind, now's the time to say so. I haven't changed my mind. The lie comes easily, practiced from days of telling myself the same thing. Francine's reflection meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. She's been watching me too closely lately, picking up on the tension I thought I'd hidden better. You feeling okay, Caleb? What's going on? Nothing. Everything. I betrayed the one person in this town who challenged me to be better, and now I'm about to compete with cookies that taste like her creativity mixed with my technical skill. Just want to make sure we're ready, I say instead. This is important. It's cookies for charity, not the James Beard Awards. But Brandon's voice lacks its usual bite. He's nervous too, probably about being judged by the same people who've watched him grow up, who remember when he was the heart kid who couldn't sit still in church. I grab the boxes and climb out before either of them can ask more questions. The December air hits my face like a slap, sharp and clean and completely at odds with the mess churning inside my chest. The community center's warmth envelops us as we walk through the double doors. Christmas decorations hang from every available surface, garland wrapped around pillars, tinsel draped over folding tables, a massive tree in the corner that's probably been the same tree for the past decade. The place smells like coffee and anticipation and the faint sweetness of sugar that always clings to events like this. And there she is. Miranda stands near the registration table, her dark hair pulled back in a style that shows off the graceful line of her neck. She's wearing a red sweater that makes her skin glow, paired with black pants that hug her curves in ways that make my mouth go dry. Georgia hovers beside her, gesturing animatedly at something on her phone, but Miranda's attention is fixed on the boxes in her hands. Even from here, I can see the care she's taken with presentation. The boxes are tied with ribbon, positioned in her arms like she's carrying precious cargo, which, knowing Miranda, she probably is. She doesn't do anything halfway. The sight of her makes my chest tight, like someone squeezing my lungs with both hands. She looks confident, determined, completely in her element. She also looks like someone who hasn't slept well, if the faint shadows under her eyes are any indication. Those shadows are probably my fault. Mrs. Patterson's voice booms across the room, calling for attention. She stands behind a microphone at the front, her silver hair perfectly styled despite the early hour. The judge's table stretches behind her, 5 community leaders arranged like a tribunal ready to pass judgment on Sugar Grove's finest baking efforts. Welcome, everyone, to our annual Christmas cookie contest. Her voice carries the authority of someone who's been organizing events like this since before I was born. This year's theme is International Traditions, and I'm excited to see how our talented bakers have interpreted that challenge. The crowd settles into expectant silence. I count maybe 20 contestants, each clutching their entries like lifelines. Some faces I recognize. The Methodist church ladies who've been baking together for 40 years. The young couple who opened the coffee shop downtown last spring. Old Mr. Henderson, who makes fudge that could put a diabetic in a coma. And Miranda, standing straighter now, her chin lifted in that way that means she's ready for battle. We'll call each baker forward alphabetically, Mrs. Patterson continues. You'll have 3 minutes to present your cookies and explain your interpretation of the theme. Judges will taste and score based on appearance, creativity, technical execution, and adherence to the international tradition theme. Alphabetical. Bennett comes before Hart. Miranda will go before me, which means I'll have to watch her succeed before I what? Compete with cookies that carry her fingerprints on every technique? My hands clench around the boxes until the cardboard creaks. First up, we have Miranda Bennett. Georgia squeezes Miranda's shoulder as she steps forward, her movements fluid and confident. She approaches the judges' table like she belongs there, setting her boxes down with the kind of precision that speaks to years of practice. "Good morning," she says, her voice carrying clearly across the room. "I've brought Polish rugelach cookies, representing a tradition that spans generations and continents." She opens the first box, revealing crescents of golden pastry arranged like tiny works of art. Even from here, I can see the care she's taken with each one, the way the dough has been rolled and shaped to showcase the filling within. Rugelach represents the beautiful interweaving of family, culture, and tradition, Miranda continues, lifting one of the cookies for the judges to see. The cream cheese dough technique came from Jewish bakers in Eastern Europe, but each family adapted it with their own fillings, their own touches. What you're tasting today is that same spirit of adaptation, honoring the traditional while making it your own. She explains each variety with the passion that always lights up her face when she talks about baking. The poppy seed and honey that connects to ancient celebrations. The chocolate walnut with orange zest that bridges European techniques with American ingredients. The spiced apple with cardamom that represents her own creative interpretation of the tradition. Every word she speaks feels like a blade between my ribs, because she's talking about exactly what we did together in those stolen hours. Taking tradition and making it our own, honoring the past while creating something new. The very approach that led to my Mom fusion cookies, the ones currently burning holes in my hands. The judges taste each variety, their faces lighting up with appreciation. Mrs. Patterson actually closes her eyes while chewing, the universal sign of a baker who's hit something special. "Thank you, Miranda," Mrs. Patterson says when the tasting concludes. "Those are absolutely lovely. The technique is flawless, and the creativity within tradition is exactly what we hope to see." Miranda beams, gathering her boxes with hands that don't shake even slightly. She's nailed it, and she knows it. As she should. Those cookies represent everything she is as a baker. Technically skilled, creatively bold, respectful of tradition while unafraid to innovate. Everything I fell for during our time together. She returns to George's side, her confidence radiating across the room. For just a moment, her eyes meet mine across the crowd. The warmth I remember flickers there for an instant before icing over, her expression shifting to polite indifference. That look guts me more than anger would have. "Next, we have Caleb Hart." Mrs. Patterson's voice snaps me back to the present. Every eye in the room turns to me, expectant faces waiting to see what the Hart family has brought this year. The weight of tradition, of expectation, of my family's reputation settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. Brandon and Francine step forward with me, their presence solid and supporting at my back. They believe in these cookies, in our entry, in the family name we're representing. They have no idea that every step toward that judge's table feels like walking through quicksand. I reach the microphone and set the boxes down with hands that somehow stay steady. The judges lean forward slightly, anticipation clear on their faces. Behind them, I can feel the crowd's attention like heat against my back. Mrs. Patterson smiles encouragingly. "What do you have for us today, Caleb?" The words stick in my throat like concrete. I look down at the boxes, at the Mamul cookies that represent weeks of work and innovation and creativity that isn't entirely mine. At tradition honored and flavors balanced and techniques perfected through collaboration, I've now turned into a lie. Behind me, I can feel Miranda's presence like a brand against my consciousness. Watching, waiting to see me claim credit for work we did together. I open my mouth to begin the presentation I've practiced a dozen times. "The Hart family is forfeiting our entry this year." The words come out loud and clear, carrying across the stunned silence that follows. Somewhere behind me, Francine makes a small, sharp sound of shock. Brandon's hand lands on my shoulder, gripping tight enough to bruise. But I keep my eyes on Mrs. Patterson's surprised face, on the judges who've gone from anticipation to confusion in the span of a heartbeat. We're withdrawing from the contest.
Chapter 25. Miranda. The silence that follows Caleb's announcement stretches like taffy, thick and uncomfortable. My heart hammers against my ribs as I watch him standing at that microphone, his broad shoulders squared despite having just blown up his family's reputation in front of half the town. What the hell is he doing? Mrs. Patterson recovers first, her decades of community organizing kicking in. I'm sorry, Caleb. Could you repeat that? We're withdrawing. His voice carries the same steady confidence he uses when explaining bread techniques, but there's something raw underneath it now. Something that makes my chest tighten, despite every reason I have to stay angry with him. The Hart family won't be competing today. Behind him, Francine looks like she's been slapped. Her mouth opens and closes without sound, her face cycling through confusion, embarrassment, and what might be fury. Brandon's jaw works like he's chewing glass, his hand still clamped on Caleb's shoulder in what could be support or restraint. The crowd starts to murmur, whispers rippling outward, like stones dropped in still water. I catch fragments. What's gotten into him? And Hart family never backs down from anything. And something must be wrong. But Caleb isn't finished. He leans closer to the microphone, and when he speaks again, his voice carries to every corner of the room. The mamul cookies I brought today represent a collaboration that I tried to claim as solely my work. Each word lands like a physical blow, precise and deliberate. The creative direction, the flavor innovations, the techniques that make these cookies special, they came from Miranda Bennett's expertise and guidance. My breath catches in my throat. Georgia's hand finds my arm, her fingers digging in through my sweater. Miranda taught me the traditional methods, then helped me develop the fusion elements that honor both Lebanese heritage and my contemporary American baking. He pauses, and for just a moment, his eyes find mine across the room. The vulnerability there makes my knees weak. She deserves the credit for what these cookies became. Competing with them would be dishonest to her and to this community. The murmurs grow louder now, heads turning to look at me like I'm some puzzle piece they're trying to fit into place. Heat explodes across my body, but it's not embarrassment. It's something else entirely, something that makes my chest feel too small for my lungs. He's telling the truth, in front of everyone, burning down his family's reputation to give me credit for the cookies we worked on together. Mrs. Patterson clears her throat, her expression shifting from confusion to something that might be respect. Well, that's very honorable of you, Caleb, though I have to say collaboration between bakers is hardly unusual or against the rules. It is when you don't acknowledge it. Caleb's response comes quick and firm. When you let people assume the work is entirely yours, that's not competition, it's deception. Francine's whispered, Jesus Christ, Caleb, carries farther than she probably intended. Brandon mutters something back, but I can't make out the words over the blood rushing in my ears. Caleb gathers his boxes, those beautiful mamul cookies that really are some of the best work we ever did together. His movements are careful, controlled, like he's defusing a bomb instead of cleaning up after destroying his own chances. As he turns to leave the judge's table, his family flanking him like bodyguards, the crowd parts to let them through. Francine hisses something under her breath, her face tight with embarrassment and anger. Brandon keeps shooting looks at the crowd like he's daring anyone to comment. But Caleb? Caleb walks with his head up, carrying those boxes like they contain something precious instead of his family's professional humiliation. They settle into seats 3 rows behind me, and the tension radiating from their little group is thick enough to cut. Francine's voice carries in sharp, angry whispers. Completely lost your mind. The right thing to do, Hart family reputation. should have talked to us first. Their bickering fades into background noise as Mrs. Patterson calls the next contestant. The show must go on, apparently, even after one of Sugar Grove's most prominent families just committed professional suicide in front of the entire community. I try to focus on the presentations that follow. Mrs. Henderson's German Lebkuchen cookies that smell like Christmas morning. The coffee shop couple's Italian ricciarelli that look like tiny clouds dusted with powdered sugar. Each baker steps forward with confidence, explains their choices, accepts the judge's praise or gentle criticism with grace, but my attention keeps drifting to the weight of Caleb's presence behind me. I can feel him there like heat against my back, can sense the quiet storm of his family's disappointment surrounding him. He threw away his chance to win for me, for honesty, for some principle I didn't even know he possessed. The man who built his reputation on competition and winning just sacrificed both for what? My feelings? His conscience? Some combination of the two that I don't know how to process. Georgia leans close, her voice barely a whisper. Damn, did that really just happen? I think so. My own voice sounds strange, distant, like it's coming from someone else entirely. She stops, shakes her head. Miranda, he basically told everyone in town that you're a better baker than he is. Not better, different, complimentary. That's what we were in those stolen hours in his kitchen, creating something neither of us could have made alone. The last contestant finishes their presentation, some elaborate French sables that look technically perfect but somehow lack soul. Mrs. Patterson thanks everyone for participating, her professional smile back in place, despite the curveball Caleb threw into her well-organized event. The judges will now deliberate for a few minutes before announcing our winner, she says. Please feel free to mingle and sample some of the cookies that aren't part of the competition. The room erupts into conversation. People clustering around tables laden with extra cookies and coffee. But the energy feels different now, charged with the kind of gossip that will fuel dinner conversations for weeks. I stay in my seat, Georgia beside me like a loyal guard dog. Around us, conversations buzz with speculation and commentary, but none of it really registers. My mind keeps replaying Caleb's words, the steady certainty in his voice as he destroyed his own chances. A movement catches my eye, and I look back to find Caleb watching me. Francine and Brandon are still arguing in harsh whispers on either side of him, but his attention is fixed entirely on my face. When our eyes meet, something passes between us. Not forgiveness, exactly, but acknowledgement. He offers a small smile, barely a curve of his lips, but it carries more weight than any grand gesture could. It's not an apology or a plea for understanding. It's simpler than that, and somehow more complex. It's just him, the real him, stripped of competition and pride and family expectation. The man who taught me the perfect ratio between cinnamon and brown sugar that could dance together in perfect harmony. Who laughed when I got flour in his hair. Who kissed me like I was something precious and rare. Before I can decide how to respond, Mrs. Patterson returns to the microphone. The room quiets gradually, conversations dying away as people return to their seats or cluster closer to hear the results. Well, she begins, her voice carrying that particular tone of someone about to deliver news that will make or break someone's day. The judges have completed their deliberation, and I have to say the decision was not an easy one. The quality of entries this year was truly exceptional. My heart starts hammering again, but for different reasons now. Despite everything that just happened, despite Caleb's withdrawal and the awkwardness still radiating from his family, the contest is ending. Someone's about to win, and someone else is about to go home disappointed. However, after much discussion and careful consideration of all the criteria, technical execution, creativity, adherence to theme, and overall presentation, we have reached our decision. Mrs. Patterson pauses, letting the tension build like she's announcing the Academy Awards instead of a small-town cookie contest. Around me, contestants lean forward in their seats, hands clasped, breath held. The winner of this year's Christmas cookie contest is... You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Caleb. Miranda Bennett. The words hit me like a punch to the chest, but in the best possible way. Around me, the room explodes into applause, but I barely hear it over the rush of pure joy flooding my system. She won. Miranda actually won. 4 years. 4 goddamn years of watching her come in second to me, seeing that flash of disappointment she tried so hard to hide behind gracious smiles and congratulations. 4 years of knowing she deserved better than my shadow, even when my competitive streak wouldn't let me admit it out loud. But now she's standing up, Georgia practically bouncing beside her with excitement, and the smile on Miranda's face could power the entire town's Christmas lights. It's genuine shock mixed with triumph, the kind of expression that comes when something you've wanted for so long finally becomes real. I'm on my feet before I realize I'm moving, clapping harder than anyone else in the room. Brandon shoots me a look that could freeze hellfire, but I don't give a damn. This is Miranda's moment, and after what I put her through, she deserves every second of recognition. She makes her way to the front, weaving between congratulatory hands and beaming faces. Her vintage-style dress catches the overhead lights as she moves. Those rebellious curls that always escape her attempts at control frame her face perfectly, and she's beautiful when she's happy. Mrs. Patterson waits at the judges' table with a crystal trophy that catches the light like something precious. Next to it sits an envelope that I know contains the $500 prize check. Money Miranda will undoubtedly donate to some community cause because that's who she is. That's who she's always been. Congratulations, Miranda, Mrs. Patterson says into the microphone as Miranda approaches. Your entries were absolutely exceptional. The judges were particularly impressed by your innovation within traditional frameworks. Miranda accepts the trophy with both hands, holding it like she can't quite believe it's real. When she leans into the microphone, her voice carries just the slightest tremor of emotion. Thank you so much. This means more to me than I can express. She pauses, looking out over the crowd, and for just a moment her eyes find mine. Something passes between us. Acknowledgement, maybe, or recognition of how far we've both come from our kitchen collaboration to this moment. I'd like to dedicate this win to everyone who believes that baking is about more than competition. It's about community, tradition, and sharing something sweet with the people who matter. The applause starts up again, but softer this time, more thoughtful. She's not just talking about cookies, and everyone knows it. She's talking about connection, about the kind of relationships that make a place like Sugar Grove special. As she poses for pictures with Mrs. Patterson and the other judges, I can see the genuine happiness radiating from her. This isn't just about beating me or proving a point. This is about vindication. Validation that her approach to baking, her emphasis on heart over pure technique, has value. Behind me, Brandon's voice cuts through my thoughts like a rusty knife. Well, I hope you're satisfied. 4 generations of Hart family victories, and You just handed it to her on a silver platter. I turned to face my brother, keeping my voice low but letting every ounce of certainty I feel color the words. She didn't need my help to win, Brandon. She earned this fair and square. By stealing your techniques, by being a better baker than me, the admission comes easier than I expected, at least when it comes to the things that actually matter. Francine shifts uncomfortably beside Brandon, clearly caught between family loyalty and her own sense of fair play. Look, maybe we should talk about this at home. There's nothing to talk about. I gather my jacket from the back of my chair, suddenly desperate to escape the weight of their disappointment. I did what I thought was right. If you can't understand that, then maybe we've got bigger problems than one lost contest. Brandon's expression cycles through hurt, anger, and something that might be betrayal. The Hart family has always stuck together, Caleb. Always. But you chose her over us. The accusation hits harder than I want to admit, but I force myself to meet his eyes. I chose honesty over winning. There's a difference. Before either of them can respond, I turn and start making my way toward the front of the room. The crowd has thinned out as people drift toward the cookie tables and coffee station, giving me a clearer path to where Miranda stands surrounded by well-wishers. Each step feels like walking through quicksand, weighted down by everything that's happened between us. The fight, the blocked phone number, the silence that followed my attempted apology, the knowledge that I messed up something precious and might not get the chance to fix it. But I have to try. She deserves that much, at least. As I get closer, I catch fragments of the conversation swirling around her. Praise for her creativity, questions about her techniques, invitations to cater various holiday events. She handles it all with grace, but I can see the slight tension in her shoulders that means she's feeling overwhelmed. Georgia notices me first, her expression shifting from celebration to wariness in the span of a heartbeat. She steps closer to Miranda's side like a bodyguard, and I can't blame her. I haven't exactly proven myself trustworthy lately. Miranda! My voice comes out rougher than I intended, carrying the weight of everything I haven't been able to say. Could we talk for a minute? The conversations around us die away, creating a bubble of awkward silence. Miranda's grip tightens on her trophy, her brown eyes searching my face like she's trying to decode my intentions. I don't think that's a good idea, Georgia jumps in, her protective instincts in full force. Maybe you should... It's okay. Miranda's voice cuts through the tension, calm but cautious. I can handle this. Georgia gives me one more warning look before reluctantly stepping back, though she doesn't go far. Smart woman. If I were in her position, I wouldn't trust me either. Miranda and I move toward a quieter corner near the windows, away from the crowd but still visible to anyone who cares to watch, which, judging by the number of glances being thrown our way, includes pretty much everyone still in the room. For a moment we just stand there, the weight of the past few days stretching between us like a chasm. She won, and instead of celebrating with friends, she's having to deal with my need to clear the air. Congratulations, I finally manage, and I mean every syllable. You deserve this. You've deserved it for years. Thank you. Her response is polite but guarded, like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. What you did up there, withdrawing from the contest, that was unexpected. I run a hand through my hair, searching for the right words. It was the right thing to do. I should have done it the moment I decided to enter those cookies. Should have, could have. She shrugs, but there's no real dismissal in the gesture. We can't change what happened. No, but I can apologize for it. I take a step closer, close enough to catch the faint scent of vanilla and cinnamon that always seems to cling to her skin. Miranda, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for trying to take credit for work that should have highlighted our partnership. I'm sorry for letting my ego get in the way of what we built together. And I'm sorry for hurting you when you trusted me with something important. She studies my face, those expressive eyes searching for something. Sincerity, maybe, or proof that this isn't just another game, You really hurt me, Caleb. Not just by claiming credit for the cookies, but by making me feel like our time together didn't mean anything to you. The words hit like a physical blow, but I forced myself to absorb them without flinching. It meant everything to me. That's why I messed it up so badly. What do you mean? I take a breath, knowing I'm about to lay myself bare in a way that terrifies me. Working with you in the kitchen, creating something new together. It was the best part of my week. Hell, it was the best part of my year. But when it came time to compete, I panicked. I reverted to what I've always done. Win at any cost. I convinced myself that honoring our collaboration would somehow diminish what we'd accomplished. Instead of realizing it would have made it stronger. Exactly. The admission tastes bitter, but clean. Like medicine that hurts going down, but starts healing immediately. I was wrong, Miranda. About the cookies, about competition, about what really matters. And I was wrong about us. Something shifts in her expression, the guardedness softening just a fraction. Us? Yeah, us. I reach out slowly, giving her plenty of time to pull away and brush the escaped curl away from her face. Whatever this is between us, it's bigger than baking, bigger than winning or losing. And I almost destroyed it because I was too scared to admit that. For a long moment, she doesn't respond. Around us, the sounds of the contest wind down continue. Conversations, laughter, the clink of coffee cups. But it all feels distant, unimportant compared to the woman standing in front of me. Finally, she speaks, her voice soft but steady. I accept your apology. The relief that floods through me is so intense it's almost dizzying. Thank you, I know I don't deserve... You don't. Her interruption is gentle but firm. But everyone deserves a second chance to do better. Before I can overthink it, before I can second-guess the forgiveness I see in her eyes, I step forward and pull her into my arms. She comes willingly, her body fitting against mine like it was designed for this exact purpose. The hug starts as comfort, as relief, as gratitude for her willingness to forgive. But when she tilts her face up to look at me, when I see the same hunger in her eyes that's been eating me alive for the past week, it becomes something else entirely. I kiss her right there in front of half the town, and I don't give a damn who sees it.
Chapter 27. Miranda. When Caleb's lips meet mine, the entire world narrows to this single point of contact. The community center, the lingering crowd, even the trophy still clutched in my hand, everything else fades into background noise. This isn't the desperate, heated kiss from his living room when emotions ran too high and good sense flew out the window. This is different, deliberate, public. A declaration that makes my heart race and my knees weak in equal measure. His hand cups the back of my neck, fingers threading through the curls that have completely given up any pretense of staying contained. I can taste coffee on his lips, feel the slight roughness of his jaw against my skin. When he finally pulls back, we're both breathing hard, and I'm acutely aware that at least half the town just witnessed that display. Well, I manage, my voice coming out slightly breathless. That's one way to make a statement. A slow grin spreads across his face, the kind that transforms his whole expression from serious to downright dangerous. I'm done hiding what I want, Miranda, done pretending this thing between us doesn't exist. The certainty in his voice sends a shiver through me, but old habits die hard. I've spent too many years protecting myself from disappointment to dive head first into this without asking the difficult questions. What does this mean for us? I search his face, looking for any hint of uncertainty. I mean, after tonight, after the contest high wears off, and we go back to our regular lives? Do we go back to being rival bakers who happen to have good chemistry? Something flickers across his expression. Hurt, maybe, or frustration that I'm already looking for the exit strategy. But instead of getting defensive, he steps closer, eliminating the careful distance I'd unconsciously put between us. Is that what you want? To go back to avoiding each other at the farmer's market and pretending we don't give a damn who wins what contest? No. The answer comes faster than I intended, carrying more honesty than I'm comfortable with. But I need to know what we're doing here, Caleb. I can't handle another situation where I think we're building something real and you decide it's too complicated. He reaches up to frame my face with both hands, forcing me to meet his eyes. Those blue depths hold an intensity that makes my breath catch. I want you, Miranda. Not just tonight, not just until the next contest or the next fight, or the next time my family gets pissed at me for making choices they don't understand. I want you for the long term. The words hit me like a physical force, knocking down walls I didn't even realize I'd built. For years, I've watched him from across rooms and sidewalks, telling myself that the pull I felt was just competition, just the natural rivalry between two people who shared the same passion. But standing here now, seeing the raw honesty in his expression, I can't pretend anymore. The long term, I repeat, testing the words. Like, what? Dating? Exclusive dating? Like whatever we want it to be. His thumb traces along my cheekbone, a gesture so tender it makes my chest ache. Like figuring it out together instead of separately. Like not being too scared to see where this goes. The hope blooming in my chest feels dangerous. Too bright and fragile for something as simple as a conversation. But the way he's looking at me, the way his touch grounds me while simultaneously making me feel like I might float away, this isn't simple at all. Okay. The word comes out as barely more than a whisper. Okay, yes. I want that too. The relief on his face is so profound it's almost comical. Like he was genuinely worried I might say no. Might choose the safety of our familiar antagonism over the uncertainty of something real. Before either of us can second-guess this decision, a burst of music from outside draws our attention. Through the windows, I can see lights beginning to twinkle throughout downtown Sugar Grove. The Christmas festival is starting, transforming the quiet morning into something magical. We should go, I say, finally stepping back enough to remember I'm still holding my trophy. Georgia's probably wondering if I've been kidnapped. Or she's plotting my murder for kissing you in public. I laugh despite myself. She might be. Georgia takes her protective duties seriously. We make our way toward the exit, and I'm hyper-aware of Caleb's presence beside me. The way he shortens his stride to match mine. The occasional brush of his fingers against my arm. The way he nods to people we pass without taking his attention, completely off me. At the door, we're intercepted by Mrs. Patterson, who beams at us with the knowing expression of someone who's lived in a small town, long enough to recognize romance when she sees it. Miranda, dear, I hope you'll consider entering the spring bake-off as well. Your innovation today was exactly what this competition needed. Thank you, Mrs. Patterson. I'll definitely think about it. And Caleb, she turns to him with a slightly more pointed smile. I hope you'll remember that there's more than one way to win. He has the grace to look slightly sheepish. Yes, ma'am. I'm learning that. Once we're outside, the crisp December air hits my face like a wake-up call. The community center sits at the edge of Sugar Grove's downtown area, and from here I can see the full scope of the Christmas festival spreading out before us. String lights crisscross between lampposts. Vendors sell hot chocolate and roasted nuts from decorated carts, and families wander between booths selling handmade crafts and baked goods. At the center of it all stands the town Christmas tree, a massive pine decorated with hundreds of lights and topped with a star that seems to capture and reflect every bit of illumination around it. Come on, Caleb says, offering me his arm. Let's go celebrate your win properly. We join the flow of people moving through the festival, and I'm struck by how different this feels from every other year. Usually I walk through events like this with Georgia, or by myself, enjoying the community spirit but always slightly separate from it. Tonight, with Caleb beside me, I feel connected to something larger. Miranda. Oh my God, you won. The voice belongs to Jamie Green, who runs the bookstore downtown. She rushes over with her husband Tim in tow, both of them grinning widely. We were just talking about how long overdue this was. Thank you, I say, lifting the trophy slightly. It still doesn't feel real. Well, it should, Jamie chimes in. Those cookies were incredible. Tim, you remember Caleb Hart, right? From Hart Family Bakery? The introduction feels formal, given everything that's happened. But Caleb steps forward with easy confidence. Good to see you both. And you're right about Miranda's cookies. Best I've ever tasted. There's something in the way he says it. A note of pride that makes my chest warm. Like he genuinely enjoys talking about my success. Like it doesn't diminish his own accomplishments in any way. We continue through the festival, stopping to chat with neighbors and acquaintances, accepting congratulations and compliments. With each interaction, I notice how Caleb positions himself, close enough that there's no mistaking we're together, protective without being possessive. When Mrs. Rodriguez gushes about the contest results, Caleb jumps in with, Miranda's been perfecting those techniques for years. She deserved this win. When the Grayson twins ask about the spring festival, he says, You should definitely book Miranda for your booth. She's the best baker in town. By the time we reach the Christmas tree at the center of the square, I'm practically glowing from more than just the string lights. I've never had someone champion me like this. Never experienced what it feels like to have a partner who celebrates my victories instead of competing with them. You know, I say as we pause beneath the tree's branches, this is nice. Which part? The festival or the company? Both. But mostly the way you're not threatened by people congratulating me. Most guys I've dated got weird about my success. His expression darkens slightly. Then you were dating the wrong guys. The possessive edge in his voice sends a thrill through me that I probably shouldn't enjoy as much as I do. But there's something undeniably appealing about being claimed by someone like Caleb Hart, especially when that claiming comes with genuine support, rather than attempts to diminish me. I think you might be right about that. He steps closer, backing me gently against the tree trunk. The rough bark catches slightly on my dress. But I don't care. Not when he's looking at me like I'm the only person in the entire square. Miranda, my name sounds different in his voice now, weighted with possibility and promise. I meant what I said in there, about wanting this for the long term. I know. And I do know. Can see it in the way he looks at me. The way he spent the last hour making sure everyone in town understands that we're together. I want it too. When he kisses me this time, it's with the Christmas tree lights creating a halo around us and half of Sugar Grove as an audience. I should be embarrassed by the public display, should worry about what people will think or say. Instead, I lose myself in the taste of him, in the solid warmth of his body against mine, in the knowledge that for the first time in years, I'm not standing on the sidelines of my own life. When we finally break apart, there's a smattering of applause from nearby festival goers. I hide my face against Caleb's shoulder, laughing despite my embarrassment. Well, he says, his voice rumbling through his chest. I think we've officially made our debut as Sugar Grove's newest couple. I pull back to look at him, taking in the satisfied expression on his face, the way his arm tightens around my waist like he has no intention of letting me go. For the first time in longer than I can remember, the future feels bright and full of possibility.
Chapter 28. Caleb. The warmth of my house envelops us as we step through the front door, the Christmas lights I'd strung around the living room casting everything in a golden glow. Miranda sets her trophy on the entry table with reverent care, and I can't help but smile at the pride radiating from her. Hot cocoa? I ask, already knowing the answer. It's become our thing over the past few weeks, the way we wind down after particularly intense conversations or difficult days. Please. She follows me into the kitchen, her dress swishing around her legs in a way that's been driving me crazy all evening. With the good marshmallows. Is there any other kind? I busy myself with heating milk and melting chocolate, hyper-aware of her presence as she leans against the counter watching me work. The domesticity of it hits me square in the chest. How right this feels. How easily we've fallen into these small rituals. You know, she says, accepting the steaming mug I hand her. I never thought I'd be comfortable in a house this big, but somehow it doesn't feel overwhelming when you're here. We settle onto the couch in my living room, the Christmas tree in the corner twinkling softly. Miranda curls up against my side like she belongs there, her feet tucked under her. The weight of her against me, the sweet scent of her hair, it all feels too good to be real. This is the best Christmas I've had in a while, she murmurs against my shoulder. And it's not just because I won the contest. Yeah? I set my mug on the coffee table and turn to face her fully. What makes it special? Her eyes meet mine, and the vulnerability I see there makes my chest tight. You. Being here with you like this. Not fighting, not competing, just being together. The honesty in her voice undoes something fundamental inside me. All those years of dancing around each other, of translating attraction into antagonism because it felt safer than admitting what we really wanted. Tonight feels like the end of all that pretending. Miranda. Her name comes out rougher than I intended. She sets her mug aside and shifts closer, her hand coming up to rest against my chest. I know we said we'd take this slow, figure things out as we go. But right now, I don't want slow. The last thread of my restraint snaps. I cup her face in my hands and kiss her with all the pent-up desire I've been carrying. She responds immediately, her arms winding around my neck as she presses closer. This kiss is different from the ones at the community center and under the Christmas tree. Those were declarations, statements of intent. This is pure hunger, the kind that's been building between us since the first time we acknowledged that our rivalry wasn't the only thing drawing us together.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
That was... She starts, then trails off with a breathless laugh. Worth it? I pull back to look at her, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Definitely worth it.
Chapter 29. Miranda. The Hart Family Bakery feels different when I walk through the front door 3 days after Christmas. Maybe it's because I'm not here to compete or prove anything. Maybe it's because the man behind the counter looks at me like I'm something precious, instead of a threat to his family legacy. Hey, Caleb says, his voice warm as honey. He's wearing that burgundy Henley that makes his eyes look impossibly blue. Flour already dusting his forearms, even though it's barely 9 in the morning. You sounded mysterious on the phone. I lean against the display case, noting how the morning light streams through the windows and catches the golden highlights in his hair. Should I be worried? Depends on how you feel about surprises. Before I can ask what he means, the kitchen door swings open and Francine appears, followed by Brandon. Both of them wear expressions I can't quite read, not hostile, but definitely serious. My stomach drops. Oh, this is a family meeting. Miranda. Francine steps forward, and for a moment I think she's going to ask me to leave. Instead, she pulls me into a quick hug that catches me completely off guard. Thanks for coming. Brandon nods at me with something that might actually be approval. Good to see you. The warmth in their voices surprises me. Just a few months ago, they barely tolerated my presence. Now they're greeting me like family. Caleb gestures toward the small seating area near the window. Let's sit. I've got something I want to run by you. We settle around one of the bistro tables, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever's about to happen will change everything. Caleb's knee brushes mine under the table, a small contact that grounds me even as my mind races through possibilities. So, he begins, then pauses like he's gathering his thoughts. We've been talking, all of us. He glances at his siblings, who both nod encouragingly. About the future of Hart Family Bakery, about what we all want. My heart hammers against my ribs. Okay. Francine's been wanting to expand into wedding cakes for years. Brandon's got ideas about catering that could really take off. They've got solid plans for this place. I look between the three of them, still not understanding where this is going. That sounds amazing. It is, Francine says, leaning forward with excitement in her eyes. We've actually been waiting for the right time to suggest changes. When Caleb told us he was thinking about branching out, it felt like the perfect opportunity. Branching out? The words feel foreign on my tongue. Caleb's hand finds mine across the table, his fingers warm and steady. I want to start something new, Miranda. Something that's ours. The world tilts sideways. Ours? A bakery. Our bakery. His thumb traces circles on my palm, and I focus on the sensation to keep myself grounded. I'm asking if you want to be my business partner. I stare at him, certain I've misheard. Your what? Business partner, equal shares, equal say in everything. Your vision combined with mine. His blue eyes are intense, searching my face for a reaction. I know it's huge. Damn, it's probably crazy, but I meant what I said about wanting long-term with you. I want to be your partner in every way that matters. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. Partnership. With Caleb. Not working for someone else's vision or trying to fit into an existing mold, but creating something entirely new together. You're serious. Dead serious. He squeezes my hand. I've been thinking about this since the day of the Christmas competition. Watching you up there, seeing how you light up when you're creating something beautiful, I realized I don't just want to compete with you anymore. I want to build something with you. Francine clears her throat gently. For what it's worth, we think it's a brilliant idea. You two push each other in ways that bring out the best in both of you. Plus, Brandon adds with a grin that transforms his usually serious face, it means we won't have to referee your arguments anymore. The casual way he says it makes my chest tight with something that feels dangerously close to hope. I don't know what to say. The words come out barely above a whisper. Say yes, Caleb urges. And there's vulnerability in his voice that makes my heart skip. Say you want this too. I think about my modest home, about the dreams I've carried for years of having my own place. Dreams that always felt just out of reach, like something other people got to have. But here's Caleb, offering not just partnership, but true collaboration. Equal footing, equal voice. What would we specialize in? I ask, because my practical side needs details, even as my heart screams yes. Whatever we want. His eyes light up with excitement. Artisan pastries, custom wedding cakes, maybe even some of those fusion desserts you're always experimenting with. We could do classes, special events, make it a real community gathering place. You've thought about this. I've thought about little else for 3 days. Francine leans back in her chair, watching us with undisguised amusement. He's been driving us crazy, actually. Sketching floor plans, researching commercial real estate, muttering about optimal oven placement. The image of Caleb planning our future, because that's what this is, our future, makes something warm and bright expand in my chest. There's a space available on Maple Street, he continues, his words tumbling over each other in his eagerness. Good foot traffic, big windows for natural light. The kitchen would need some work, but the bones are solid. You've already looked at locations? He has the grace to look slightly embarrassed. I may have driven by a few places, just to get an idea of what's out there. I look around the Hart family bakery, at the warm wood floors and vintage display cases, at the photos of 3 generations of Harts covering the walls. This place is part of him, woven into his DNA. You'd really leave all this? I'm not leaving it. I'm expanding it. He glances at his siblings, who both nod encouragingly. This place will always be home, but I want to create something new too, with you. The certainty in his voice, the way he says with you, like it's the most natural thing in the world, breaks down the last of my resistance. Yes. The word slips out before I can second-guess myself, before I can catalog all the ways this could go wrong, or all the reasons I should be cautious. Yes, Caleb's face transforms, hope and joy replacing the careful control he's been maintaining. Yes, I want to be your partner. In business and... I let the sentence hang, but the way his smile widens tells me he understands. In everything, he finishes, lifting our joined hands to press a kiss to my knuckles. Brandon claps his hands together once, the sound sharp in the quiet bakery. Well, that's settled then. When do we start transition planning? Hold on, I laugh, overwhelmed by how quickly this is moving. I need to give notice to Georgia, figure out my lease situation. There are a million details to work out. We'll figure it out together, Caleb says, and the simple confidence in his voice makes me believe it's possible. We've got time to do this right. Francine stands and moves toward the kitchen. This calls for celebration pastries. I'll put on coffee. As she bustles away, Brandon follows, calling over his shoulder. I'll grab the good cups, the ones Mom saved for special occasions. Suddenly it's just Caleb and me in the morning light. The magnitude of what we've just agreed to settling between us like something solid and real. You sure about this? I ask. Though I'm not sure if I'm talking about the business or us or the way my entire life just shifted on its axis. Never been more sure of anything. He brings my hand to his lips again, this time pressing a kiss to my palm. We're going to be incredible together, Miranda Bennett. The way he says my name, like it's something precious, makes my heart stutter. Partners. Partners, he agrees, and seals the promise with a kiss that tastes like forever.
Chapter 30. Caleb. The commercial space on Maple Street looks like absolute trash from the outside, but I've learned not to judge by first impressions. The faded awning and cracked sidewalk don't matter when I can already picture Miranda's name next to mine on a gleaming new sign. This is it. Miranda stops beside me on the sidewalk, her eyebrows raised as she takes in the boarded windows and peeling paint. You've been raving about this place for 3 days. Just wait. I fish the keys from my pocket, the metal warm from where I've been clutching them since the realtor handed them over an hour ago. Trust me. She crosses her arms, but there's amusement in her brown eyes. Famous last words. The lock sticks, and I have to jiggle the key twice before it turns. The door swings open with a groan that echoes through the empty space, and I step aside to let Miranda enter first. The moment she crosses the threshold, her entire demeanor changes. Her shoulders straighten, her head tilts back to take in the soaring ceiling, and that spark I love so much ignites in her expression. Damn, she breathes. Right? I follow her inside, watching as she moves through the space like she's already seeing our future here. The main room stretches out before us, all exposed brick walls and original hardwood floors that need refinishing but have good bones. Massive windows line the front wall, letting in streams of late afternoon sunlight that dance across the dusty surfaces. The space feels alive, full of possibility. Miranda walks to the center of the room and spins slowly, taking it all in. The natural light is incredible. Just wait until you see the kitchen. I guide her toward the back, past the area where I'm already picturing tables and chairs, past the perfect spot for a display case showcasing her artistic creations. The kitchen space opens up behind what used to be a restaurant, and I watch Miranda's face as she takes in the commercial-grade setup. It needs work. New equipment, fresh paint, updated electrical, but the layout is solid. Plenty of prep space, good ventilation, room for multiple ovens. "This could work," she says, but I can hear the excitement she's trying to contain. She runs her fingers along the stainless steel counter that dominates the center of the space. "We'd need to reconfigure some of this at a pastry station here. And over there." I point to the corner near the windows. "Perfect natural light for decorating cakes. You could set up your workspace so customers could watch you work through that opening." She turns to face me, and the vision in her eyes matches the one that's been keeping me awake for nights. "You've really thought about this?" "I've thought about everything." The words come out rougher than I intended, weighted with the depth of what I'm feeling. About us, about what we could build together. Not just the business, Miranda. Everything. Something shifts in her expression, a softness that makes my chest tight. "Everything?" I step closer, close enough to see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, close enough to smell that vanilla and cinnamon scent that's purely her. "I want to marry you." The words hang between us, honest and raw and completely unplanned. I hadn't meant to say it like this, in an empty kitchen with dust motes dancing around us, but damn it. This feels right. This feels like exactly where we're supposed to be. Miranda's lips part in surprise. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious." I reach up to tuck one of those escaped curls behind her ear, my thumb tracing the line of her jaw. "We've known each other for years, Miranda. Spent most of that time acting like rivals, competing over every damn thing. But the truth is, you're not my competition. You're my match, my equal. You're more suited to be my wife than anyone I've ever met." Her eyes search my face like she's looking for some sign that I'm joking, that this is just another game between us. But there's nothing playful about the way my heart hammers against my ribs, nothing casual about the certainty that's settled in my bones. "Caleb, I know it's fast. I know we just figured out the partnership thing. But I've been half in love with you since we first met, and it took me a while to even realize that." I cup her face in my hands, feeling the warmth of her skin against my palms. This isn't some impulse decision. This is me finally being honest about what I want. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment. When she opens them again, they're bright with unshed tears. "You want to marry me? I want to wake up next to you every morning and argue with you about whether cinnamon or nutmeg makes better snickerdoodles. I want to build this business with you and then go home to the same bed every night. I want everything, Miranda. All of it." She rises up on her toes and kisses me, soft and sweet and full of promise. The gentle pressure of her lips against mine sends electricity racing through my veins, and I can taste the hint of vanilla on her breath from the cupcakes we sampled earlier. When she pulls back, her smile could power the entire town, radiating a warmth that makes my chest tight with emotion. "Yes," she whispers against my lips, her breath warm and intoxicating. "Yes to all of it. And yes, this is definitely the spot." Relief and joy surge through me so hard I feel like I might actually float off the ground. I have to kiss her again, deeper this time, my hands sliding into her hair as I pour everything I feel into the connection between us. She melts against me, her body fitting perfectly against mine like we were designed for this exact moment. She tastes like the future, like coming home, like every good thing I never knew I was missing. The kiss deepens, and I lose myself in the sensation of her curves pressed against my chest, the way her fingers curl into my shirt like she's anchoring herself to me. Everything else fades away. The empty storefront around us, the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the dusty windows, the distant sound of traffic on Main Street. There's only Miranda, only this moment, only the overwhelming certainty that this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. When we finally break apart, both of us breathing hard, she rests her forehead against mine. Her eyes are dark and luminous, pupils dilated with desire, and something deeper that makes my heart skip beats. Damn, Miranda, I breathe, my voice rough with emotion. You have no idea how long I've wanted this. She laughs softly, the sound vibrating between us. I think I have some idea. I take a steadying breath, trying to shift back into business mode, even as my body still hums from her touch. I'll make the necessary arrangements, I tell her, my voice still rough around the edges. Contract negotiations, renovation planning, permits and licensing. We can start working on grand opening timelines, marketing strategies, the whole damn thing. Her hands remain flat against my chest, and I can feel the warmth of her palms through the fabric of my shirt. The simple contact makes it hard to focus on anything practical. There's one condition I have. She steps back slightly but keeps her hands on my chest, her touch grounding me even as her words make me tense slightly. About the business. Whatever you want. I want to bring Georgia with us. She's been more than just my employee these past few years. She's been my best friend. I can't imagine doing this without her. The request doesn't surprise me. I've seen how Miranda and Georgia work together, the genuine affection between them. If anything, having someone with Georgia's experience on our team would be a huge asset. Whatever you want, I repeat, meaning it completely. This is our venture, Miranda. Our rules, our team, our future. She smiles and pulls me down for another kiss, this one slow and lingering and full of the promise of everything we're about to build together. Our future, she agrees against my lips. I like the sound of that.